in a good way to ensure that you have good relationships with them. So all of this is a really, it takes up a lot of Joe's time. And so this is really where we want to focus and help entrepreneurs take away that pain and make it easier with Contour.
And you have a very client-facing role, actually, and we were talking about this. So, thank you for the anecdote or the example. But so essentially, what you're saying is that founders don't really need to be experts in every single aspect of their businesses because of this support.
Correct. And actually, it's super interesting because in entrepreneurs' lives, and again, maybe a lot of you actually associate with this as well, 1/4 of their work week is focused on menial and admin tasks. So what we hope to help Joe with is to take that one day away from the menial and admin tasks, automate that, so he can actually focus on what's most important, which is growing his business.
And do you tend to have long-term relationships? I did ask you when we were having a chat before, like, is there a business that could be too tiny for you or too tiny to afford you? And you said that's not the case. So tell me about the importance of forming long-term relationships with these SMEs, with your own clients. I mean, how can they last years?
Yes, definitely. That's the purpose of providing a full suite of financial products. So our price plans start at €9 a month, which is affordable for a small business or a micro entrepreneur starting off as one, I would say. But then as you grow, you continue having needs that might fall more into accounting or expense management if you start to grow a team. So we really want to make sure that we can support these companies. And Joe, imagine if he grows into a franchise. Joe, yeah. We really want to make sure we support these businesses along the way.
Okay, fair. Hi down there. Jeff decided it was time to overhaul franchising, right? So franchising has been around since, well, not the dinosaurs, but it's been around since a while. And Jeff has actually been the first startup, definitely, that I can think of to go, okay, we're going to reinvent the franchise model. Do you want to just introduce us to the Jeff franchise model, please?
Yes, well, thank you. Jeff is trying to help small entrepreneurs, individuals, to start their own business. So we provide them a business in a box that at the end is the model, the technology, all the processes, the operations. We train them, we guide them to be successful. So we do that through franchising because it's the legal concept. At the end, we are providing the brand, we are providing the tools, and we charge for that. So this is what we do. At the end, we are trying to democratize entrepreneurship through that. That means have entrepreneurs in all around the world managing small businesses in neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm. And do you kind of have a vetting process for entrepreneurs? I was talking to Eloy, one of the founders, and he said, like, this franchise model is perfect for people who maybe don't have an idea. Exactly. They weren't sort of born with a blazing idea of what they want to do or make, but they know that they want to run their own businesses and be their own bosses. I mean, is this kind of the category that you're aiming at?
Yes, yes. I mean, when someone wants to start a business, being an entrepreneur, you can decide if you want to go through the startup wall and assume all the risk and all that happens in this business, or you want to be with someone that will guide you with all the steps and feel more comfortable knowing that it's a business that is validated, that everything is well prepared for you, and the entrepreneur is looking for an alternative to start from scratch and create everything for himself.
So they have a lot of, let's call it hand-holding at the start from you, but what is the biggest challenge for you in terms of your own business model? Are you looking to sort of automate all of these processes, like the success manager that you offer people, the operations guy, the marketing expertise that you're offering them? Are you looking to make that all a kind of in one app or one go-to resource, so you need less actual manpower on your end?
Yeah, we consider ourselves as a tech company.
Exactly.
So at the end, what we are building is all the technology needed to be successful managing a business. So we have many data that we gather from the local businesses we have all around. So we want to automatize that. We want to offer the entrepreneurs insights and actions to improve their success. So this is how we automatize all the operations and the support we give to the entrepreneur.
Okay. Wow, we're halfway through already, so I'm going to jump into talking about, I mean, every talk this week has been about a potential economic downturn. We already know that that's sort of underway with tech valuations going down, etc. But how crisis resilient our enabler platforms like yours, or exactly B2B startups who are subscription-based, etc., in terms of their revenue model. Do you want to take that, Nelly? Do you think these kind of SaaS startups are in a better position to weather any potential recession or economic storm?
Yeah, so I think the beauty of a software business model or subscription business model is that every new year you start with the revenues you had last year. So to grow, you just need to add what you need to grow. In any other business model that's a bit more transaction-based, you start at zero. And that's the reason why people pay high multiples for SaaS business model, is because you kind of need just to fill the bucket if somebody's churned, and then also add the next X% versus kind of go and get the entire revenue stack. So from that perspective, subscription tends to be more resilient, obviously in a crisis or in a recession. I think where we differentiate is whether it's a bit more core business model, what we tend to call must-have, so like a core ecosystem, or whether it's kind of a nice-to-have product or more periphery software. And I think that could be in any single part of the business. So it could be in looking at marketing tech or looking at HR tech. The operating system the startups that power the operating system tend to be more resilient, as opposed to the startups which tend to be a little bit more on the periphery or nice to have tend to be slightly less resilient and see a bit more churn. But broadly speaking, I think probably software is the safest place to be from an economic perspective.
Did you want to say something?
Well, what I think, or what we think, is that in this crisis, in these situations, entrepreneurship is always the refugee effect. After layoffs, after bad situations, people go to be an entrepreneur. People want to be an entrepreneur, be their own boss, because it's the only way to survive. I mean, there is no job, there is no option to work for another one. You can be an entrepreneur.
So this kind of gives them a path to their own business because they have no alternatives at the moment. Wow, I would have thought it would be the opposite, that you won't be able to get money and you're nervous and that's the last time you'd want to start your own business. But it's good to know that actually the trend is not the thing. I know that Konto's not particularly worried about any kind of potential headwinds coming up economically, even though there may be fewer startups being created in the next year. So do you want to tell us why?
Actually, yeah, I definitely agree with you that it's business out of necessity is definitely innovation, out of necessity is definitely something that we see. I think we at Konto actually, we see it as an opportunity, because during times like these, being able to be fast, to be flexible, to have a great experience is more important than ever. And so if you imagine Joe again, in a more traditional landscape, he might have had 10 tabs open on his browser managing finances. So one for creating invoices, one for accounting, one for business banking, whatever. And so we think that we've seen that there is actually now more than ever people coming to Konto because we make this faster, we have it all in one place, and we allow him to look more professional thanks to the services we offer, while at the same time providing really clear visibility in this in one place, which, again, keeping your cash flow going and having an eye on your cash flow during times like these is the most important. So definitely we're very bullish.
Do you feel any competitive heat from, let's say, Spendesk or, obviously, or the actual banks? I mean, is that a concern for you? I know you have 300,000 clients in 4 countries, so that sounds quite good. But competitively, does Konto have any
Oh, we have a lot of competitors,
stresses.
and
Yeah.
especially as we're going into the ancillary services, we obviously also then have the pure players like Spendesk for expense management, for example. However, I really think that our unique value is this one in all finance solution that allows you to pay maybe 19 euros a month, and everything you need is in that one place. And so far, no competitor has been able to compete with that kind of value prop. So we're lucky at this point.
So looking ahead, rest of the year, actually 2023 probably best, what niches within B2B startups is Molten specifically looking at? What's getting you guys excited?
So we've always been focused on this B2B enablement space for the past couple of years and done a couple of investments. So I don't think necessarily we're kind of changing that focus. That's always been the case. I think in terms of kind of what's next and the topics that are coming up the stack and becoming more interesting, especially in the space where we invest, which tends to be Series A, Series B. One interesting topic is, for instance, B2B payments. So you mentioned at the beginning, Stripe, B2C payments have been very optimized. There are a lot of people who are working on that part of the stack. B2B payments is probably one part that's like quite manual and quite approached from different angles, but there is no full solution. So that's probably one of the topics that, like a good example of an enablement and something making it more efficient that would be of interest.
Mm-hmm. Do you think let's call you enablers. I'm going to call you enablers. It sounds a bit dodgy. But would you eventually, let's say, Jeff, also like to be able to offer funding to your franchisees?
Yes, we offer funding because we are trying to remove...
Or you already do? But would you like to be able to offer additional funding in the form of loans or anything
Loans
like that?
to our entrepreneurs, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely, because we want to remove all the barriers that the entrepreneur can have to be successful. And one, obviously, is money. So if we know, and we know exactly how much cost the customer for our entrepreneur, we can give them a loan and increase the number of customers. So we are doing that. We have a vehicle that is Jeff Capital, and we are launching that in many countries to help the entrepreneur.
Jeff Capital?
Jeff Capital.
Okay.
It's cool, eh?
Yeah. So what about Conto? Is there a scenario where your clients would also like to approach you for certain types of funding or...
Definitely, we know that that's a very big pain point for our customer base right now. I think at this moment, given the fact that we're already offering this financial suite, we're completely comfortable with being the additional service on top of your traditional bank that gives you the loans and credits, because we think that we can still, given our solution, you know, again, save you time, make it more affordable, more professional, and so on.
Okay. What, if anything, in Europe needs to change to empower the next million entrepreneurs? Getting back to our actual title. And do you think that it needs to be structural change at local and government levels just to make it easier to register a business and get going, to make it cheaper? Like, what are the big hurdles that you see that are out with your control? Talk about Spain Fair if you like.
Very, very good question. I mean, as I have told, we expect a lot of entrepreneurship in the next few years because of the inflation, the crisis. So to improve or to give them solutions through capital, platform, etc. Obviously, is always good, but I think it's mentality. We need to aim the people to start their own business, and it's changing how the world is thinking about entrepreneurs.
France is making it easier, correct?
I was about to say in France, yes. And actually, most recently, I think it was in September this year in Spain, there is a new law that's been passed, Crea y Crece. Hopefully I said this correctly with the accent. Which actually, in alignment with that, we built a local solution allowing our customers to create their companies directly, digitally on Conto, which, to your point, will hopefully, you know, lift some of those legal barriers in making sure that we, with our local customer service, really guide our clients step by step.
That's great, because anyone who's ever been to the Spanish ayuntamiento knows the pain. Yeah. So in our last minute, a final word of advice. I like to stop on advice for kind of any entrepreneurs in the audience. What would you say you should look for when you're choosing your SaaS or your business service providers? Because these are essentially partners. What are the key things? Nelly, do you think you have any advice up your sleeve?
When you're choosing the companies you work with?
Yeah, when you're choosing, because this is going to be a long-term relationship, let's say Conto. I could be using Conto's products for years. Is it important that it's local and understands your local market needs, or a price point?
Yeah, sure. So it's a combination of all of these. I think what is probably important is finding something that's long-term and works throughout like different stages. So Quanto is a good example when you can start with them, but also grow up and like actually become a larger enterprise. So kind of as opposed to finding a provider that's focused only on the startup phase and then looking for a new provider and transitioning.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have 42 seconds. Do you have any advice for wannabe entrepreneurs?
I definitely think choose a product that puts the customer at its center. And that's something that we're very passionate about, especially as you mentioned in my team. We speak to customers on a daily basis, and we're really focused on building local products. Because again, especially in fintech, we know that there is so many legal constraints that we really need to build something that works for the local audience.
So a local tailored product. Not an off-the-shelf thing. So
exactly.
It has to fit with your needs, correct?
I would say that.
Okay, final word down to Fer.
Yeah, well, I agree. I mean, all entrepreneurs need to be customer-centric. I mean, it's key for the business. If the customer is not happy, you don't have any more customers. So being customer-centric.
Okay, wonderful. So we're out of time. Thank you so much, guys. This was really, really interesting, and I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The glasses came off. Thank you very much, all. So, we're going to keep on going from making more entrepreneurs to how do we balance this? So let me, once again, ask you a question. How many of you here are entrepreneurs or want to be entrepreneurs? Raise your hands. So, only this side higher so I can see you. Okay, good. How many of you that want either to be entrepreneurs or are entrepreneurs feel that you have a good balance between work and life? Raise your hand. A couple of you. So not that many. Interesting. I mean, doing startups, as Pep said this morning, is actually quite hard, and it's even harder when you have to balance these things. Well, precisely to talk about that, we have our next panel, which I'm going to tell you a funny story about this, but just in a second. So please welcome our first speaker. So big applause for Cholung Ling, CEO at Streamion. Big applause for him, please. Also local. Good to have you. And to join Cholung, I want to invite Clara Fernandez, co-founder of Rosita Longevity. Big applause for Clara, please. Big applause for Clara. We can make it better. Okay. And yes, this is the story of the moderator, who she's having a hard time doing work-life balance. So she literally ran to the stage, so cut her some slack. So please welcome a dear and beloved Suzanne Newman, CMO at Sesamers. Big applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Are we on? Yes. Thank you very much, team, for getting us up here and on time. Good morning, Clara and Cholung. Let's get started first by just introducing yourselves and tell us a little bit about what you're building before we get into the meat of the subject.
Okay, great. I'll start. So Rosita is a longevity coach that helps seniors between 60 to 75 years plan their longevity so that they can age better. Our goal is to help people optimize or increase their healthy life expectancy by 5 years by addressing a combination between lifestyle medicine and preventive medicine. So just so that people here have an idea, the average life expectancy in Western countries is around 85 years. But we live only up to 65 years with good health. That means we're living over 20 years with a disease a pain or a disease that could be prevented with the adequate strategy. That is 1 in every 4 days of your life, you're going to have a problem that could be prevented if you had the adequate strategy. In the near future, we hope these things will be already included by the healthcare systems, but today science knows what you should be doing and it's just not available for the user. And that's what we're doing exactly with Rosita. We're helping seniors access the latest scientific discoveries and integrate them into their lifestyle routines and prevention routines.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, we are Streamion. Streamion is a different type of
different
application,
domain,
different area totally. We are an EdTech solution that helps live streaming platforms and live streaming channels to get a living out of it. Our mission is to help the content creators monetize their true passion by connecting brands from all over the world. And our, let's say, our value proposition is that every creator, every brand, every consumer gets a benefit from that interaction. And this is live without cuts. How did we get into the health or this spectrum? Is because basically we understand of when you are very, very committed to a project and when you work very full-time, full life, like in startups, you get to the point that you need to really pause, understand, think, and get a grasp of what's going on inside and outside. And I think that's why it's so interesting that we are together to...
Actually, you, of course, set up the perfect transition. I'm going to skip the next question, but go straight to, can you define what does work-life balance mean to you?
For me, work-life balance is like kind of tricky because I base a lot of it into habits, personally, in myself. And the way I've been able to find that balance is through those type of habits. Like I wake up very early in the morning. Like
how early?
4:50, but I go with my kids to sleep around 8, so I sleep my 7 to 8 hours. And from there, I start doing some things that really helps me to connect and to have a clear focus of what's going on. And basically what I do, I start with stretching, I do yoga, and I do meditation, and then I start reading. Reading things that are related to how to treat each other better, how to be better professional or better personally, and that gives me the focus I need for the 2 first hours of the day. So this helps me really bring value, and then at 7:30, 8, I start with my kids and I take them
dinner
to
routine?
everything. So we share everything, and at the end of the day, I'm able to go to pick up my kids and be full focus with them.
Would you, then, and I'm going to come straight to you, Clara, but just to follow up, would you say that time after the stretching, because stretching is warming up your body, but the reading time, is that something that really warms up your brain so that when you arrive at work, whether it's at home or at an office place, that your brain is already engaged and ready to get to business, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
The thing is that, as you said, is in yoga is used in other cultures basically to get to the pre-stage of meditation. So you have everything ready or settled.
The secret.
And when you do that meditation, and even for me, reading is kind of a meditation because I get into a point, you know, and it helps me definitely because all the noise disappears, or at least you bring down the volume.
And you're training your brain. Clara, what would you say for work-life balance?
Well, here's a masterclass about work-life balance. So for me, work-life balance is being able to be happy in the midst of everything that's happening around.
When all hell is breaking loose.
Yes. So as a founder, you're expected to be a project manager, a magnificent executor, a networking animal, the spark of the team, and then you come back home and you're expected to be this super mother that knows how to, like, has all the Montessori tips inside here, that knows, always remains calm, knows how to guide their kid from like 7 a.m. until like 9 a.m., never brings the voice out loud. So there's so much intensity in everything as a mother and a co-founder. I have a baby of 1 year and a kid of 3, so like almost 2 babies. And everything is very intense. So my whole life, I mean,
And
even like nights.
And
are
who's your
intense.
co-founder?
Sorry?
Who's your co-founder?
My husband.
Okay.
So
you think you have a hard day at work? This girl
Yeah.
gets to go home with her.
So for me, work-life balance is being able to understand what you need at every specific moment and how to be happy while being able to address all your needs. So in this specific moment of my life where I have so much intensity because I have a startup that it's growing, I have some kids that are not sleeping, and if you can see by my voice, I've just come through like a kindergarten virus, which is something that is not spoken enough in the world, but the problem, one of the biggest things with babies are not nights, are viruses. Like they come every week with a virus, and the productivity level with a fever is like -5.
It's no, yeah, we're not comparing it to COVID, but it's -5.
Oh my God,
because
we are comparing it to COVID. I've just been 4 days in bed. It's
okay,
very bad.
okay. Well, then it is a joy to see you here, literally like glowing with good health and.
So
deep
I'd
breathing.
say that for me, work-life balance, and I come from longevity, so I have like all the tips about health and everything you need to do, but you have to be aware of your body needs and you have to nurture yourself. And sometimes work-life balance and the way you take care of yourself is just trying to make sure you get to 8 hours sleeps.
Or 7, yeah. That's true. But even water, like
drinking water. So I'd say that for me, my health starts with my emotional health. And you need to make sure that you sleep, you're in the best mental position, you take care first of your mental needs, the space you need for yourself, and then you are able to address all the other areas focused.
Agreed.
So I have a lot of things I do, but as a mammal with a baby of 1 year, I need to just like try to make sure I reach
like the minimum.
The minimum. Yeah.
You can have a wish list and you can have an actual daily execution, but the minimum.
So yeah.
What about like just for key takeaways or inspiration on the who inspired you? Do you have like not a guru? I don't like that word, but in the sense of taking time for yourself or reaching for a better definition of yourself. Is there anyone that you can think of, and it's okay if not, or a collection of people that really you said, oh, okay, like that's someone who either has it all together or thinks that they do, but then like either what can I learn from them, or let me not have to compare myself to super high functioning, I want to be the best version of me, but how can I follow in someone's footsteps or learn from them?
So when I think about that, I always think that I never get to see the 24 hours of anyone. Yeah, okay. So it's great to see that specific moment and see, oh, this
and
woman is
we're
full
not
of,
talking about Instagram, by the way.
of
We
power
all know that
and
that's
energy. Yeah, you're getting her that specific 30 seconds
and
that she's doing
filtered
that.
and produced.
So I try to have myself and my internal goals as an expectation. So I know what mental health is because I go back to when I am mentally healthy, and I try to go back to that stable point of me always. Like try to always like have myself as a reference. I have various different peoples from like different areas, and I like the stability, the energy, the drive of different people. But I try to always realize that I'm only seeing that part of their life. So I do not have one person that I want to be looking forward. I try to look forward to the standard of what I know I can achieve in myself.
And not beating yourself up like if you don't get to that. Good to hear.
And nurture yourself. Never like put yourself to like beat yourself to like get to there. Like.
What about you, Cholan?
Well, I'm very aligned with Clara as well, because it's what she said. Sometimes you have the best references of your life just as near as possible, and you don't even realize. And sometimes you can shoot higher. But for instance, I have one of my best friends since we were kids, and he taught me how to live here and now and to have acceptance. And every time I talk with him, you can have like a million problems, and he brings everything into a state of calm. So I admire him every time, when I talk with my...
Wait, he taught you this when you were a kid or recently?
No, well, we were teenagers, we were playing together in rock bands, so we were quite energetic.
Secret life.
And he was always with this capability of sight and
it's like almost a question of perspective too.
Yes, exactly.
Where does this anxiety come from?
Exactly.
What's coming up next in the future?
Exactly.
What did I fail at yesterday? But forget all of that. Like, what is this this exact moment.
It's about happiness as well. And then there's some other names like Dr. Rick Hanson is someone that is into meditation and writing books, or even Spencer Johnson who moves mountains. Sometimes it's what you said.
What's the title after Spencer Johnson?
Sorry?
Did you say who moves mountains?
No, who move my cheese
Oh,
or out of the
my
maze.
cheese.
and sometimes it's those are simple books, but they give you so much. You know, you read it and you realize like you are into this velocity and into this spin and all very strong, and you realize that it's changing your mindset. So
very good, thank you, Sean.
And I think it's, as a founder, it's super important, everything that's got to do with like mental stability and meditation, because the emotional changes as a founder are so fast, so intense. Like one day you're like, oh my God, I'm becoming a billionaire, and the next day you're like, this is going nowhere. What are we gonna do? And it's just maybe like couple of hours difference. So like you really need unless you master the art of stability, you are going to get crazy, and that's not going to be positive for you or for any one of your team or any of the actions you need to do. So you really need to be like really stable and think. Perspective is a word as a founder,
and
perspective
boundaries,
and energy.
Right?
yes, it's what you said, stability and sometimes adaptability, and just like some things are inevitable, and sometimes it's the best way you can handle them is the best way you can do it. And of course, it's so great to have those goals and push for them, but as you said, there's so many changes, and about boundaries as well. When you don't know how to put those boundaries, it starts affecting everything. It's like a domino. You start seeing things, and it's something that you have to, it's a learning process. Sometimes it's a step, we're talking about the hockey stick for finance, but sometimes the learning process is like whoop, it's a roller coaster.
And then whoop.
Yes, and maybe takeaways that to have that perspective, to get surrounded by people that brings you different states of emotions, and to breathe, because sometimes it's so simple, but it's not so simple, and you do it and it's physical. You might know it better than anyone. It's based on studies, so it's changing.
Do you have a specific breathing technique, a short one, that you can share at all? Or is that too private? I'll start. Like an example, have you guys heard of box breathing? Where you imagine a box visually, but you start by inhaling the one side of the box, hold your breath, and then exhale slowly, hold, or wait before inhaling again. And that's just this, like there's a box around the chaos, you know, and then you take a time out. And in fact, like you said about perspective, you can step away and come back. It's just it's one of the millions of breathing techniques. I'm not at all an expert on that, but do you have one?
Mine is not a breathing exercise. I like to stare myself in the mirror and smile and say thank you. To myself, and say thank you. If I have more time, I would go through all my body and my organs, and I will say thank you to each organ and for working perfectly, for just doing it perfectly and being there.
Without you, meaning your organs work without your...
Yeah, without my
intervention.
Yeah, for being able to delegate properly, but I just like that makes me feel super calm, puts things into perspective, and at the same time gives me inner happiness that life is working and that we've got chances to
I was about to say, I would almost imagine that while you're doing that, unless at the very beginning, for people who've never done it, for myself, I'll speak only for myself, I can imagine your inner voice would start popping up like, thank you, yeah, for what? You know, like, well, no, thank you, you know, and your inner critic is just going to criticize, so the practice of it.
When you practice that as meditation, you just let go of those feelings, you try to like redirect your voice and always staring to yourself in the mirror and smiling. Because smiling, just like even pretending to smile, right, gives your body the sense that you're happy. So,
actually, speaking of yoga and smiling, isn't there? Do either of you do laughing yoga? Have you heard of? Have you guys heard of that? Anybody in the room? Am I like the weirdo up here by myself? Cool. Well, laughing yoga is like, you know, you basically just start laughing and laughing and laughing, and nothing's funny, but you're still laughing, and it's a relaxation, emotional and physical. It's an idea. Just give it a try.
Yeah, for me, I practice sometimes both, and it's related to the things is loving kindness to yourself and to others. And sometimes it's what you say, is there's some studies that they say that even putting a pencil in your mouth and to draw in a half smile starts triggering thing.
Like just
yes,
the fake
exactly.
smile.
So, and sometimes when I'm so stressed and out of control, I even use my wearable and I put breathing exercises. You know, when you cannot even think,
Breathe,
no,
yeah.
now is not the time to breathe. And you say, you need to breathe, and I put it and I just do it. So sometimes I even get guided by technology.
Yeah, you have to make tech, like you have to make your tech boss you into being a better human, which...
Exactly.
But since the two of you, and getting like back to the subject of business and work-life balance of the work, what about your teams? How do you manage sharing this kind of zen energy that the both of you have with the ups and downs of teams? And we don't have to get into details of management, but do you have any company-level policies at all about either flex time for your parents? Like, you guys are both parents, and we're all parents, but what other kind of leeway do you give your team? And well, we only have 3 minutes left, so let's do a...
I can do very fast. We are starting, we work with the people very closely, and listening is so important. And sometimes even this type of techniques, when I'm going to have like a meeting that is going to be intense, I even do those exercises before, because I know it takes me to a state. And then listening to the people and understanding that everyone has their own lives. If you don't understand their lives and their moments, it's impossible to make them happy, and at the end of the day, impossible to make things work in the company. So for us, it's a yes, and one of the co-founders is working very closely with the people, with their needs, with the insurance, with other type of benefits, benefits. So it's a yes for us.
Because you care about it. You care about humans.
And it's, the core is the people. If you don't take care about the people, there's nothing left.
Teams.
Exactly.
And with your business being about longevity and health, yes. You can't not, but I'm just curious.
So I think we hire people that are very aligned culturally. We understand that people that get like super stressed and are not like being super capable to deal with that stress can bring a lot of noise into the company. So we try to focus to hire people that can be very productive and calm at the same time, because I think that's a little bit part of our personalities. We don't have like specific things. We do have like open time for like exercise and gym. We're not super rigid with time schedules, although we're trying to like make people come to the office, because we believe that the space in the office right now, for us, it's very important as a moment of creativity, of working shoulder with shoulder. And I think that it's more about the personality we try to have in the meetings, in everything, so you won't find us screaming, shouting, or like putting us pressure on top of everything. So it's always
reducing
like
the stress.
Perspective. We're gonna solve this now, but perspective.
Okay.
So I don't I don't know what like specific things aside of that.
But it's evolving. It sounds like obviously we're all evolving
post-pandemic. We have team here, so you can raise your hands.
We have a what?
We have people from our teams here. So.
We'll do secret interviews with them later, or maybe they're like, yes, all of it's good.
That's great. We're super balanced.
Très bien. Well, with 33 seconds left, I really don't want to go into future projecting, but I just want to share, I want to thank you, the two of you, and I want to let this audience know that there's no bottom that you can't come back from. So there's a myth in this balance of work-life balance. Like, let's define it for ourselves. Let's protect ourselves because we matter, and if we're not well, the company's not going to be well. That's a fact. So find people like this that have this light inside of them. Sorry that I'm sweating and not one of them, but you guys, and really just try to ask questions. Not, hey, how you going? How's it going? No. How are you? What do you guys think about that as the closing wrap-up? Can we try to ask people, how are you? And then pause and say, really, how are you really as a human? And with that, I would like to thank our panelists for this wonderful end of the wonderful work-life balance panel. So thank you for that.
Thanks a lot.
I'm drifting off into Zen thanks to your energy. Your energy is really contagious. Come on up. I didn't see you.
Big applause.
Thank you.
She was saying, how are you? And I'm like, out of time. Out of time. That's how we are. Thank you very much, guys.
Merci beaucoup.
It was, I really like this panel. I think it's very important that we think about this stuff, and we keep getting caught into the technology cycle, into what's next, what should we do next, how should we do it next. And if there's actually probably a field or an industry where the speed at which innovation is happening, it's hyperspeed, that it's Web3 and the crypto space. So let me ask, who here, I was going to say you own crypto, but doesn't necessarily need to own crypto, but likes crypto, understands crypto, has played with crypto? Raise your hand. Oh, wow. Very cool. So it was, I'll tell you a story. It was very interesting. The first time I read the title of this was how do we, consumerization of Web3. And then crypto winter came. So it's, how do we consumerize Web3 beyond the crypto winter? So are we ready to do this? We can fix this. Okay, let's try. This part is a little weak, but I believe there's power here. Are we ready here? Okay, let's try this part now. Are we ready here? Okay, now we're talking, so please welcome our next speaker. Big applause for Tony Mateo, CTO of Freebirds. And to have a candid conversation with Tony, I want to welcome our next speaker, Christian Techman, CEO of Burda Principal Investments. Christian, welcome on board. Stage is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you. The title of our panel here is the consumerization of Web3 beyond the crypto winter. So we're in the midst of the winter. And I'm really glad that we have a real expert in the field with us, Tony Mateos. Tony, why don't you just introduce yourself a little bit and maybe a few words about Freeverse?
Okay, thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm a scientist. My background is in the academia, in mathematics, physics, quantum gravity, string theory, and that stuff. I left the academia in 2006. Founded a startup that created what these days is called Dolby Atmos. If you've gone to the cinema recently and you see Dolby Atmos, be aware that this started in Barcelona in a research center and then a startup, and then we were acquired and it rebranded to Dolby Atmos. And this is my second adventure as entrepreneur with Freeverse, a company that will tell about what the vision of the company is, but it was founded in 2019. And now we're doing pretty well with a financing round that went extremely well this year. And we can talk about what we do if you want as we speak.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you. So to get us started, I just wanted to share five, I think, important observations. The first is, I guess, towards the end of 2020, we saw an almost mass market adoption of NFTs. There was a massive wave of consumerization. We will talk about that. Many consumer brands adopted NFTs, played around with it. Then in 2021, we had the highest investment ever into crypto and Web3 businesses. 52 billion were invested versus the first wave that just saw 8 billion in 2018 that created companies like Soraya, amongst others. So there was a lot of capital put to work. Obviously, a lot of talent went into the crypto industry, into the Web3 industry. We will speak about talent, I guess, Tony, also in a second. So there's a massive capitalization of that industry. But nevertheless, and I think that's important, and it's also, I guess, why we have a great conversation today, is the crypto market has crashed, as all of us have read. And that actually forced, the markets to separate the good from the bad and the ugly, I guess, right? I mean, that's probably also maybe a healthy development. But, and I think this is the interesting part, we believe that, volatility obviously carries a lot of chances, and it's a crucial point in time, I guess, towards the mainstream adoption of Web3. So I guess that those are, I think, five important observations. So maybe, Tony, we start with with a very simple question. Can you just describe a little bit what you do at Freeverse, why you think that the kind of NFTs you are creating will create more long-term value than maybe others? So maybe it's just a little brief overview of your platform.
Yeah, sure. So this crypto winter that you've described fits very well with the vision that we had when we started the company. We were blown away by CryptoKitties, like I guess many of you know it, but basically by the possibility of owning something digital that you don't care about for the first time how many of those you have, which would be tokens, fungible tokens, but about something that is this particular thing, right? So digital ownership of something unique in the blockchain. We're blown away by that. And at the same time, by the challenge, the technical challenge that was behind that. You know, the entire of Ethereum was basically collapsed when the very first successful application, CryptoKitties, collapsed it with 10,000 daily active users, okay? So this is peanuts. It's nothing for a AAA game these days, or even for a medium-sized video game or application. So the challenge there was, okay, there is a technical barrier to using digital ownership the way that we would love it to be used. And the first examples we're going to be seeing are not the ones that we love. We're not into collectibles. None of the founders is actually into collecting stuff in the real world, right? It's fine. In the real world, collecting stuff is just the tip. It's nothing compared to the economy, the entire economy of goods and physical services. We believe that the same happens, and is happening right now, and will happen in the digital world. We've just seen the explosion of applications that were based on collecting things, because you can just do a few of them, and the only business case that you have around them is actually making a drop with a very limited, artificially scarce set of those NFTs, expecting that the initial price is going to be high. And these applications are, okay, they have a life, but you know, we've seen the bubble burst. The vision of the company, and this is what we provide now, is can you actually move to a paradigm where you have abundance? Instead of having scarcity, let's be able to create millions of those, change them, etc., so that the initial value, because you're creating millions, can be very low or even zero, right? So zero entry barrier to everyone in the world. And let's make the market value of those things that people are acquiring depend on what people do with them. So from speculation, right? From expecting that somebody will buy the same thing that you bought in the past, to earned value. In that process, let the user change the thing that he bought or she bought by interacting with the app, by interacting with the ecosystem, by doing actions that the creator of that thing really wanted. And eventually, you will be raising the market value of that because it's going to be more useful to other users of the platform, right? So migrating from speculation to earned value. And for that, you need a technical progress. You need something behind that allows you to create NFTs in millions, evolve them over time, and link the evolution of those to daily actions that the users are doing. Freeverse provides that. You can think we are a B2B hardcore tech company that helps any company that wants to do NFTs with earned value instead of speculative value. Also, if you want to do speculative, but most clients come to us for the earned value core proposition. It allows them to do that, create NFTs in millions, and evolve them over time as many times as needed, according to what users, the owners of the NFTs, do with them.
Great. And when you sort of, I mentioned at the beginning that sort of big consumer companies also sort of moved into NFT world. Nike bought even a sort of an NFT design studio. Adidas is sort of experimenting with it, and also big sort of sports brands, right? So big football clubs, basketball clubs, are also sort of in that game. What are sort of your clients? What do you see? Is it more moving back to niche, or is it's going to be adopted by mass market brands?
It's definitely going mainstream, no doubt. There is, even despite the crypto winter, there's so many incredible projects that are being built by large companies. We're not talking about small ones. And I would say the main verticals that we are seeing super active right now are in the video game industry. You've all heard about it. But migrating away from just play to earn, which is almost an investment game rather than an enjoyable experience, right? Migrating to video games that are really engaging, AAA kind of video games that use this concept of earned value as opposed to just onboarding players that just want to make money. As well as the other vertical is brands. Brands in the generic sense, from sports clubs, to actual to Nike, you've seen Starbucks, but even to individuals as a brand. So an influencer, right? So any of the TikTokers can now gamify what they are doing themselves. Basically, they are the product, and interact directly with the user base and the fans that love them in a way that is non-speculative. So I think all this is approaching and coming, and we're going to be seeing that in the next few years.
And how do you think, clearly one thing is obviously buying an NFT and investing into it. The other is obviously how to, as an individual, how to exit, how to sell it. How do you think, how do you sort of describe the liquidity of these NFTs, or what's sort of your view on that?
Yeah, so right now liquidity, because the main use case right now is still kind of speculative. So I'm going to buy something and expect to sell it for a higher price. Then liquidity is not that large, and mostly driven by speculation, as we were saying before. But as soon as we start migrating to this new model, where the NFT that I'm selling is something that has more value to others, because I've put my talent, my passion, my time on it, I think we're going to see a completely different type of liquidity, where people buy stuff from others because it's more useful to them than just buying it directly from the company, perhaps.
We have sort of maybe 6 minutes left. One thing that I'm obviously also curious to learn a little bit about sort of Freeverse and how you actually have been observing sort of the fundraising sort of environment, right? So I said at the beginning in 2021, this is also when you raised, your Series A of $10 million. Saw, obviously a massive wave of capital coming into the industry, 51 billion. But also, I guess you started your business 2019 when we had the first sort of crypto winter. So how do you describe sort of the two different environments, and what sort of, and now obviously, the tide is turning again, and we are sort of again in a winter. So how do you plan your sort of the capitalization of your business?
Fundraising has been completely different. It's a completely different story. In 2019, we had to explain the investors, every investor we had in front, what the blockchain is. Let's begin with what the blockchain is. Yeah. Some knew about it, and hardly anyone knew about what NFTs were. So step one, tell the person about blockchain. Step two, tell the person about NFTs. Step three, tell them about the first use case of the NFTs that's gonna be what we just saw bursting right now. So we're gonna go through this stage, okay? And we're building for the next stage. So that was incredibly hard, incredibly hard. You had to have people really believe in the team, and they will do something useful. Let's put some money there, right? Yeah. Whereas the recent round was completely different. The NFTs were at the peak of their popularity when we raised money. But interestingly, the investors that finally came to us more interested on us were investors that were looking in the long term into the infrastructure part, etc. So looking at what's beyond, they already knew this was going to burst. They kind of believed on it, and they saw us as, it's right, this actually can have longer value for users than just buying something and selling for a higher price. Yeah. So it was much, much easier. We closed the last round in a few months only compared to the initial one.
And Tony, the one thing the other thing I said, obviously there was a lot of capital flowing into the industry that attracted a lot of talent. So how do you sort of look at the talent space for your business? Where do you find your talent? And you're Barcelona-based. How do you sort of approach that?
Yeah, this was one of the questions that we had at the beginning when starting up, deciding the country in which you want to do that. Yeah. And there were many. One of us wanted to go to the US. We are not all from Spain. They're the founders. The reason why we finally remained in Barcelona is that our previous experience told us that it was so much easier to attract at least technical talent than compared to the US, the UK, or the Northern Europe, I would say in general. No? Yeah. In my previous experience, in that startup that I was talking to you about, Dolby Atmos, I just realized that we had hired an amazing team when we were acquired, and I had the chance to compare the team we had with the international teams that Dolby had in San Francisco, Beijing, Sweden, etc. Some of the members in our team were superstars. They were considered superstars in this new corporation that we joined, right? Yeah. And we had spent so much less than any other startup would have in any of these countries, right? To the point that we became kind of Dolby R&D, Barcelona, and we just eventually grew and grew, just hiring technical guys of super good quality for an incredibly reasonable salary. So we decided to remain in Barcelona because of that, and it's proven to be a good decision.
Yeah.
We are being able to onboard people that anywhere else in the world, they would be making 3 times the money they are making before coming to us. They are going to be treated much better as well, because the conditions in Spain, outside the startup world, you know, the culture, the working culture is perhaps not so attractive as in the startup world or in the tech world worldwide. So when they come to you, they have a decent salary, a much better salary, and a much better working conditions where everybody's respected and stuff. So we're finding it much easier to grow now that we've tripled in almost a year. And it's proving to have been a good decision that we started up here. There are other downsides, of course, like you know, access to capital is much better in other places. So we had to put it in the balance.
Yeah, great. No, that's great to hear. And you know, one very last sort of question, and maybe you know we keep it short. What's in your view the sort of the biggest obstacle for mass market adoption of Web3 NFT?
Yeah.
It's a big question, I know, but maybe a short answer.
Super quick then. So there are different barriers, right? One is technical scalability. If blockchains could scale today, all of them, we would be living in a completely different world, and all the use cases, we would have new use cases every week, like really reaching the mass market. So scalability is one, technical. The other one is product-wise. I think people building products around the blockchain are realizing about what is just a bubble and what really retains users. And this is the new wave of products that we're going to be seeing in the next year. Yeah. And I think the new super big thing that's going to be coming slowly, because it takes time, depends on legal more than on technical, which is the day we start seeing real life assets tokenized and the ownership of it being on the blockchain and stuff, this is going to happen very slowly for obvious reasons. But that's going to be a super big boom, because it opens the world to connecting physical and world and the blockchain, and the use cases there are massive.
Perfect. Tony, thank you so much for joining me today. And we will have obviously a very close look at how Freeverse is developing. Thanks so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Pleasure having you. You know, after the burn, we had the merge, so hopefully there's no technical issues. It's always the lawyer's fault, by the way, if you haven't seen that. Anyhow, so we're going to move now to maybe touching a little bit more on, well, we're going to continue the thread. We will go from Web3. Now we're moving into probably one of the most challenging fields that we have right now in society, which is mobility. How do you remember yesterday, those of you that were here yesterday, I was mentioning that one of the issues that we have as a civilization is that we keep living more and more in cities. So urban areas are becoming crowded and crowded. And one of the biggest issues around that is, how do we deal with mobility? How do we do mobility at scale? How do we do mobility in a sustainable way? And how do we kind of substitute the use cases of mobility that we have nowadays for things that are better, faster, more efficient? And precisely to talk about that and how do you make it a reality, how do you fund the future of mobility, I want to introduce our next panel. So please give a big round of applause to Juan Carlos Sanchez, Investment Manager at Goldacre Ventures. Big applause for Juan Carlos. Thank you for joining. Joining him, Alfonso Carranza, Investment Manager at Elewit. Big applause for Alfonso. Our one and only Super Paloma Mas, Event and Cultural Manager at Plug and Play. Big applause for Paloma, that did an awesome job yesterday, by the way. And to run the show, the one and only, the local boy, please, big applause for David Pistoni, CEO and co-founder at Celeros Hyperloop. Stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here with this great audience and with these incredible speakers here. And I'm not saying they are incredible because they are Celeros investors, just to clarify. They are incredible because they are real experts in innovation, startups, and investment. So welcome and thank you, Paloma, Alfonso, and Juan Carlos. From our side, we are Celeros. Celeros was created actually 5 years ago, not too far from here, at the University Polytechnic of Valencia. And today we are one of the global leaders in the development of Hyperloop as new mean of transportation. We are also applying our technologies to other fields like the logistics in ports or the electric mobility in general. And related with today's panel, we are a great team, we have great technology, but it would be impossible without a great ecosystem with research centers, industrial partners, institutions, and of course, investors that are supporting the project. So Celeros is today an excuse to have this panel with us. And please, I want to give the dance floor to the protagonists today. And what can you say about you? What do you do? What kind of companies are you looking for? What's your purpose as an investor? Please, Paloma Mas from Plug and Play, welcome.
Thank you. We are smart because we are absolutely Celeros investors, so we are happy to be here. So for the ones that don't know Plug and Play, shortly, briefly, Plug and Play is a global innovation platform, of course, and we are really well known because we invest a lot in startups. We invest in about 250 companies per year, different sectors, including, of course, mobility, and kind of our main focus is to also get into the startups where they are on a starting point so that we can invest in them and we can help them to growth and to scale into other markets, for example, or other continents. That's kind of briefly.
Thank you, Paloma. Alfonso?
Thank you very much for having us. We are CVC of Redella, one of the main key infra operators in Spain, focus on energy transition and connectivity. And we are an early stage investor focused on Series C and A. Mostly we are looking into embrace innovation within the corporate, and in exchange we can provide capital, market knowledge and connections within the ecosystem.
Thank you, Alfonso.
Hi everyone, Juan Carlos Sanchez. I work as an investment manager at Goldacre Ventures. We're a London-based fund investing in global companies. We invest at late seed Series A primarily, but then we follow into the follow-on rounds. We focus on companies innovating in the built environment, so that includes mobility, that includes construction technologies, and climate tech as well, which is really exciting these days.
Thank you again. And in order to know a bit more about you, for example, in Plug and Play, you are one of the most active VCs in the Silicon Valley with different verticals. Mobility is one of them. Also in Goldacre Ventures, sustainability is one of the main drivers of your investments. Could you share a bit more about these fields, what's happening there?
I think in the mobility side, I mean, we are really living a life-changing moment. You know? I think that everyone has understand how important it's to hyperconnect and to connect the vehicles to not only to the driver or to the one that it belongs the auto or the car or the bus. It's also really important to connect the vehicles with the atmosphere, with the context, with the fact that they have to know exactly what's the driver thinking of, what it's kind of the prediction that they're going to make, also to make the car way more sustainable. But I think it's also super important and really key to take a look, not only so, of course, on the electrification side with the batteries and all this stuff, but also in one thing that maybe we forgot when we talk about mobility, that is the fact that we have to get sustainable at one point, that mobility is not affecting climate change and all the things that are going on now in society. We have to really take care on sustainability by inventing and having new materials that are more sustainable, and of course to take a look at new energies that can really promote that can make mobility sustainable at all. That I think by now, I think it's kind of the key point on mobility, how we can reach a point that we get sustainable enough.
Yeah, that mix is, of course, completely key. I agree with you.
Yeah. So in terms of sustainability, I think we're really excited about it. The world needs to spend $275 trillion in order to get to net zero by 2050. That is basically 10 trillion a year. And the reality is we've known that we need to spend on infrastructure, on climate tech. We haven't done it as much as we should, but thankfully now with regulation, with the large capital operators really pushing for it, we're starting to see adoption. And the finance industry, the venture capitalists are basically saying there's going to be huge growth here because of this, and they're pouring significant amount of capital. Now, if we see 2017, we invested, well, the world invested around 12 billion in climate tech. Last year, it was close to 50 billion. No? So that's an interesting growth. Every single month in the last 6 months, we're seeing fund after fund from 50 million to 800 million being announced to focus on climate tech. And it's really exciting that also now they're starting to focus on hardware, as you said. No? So in terms of some of the innovation that I'm personally very excited, things like carbon capture technologies, you know, the trees do that very well. There's also now a science-based approach, an engineer approach, to basically take the emissions that certain industrial processes do, but also from the air, capturing that, those emissions and either storing them. That's actually quite costly. There's new innovation in reutilizing that CO2 and converting it into byproducts that then can be used, for example, to replace cement. No? And so we're seeing that. We're seeing the use of waste management platforms as well, and a lot of technology to convert then that waste into valuable products. We just invested in a 3D printing company that uses recycling material, and it reduces emissions by up to 90%. The company is called Hyperion Robotics. So I think there's so much in there. We're really excited about it, and yeah.
Thank you, Juan Carlos. I hope Celeros cuts part of these trillions that are coming for sustainability.
You need that.
Thank you. And Alfonso, Elewit has been really active since it was created with a really differential portfolio. The question would be, in this digital era we are today, how important do you see to invest in hardware and industrial startups?
Absolutely. I will start with a phrase that I read last week. I think it's very funny. Software is the software is the tech that you date, and hardware is the tech that you marry. Here, I think that as investors, we are very aware of the cons of investing in hardware, supply chains, problems with consolidation, high capex requirements, upfront costs. Can be a nightmare. But on the other side, we also see all these problems getting shrinked. The potential huge transformation that hardware can deliver, the requirement of mature hardware in order to basically be able to deploy this software, and finally, in a very crowded digital environment, as you mentioned a bit before, I think that hardware can be the next big return valley. And we hope as well that Celeros again is here making an example. On the Elewit side, we are basically, as mentioned before, focused on energy transition and connectivity, both sectors with very heavy capex investment required. And I think that a very good representation of this need is our portfolio. 50% approx of our portfolio is focused on hardware, mobility, energy storage solutions, IoT. I think that for us, it's very important these technologies to be in our corporate embedded to be able to catch and to be able to tackle these challenges.
I think this is key because, I mean, by the way, I love that sentence. I'm going to take it. By the way, I'm going to steal it. I think one of the things it's key to remark. I think software is really supporting us to really give some extra to the present or to the actual mobility that we have. I'm going to put you an example. I mean, all the software that is developed for share economy, for example, for mobility, to all these great applications to make mobility more sustainable, but without taking hardware. It's only to say what we have and implement software to really make it like easier and faster and even sometimes more sustainable. But reality is that the hardware is the one that is going to really define the future of mobility. I mean, all the hardware side that is making to really optimize batteries, to really create new spaces, to really make the new future of vehicles or everything that is getting developed, like accelerators, no, like other also startups. The thing is that at the end, they are really defining the future of mobility, and it's important that like the VC side really understands that, because of course on the revenue of the investment side, the return that you're gonna get maybe is not gonna be short time, but the future that you're gonna get with the hardware is gonna be way differentiator than the one that you're gonna get the software, at least at now the momentum that we are living right now with the solutions that we are developing. So I assume that at the end, the most important thing to do is to really define that and to really have clear that the things that we are developing should be both sides, not only software concentration, but also hardware side.
Yeah, I completely agree. This mix between the short and long term and the impact you can have is quite different. And we had a conversation about sustainability, mobility, hardware. Let's move to the next topic. If we think about a really nice weather, the beach, the sun, paella, Valencia comes to our mind really fast. But it's actually more than that. It's technology, innovation, startups. In these last years, it was incredible, the growth we have in the city. So what was the key of this growth? What can we still improve? How do you feel this city that is year by year growing as a startup ecosystem?
Your time, guys. I mean, I'm so up to talk about Valencia. I mean,
we can do this order.
No one. I think everyone knows that I am a huge fan of Valencia, I'm not going to lie to you. It's a great moment for Valencia, and I think we are living a really sweet moment. But I cannot be really subject. I mean, I'm super subjective here. I would prefer to hear Alfonso's and Juan Carlos' thoughts on this.
Okay, for us, Valencia is key in all our layers of EWIT. I think that is fantastic. That is the city with the highest concentration of startups per capita. I think it's a very good example of how public and private entities can collaborate together. Amazing concentration of every single key player in the ecosystem in order to search originate this knowledge from universities as UPV, accelerators, incubators, investors, as we also have here, Plug and Play, but also GoHave, Lanzadera. So I think there are huge amount of different elements in the ecosystem that they are contributing to this amazing moment. On our end, we have 2 of our portfolio companies are based in Valencia. 4 of our alumni of the Venture Client Program are as well headquartered in Valencia, 3 of our partners as well. And we are also looking for more opportunities, because every single time that we come here, we are amazed with the talent and with the innovation that we face every single time.
Cool. Yeah, no, I fully agree. I think we have 2 portfolio companies in Valencia. One of them, Celeros. We've seen success really taking off in the region. We're really excited about it. David, you asked what could be improved, and I think something that is relevant to take into consideration by companies that strive to be, to generate 100 million revenues, which is what VCs want you to generate at least, is at the first opportunity you have, ideally after your late seed round, but certainly before your Series A round, you need to start thinking and acting on an internationalization strategy, incorporating the English language as much as possible within the organization, even if that means paying for teaching. I think that's important, having your team communicate in English, at least in certain sessions. But certainly, a lot of the documentation that the team writes should be in English. You're going to start attracting, will probably start attracting international investors, and it just makes life a lot easier. It de-risks the due diligence, and then if you have an international investor, you're going to have the board meetings in English, and the communication is really important to be in English. So I can't emphasize that enough. if you want to start, scaling fast, you're going to have to go abroad. You're going to have to hire locally. Ideally, it's someone that speaks the local language. But in any case, bring that international mindset into the company, especially in sales, in operations, marketing. I think that's really important.
Thank you, Juan Carlos. Thank you, Alfonso and Paloma. I completely agree with you. I mean, at Celeros, we see actually the company as an opportunity to have a global impact, but having this local base and this mindset of thinking about an international perspective is key for us. Not only as a perspective, but also the shareholders agreement in English and this kind of things that are details, but in some specific moment are keys. So I agree with you as well. And the last question, because this is a really fast and short round table, would be we are in a complex moment. We are living some issues. We are in the last part of a pandemic, we hope. We have the war. We have some economic recession. So what kind of advice would you give to the brave entrepreneurs that are today in this context looking for funding in this moment?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we're going through a very interesting time. We had it. We had good times in the last 12 years since the financial crisis. The interest rates were very low. We had low inflation. Growth was moderate, but there was a lot of capital in the economy at very cheap rates. No, so there was a lot of investment going on. Now that is starting to be flipped around. Inflation is starting to really take off. Some countries have 10%. The reality is we may go through a longer period than we would hope and expected in terms of an inflation of more than 4%, 5%. Interest rates will be high. And what that means is that the cost of debt, the cost of capital is going up. And that's something that markets tend not to like. It's better to have cheap money. And the public markets are feeling that. Because of that, because of interest rates and so on, prices of especially tech stocks have gone down. If we look at valuation multiples, last year, Q3, it was around 16 times EV to revenues. This year, that's around 6 times. No? So valuations are really falling, and the private markets are feeling that. So there's so much uncertainty. What I'm seeing in the space, in the venture space, obviously things have different metrics, depending on the stage in which you invest, but generally activity has come down. We're seeing less deals being done. There's still activity, especially in mobility, climate tech. CVCs are still investing a lot, thank God for that. But investors are asking a lot more questions to the startup. And it's a tricky conversation with the startup these days because you want a longer runway, and this is important. Investors are asking runways of around 18 to 24 months because we don't know what's going to happen. We don't want to be raising capital again next year. And at the same time, valuations are dropping, so that means just higher dilution for founders and existing shareholders. So that's a very tricky conversation. And for me, in terms of advice, be pragmatic, just focus on what matters. And if you get through this period, you will probably be stronger than your competition.
Thank you, Juan Carlos. Alfonso?
I think that Juan Carlos made such an amazing summary of the situation. Very few things to add. And something that we also touched at the beginning of the conversation, sustainability, with a higher penetration of Chapter 9 funds that we are seeing at the moment from the climate tech perspective. Plus, I think this all new wave of awareness of, okay, I want to choose my next employer. I don't want to choose a companies only focus on profits. I want to go for this kind of B Corps or companies that they are looking for something else apart from profitability, and they have an impact on the society. I think that this combination of new capital focus on Chapter 9's, the sustainability, plus the new generations pushing their willingness to work for companies that have something else than a profit, I think they will push for companies willing to survive, or companies' success is very linked to the sustainability and very linked to the awareness, accountability, and measuring impact.
Thank you. Thank you, Alfonso. So I see, for example, an example in Celeros. We are looking for the vision, but at the same time, we know the context. We are also applying our technologies for the short term. So these kind of strategies and this advice you gave us was really interesting for us. And as we have 10 seconds, really fast, one sentence, what do you share with us as a conclusion, one tweet of this panel? Juan Carlos?
Well, having what I just said, be pragmatic and focus on what matters.
Okay. Alfonso?
Hardware is marriage material.
And I would say, play smart, play hard, and try to think sustainable from scratch.
Thank you very much. Very, very motivational, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for having us. It was a pleasure having you guys.
Thank you.
I love the whole valuation part, Juan Carlos. Very good point. Okay, so how are we doing? It's nearly noon now. All good? Coffee is working? Or nearly? We have coffee out there, so make sure you refill on the coffee part. And so we're going to move, and we're going to continue with the notion of impact, right? So sometimes we make impact through technology, but sometimes we make impact through people. Actually, ideally, we want to make impact through people. And precisely to talk about how to make impact, we have our next panel. So without further ado, I want to introduce him very quickly. So please welcome our first speaker. Big applause to Ariel Camus, founder and CEO of Microverse. Big applause to Ariel, please. Ariel, thank you very much for having you once more here. And to join Ariel, I want to welcome Andreu Climent, CEO of Corify Care. Thank you, Andreu, for being here with us. And to join him, Mercedes Garcia, co-founder and CEO of EcoDicta. Big applause, come on, we can do that. And to run the show, the one and only, hopefully not as jet lag as yesterday, Mr. Mike Butcher, editor-at-large at TechCrunch.
Don't you just love this guy? It's like, could you do that for me every morning, please? Yeah, could you wake me up? Mike, it's time to wake up. I need this guy as my alarm clock. Right, hello everyone, again, my name is Mike Butcher, I haven't forgotten, from TechCrunch. Let me get my notes out. And it's great to be here at Valencia Digital Summit. I've never been to Valencia. So this is a first time for me, so excited to be here. And I've got a great panel to talk to you. Obviously, you know who they all are. There's no point in me reintroducing them all to you. But think just to sort of broadly set the stage here. Making an impact. Now, this would suggest, would it not, class, that this is about impact investing? But in fact, over the last few years, what's happened is that although there impact startups that were doing good, shall we say, became a kind of a big deal, or tech for good, impact investing, etc. In fact, what happened was that the word became associated with companies that wouldn't go on, wouldn't become big companies, that they wouldn't scale. And in some cases, unfortunately, wouldn't really give return on investment, and perhaps slightly charitable cases as opposed to full-blown going concerns. So what happened was that the conversation around impact slightly switched away from the word impact into what's called mission-driven companies, mission-driven startups. And so actually, in a way, what we've got here is much more of a showcase of what's now called mission-driven startups, mission-driven companies, companies that are basically doing good in the world, doing something good for the planet, good for the society, but also are going to scale and become big, significant companies. So turning to you, first of all, Mercedes, I think it's a very interesting company, what you're doing, and I know a little bit about it already, but why don't you describe in your own words what you're doing?
EcoDicta is actually a fashion subscription service that that is born with a mission, which is ending the contamination around the fashion industry. You might not know this, but it's the second most polluting industry in the world. And this is basically mostly because of the little use that we give to our clothing items. The average usage is like 7 times before an average woman disposes a clothing item. And this is especially super harsh in the environment, as you might already imagine. So for us, this was a pretty big issue, and we wanted to address it. We wanted to change and offer an alternative to the way we use clothing, the way we wear it, the way with a sharing aspect to it. So we decided to join the collaborative economy or the sharing economy and launch Ecodicta here in Spain. Obviously, this model existed before us in the US. We know it was working, and we said, why not? I think Spain is ready for this, and here we are offering an alternative to consume fashion.
So it's interesting, you said that business models existed before, and we're familiar with companies in the US like Rent the Runway, which is now a unicorn. What have you done that's different, especially for this market?
We've done a lot of things differently. We feel that the market in the US is more centered on designer clothing, wearing and occasional items. And here in Spain, we have a different lifestyle. We are more casual. We are even to go out, we don't really dress up that much. So we wanted to focus on non-middle class or not super high income population, but regular middle class women who would be open to rent even daily white shirts. So we center on casual wear, and we mostly focused on local and sustainable brands. So we wanted to be an opportunity for them to get known by conscious consumers as well. So we gave that focus.
I love that interesting what you just said there is focusing on local sustainable brands. Mm-hmm. So in fact, what you're doing is the twist in a way is you can still rent high fashion or whatever it is, but it is local, it's sustainable. So this is an interesting twist on a previously existing model. Turning to you now, Andrew, who you're doing a health tech company, and health tech I think also kind of goes into impact and mission driven, because anything that improves our health of society is a good thing. But you also, there's a pandemic-related aspect to what's happened to your company. But first of all, just tell us what it is and what it's doing.
Well, thank you very much. So we are Corify Care. We are a medical device company that focuses in seeing the heart. Everyone in here, if you look at your right or your left, every 1 on 3 on here will have a cardiac arrhythmia during your life. And what we do is a medical device to be sure that the clinician will see the heart before deciding how to treat it. Because right now, the main problem is that we do not have enough space in hospitals or enough resources to treat every patient with a cardiac arrhythmia. And that's why coming from Spain, we didn't have resources to make operations in everyone. So we said, okay, let's be sure that we select those patients in which the surgery will succeed. And that's what our device do, help the clinician to define how to improve the quality of patients, even in regions where they have the money. But it's a way to ensuring that every money that we spend in health system will be successfully to improve the life.
What kind of impact do you think you could have, given that you're able to see the engine go wrong before it goes wrong, if you get my drift? What kind of impact does that have on health services?
So the thing is that at the end, there are many things that are going in the health systems are going harder and harder and more expensive because we are treating symptoms. We are treating once the disease is there. And every public system needs to move into health value care, ensuring that we spend the money in a way in which it works and to be effective. And that's something that requires a rethinking of the whole health system. And that requires that thanks to the pandemic, we have learned that we need to prepare, but also there are many other diseases that we need to be sure that we prevent them and try to help the people to be healthy, because it's much cheaper to help to train people to be healthy than treat them once they are ill already.
I see. Let's come to that, because that suggests a wider theme about how some of these companies might be affecting big industries. Lastly, let's hear from Ariel. I wanted to call you Mr. Camus, but who I'm one of my favorite authors, but I'm slightly incorrect. But I think microverse is very interesting because you're enabling remote working and teaching around education around remote working. But in a way, this completely dovetails with the new way of working now post-pandemic. And please expand on what you're doing.
Yeah, and since this is about mission-driven companies, also with our mission, we are a school and we provide training and world-class education to people that wouldn't have access to an opportunity to compete in a global economy. And we work with them at no upfront cost until they get a job that changes their lives forever. The average salary increase for these people is around 300% by going to our program. But most importantly, the vision that we have is that the place where any human being is born shouldn't determine their opportunities in life, right? We have a massive skill gap, a massive number of unfilled jobs worldwide in this new economy, and we have all the human potential to fill those jobs. It's just that they are disconnected. And now connecting with remote work is becoming that bridge between talent and opportunities. And our goal is to provide that kind of training specific for this global economy that is, having remote work as a way to connect the people and the opportunities around the world.
Okay, so sort of zooming out a bit, Mercedes, do you think that when you speak, you've raised a pre-seed round apparently? You were telling me earlier. When you talk to, I'd like to kind of hear from all of you. You're a YC company, you've raised a significant amount of money at 20 million. Do investors now see the mission opportunity, or do they see the value opportunity? And where does the split come? Let's hear, Mercedes, you go first.
Yes. In our case, it was a mission-driven platform. Like, one of the requirements to raise funds there was to be a social project. And it was really fun because most of our investors are micro investors, and most of them are clients. So they tested the solution. It was useful for them, and they saw a future in it. And obviously, they review the business plan, and it has to be scalable. It has to have some sort of future before you invest in it. So I think there's a balance. A lot of people wants to make an impact, wants to be coherent, and wants to make change in the world, but in a smart manner. I feel like most people were super informed about the opportunities that we have and how the market was going elsewhere and how we were the first ones to implement the model here. So I feel like it's not like it used to be, where people felt like they were losing money by investing in us.
So they switched on to the idea. Mm-hmm.
In fact, I think that's the key. If you think into investors, many of them are not necessarily moving their own money, so they have a job to be done, which is they make more money from their investment. But at the same time, they are persons, and they like to invest in something that has a mission for itself. So it makes sense that you combines their hearts and then their brains. So both things together. And for example, I really like the model from Ariel, because thinking about what you are doing, I would like to know, how do you envision the university of tomorrow? Because I see many lacks on all universities which are focusing regional students, but are not necessarily filling the gaps into the market. So.
In fact, something that is working really well for us right now, it's partnering with universities, where their last semester for students is with us instead of doing some practices in a company or just learning at the university. And we provide that kind of international, the marketing term that is working really well right now. It's like bringing Silicon Valley best practices and mentality to the rest of the world so that can bridge a gap. Universities know that they can't address that part yet, and we're coming to fill that gap.
And are they part of your investors?
We don't have universities. There's one investor that is an owner of a few universities in Turkey, but other than that, not that I know of.
But presumably you've raised $20 million, so you're a former YC company from 2019, so presumably there's not just impact, they're also seeing potential for scale.
Someone told me once, an investor, that you can either trigger a side of the brain that is about making money or a side of the brain that is about making an impact. I hated that so much. When I heard that, I was like, I will deny, I will reject that idea. I need to prove myself in the world that that's not true. And of course, it's still early, but having worked with YC in our pre-seed, with General Catalyst, our seed stage, with Northzone now, and in our Series A to Series B journey, I can tell you that while they need to give their LPs a return, you can find partners that truly care about how you get to those returns. And there are very telling moments to spot those things very early. For example, when you talk about metrics at the board, and all the conversations are about dollars, and dollars, that tells you something. When it's, in our case, students getting jobs, student getting jobs, and that is, sure, a proxy for the model to be sustainable, to have a good return for everybody, but it's always around the thing that creates value and that creates an impact. We were able to see this very early.
The question to all of you, when you speak to investors locally in Spain, for instance, is mission-driven companies on their agenda or not?
Actually, since we spoke to individuals that were mission-driven, I guess our funding was a little different. But I feel like it is not a trend to like be cool and be sustainable to get investment. I feel like it's not, since we had sustainability in our DNA, it just came naturally to say one of the value added of our business is that we happen to be sustainable. But before everything, we were a business that had a future.
Okay, we're running out of time now. Oh, do you have a point you want to say?
Well, just to mention that in the health tech, it's true that we have specialized investors, and they are mainly focusing something to need to be solved. So at the end, they have a lot of feedback from hospitals, from clinicians that tells, okay, this is an issue in which new technology or new drugs are needed. This is another issue in which it is already a solution. So if you are able to find a problem that needs a solution, and that's something, then you will be able to find the money.
And I think finally the other aspect to this is that the modern workforce and modern talent tends to be more driven towards mission-driven companies. And the companies that are just doing cookie cutting, let's do another SaaS platform for doing your expenses, are probably going to find it harder in the 21st century, this 2022, 2023, to hire. Would you agree, Aaron?
No, absolutely. It's a massive weapon at attracting talent, most importantly at retaining talent and at getting talent aligned, particularly in difficult moments when you have a shared mission that it's, like completely independent from the current state of the market or whatever challenges you're facing. Like, it really keeps people together.
Yeah, Andrew, would you agree?
Fully agree. Right now, for example, we are a medical device company with hardware, but a lot of software. So we have engineers that are working from remote, from very far away. Yeah. But every day, when they see that the device is in a surgery room and it's being helping a patient, that allows us to fill them in the team and maintain them.
And are you able to hire internationally now? And does that come up as an issue for people when you're hiring?
We are trying. The laws in Spain are not too easy for that. That's true. At least
we can help with that.
But it's true. It's a mission that we need. So, and at the end we need to scale up this to other countries. So it also helps us to already have access to understand that the regions.
And Mercedes, I'm interested to know, in the women's fashion market particularly, are women switched on to the idea of the circular economy, but low carbon impact? Are they making shopping choices and rental choices on that basis now?
Yes, especially younger generations. I feel that they are aware of their purchasing power, and they want to be part of a community that cares. So they're super, I think they want to they looking through our transparency page, and they want to get a lot of information before subscribing. I feel they're more conscious, and I'm super excited about that because we have everything to offer to.
Exactly. Well, this has been fascinating to chat to you guys about this subject, and so I think what we can draw from this is that mission-driven companies are going to have the edge in the future going forward, both in hiring, potentially in raising money, of course. It's a story, and I think often I say to startups is that the way to think about yourselves is not just as a company, not just as a product, but as a story, and get into storytelling. So for now, I want to, perhaps, ladies and gentlemen, you could thank our panel, Mercedes from EcoDicta, Ariel from Microverse, and Andrew from Corify Care, and from me, Mike Butcher from TechCrunch. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, after you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we keep on going, and you know, when you talk to investors, the first thing they tell you is like, yeah, we don't invest in ideas, we invest in teams. But the truth is, you see a lot of investment actually happening on the next big idea, the trendiest idea. Oh, what's going to happen next in crypto? What's going to happen next here and there? However, there's a different crop of investors. There's a different crop of investors that are thinking, okay, if I have a stellar team, then I can build whatever I want. And if we don't get it right the first time, we can fix it and build it and rebuild it and pivot again and build something else. And precisely to talk about that, we have three startup people that have been doing this for many years, and it's going to be a very interesting conversation on how they differentiate from the more traditional VCs of I'm investing on the future of X. So please welcome our next panel. I'm very happy to see a very good friend I haven't seen in a long time. So please welcome Jorge Dobon, chairman and founder of Demium Startups. Jorge, good to have you. And to share the stage with you, I want to invite Michael van Leeuwen, founder and MD at Builders. Michael, thank you very much for joining. Big applause, come on. We are getting here. And to join them, please welcome Stéphane Paillard, CEO of Agility. Agili. Big applause, Stéphane. Thank you for joining. And to run the show all the way from Riga, the one and only, big welcome to Egita Polanska, partner at Startup Wise Guys.
Hello, what a lovely crowd. And we will have a really nice discussion as well. So as Alex already gave a short intro, and I think this is a tech and startup conference, and you know the traditional way of building the startups, like very stereotypical founders. You might go to a garage or not, then you go to investors, you build your product, you try to sell it, you try to get more investors and see where it takes you. But there's a different way how to do it, I think. And I have three gentlemen here that are doing it a little bit differently. And I think we can start, I would love to hear how exactly. So maybe if you can start with why you chose, I guess, a little bit different way to work with the startups than, I guess, the traditional one, and how you are doing that. Maybe let's start with Jorge, you.
Yep.
As you're from here, you can open the panel.
I'm really happy to be here in Valencia, because this is where Demium started almost 10 years ago. So basically, Demium invests in talent, in the individual talent. We select those individuals in the pre-team, pre-idea stage. We help them to find the right co-founder and the right business opportunity to launch to the market. And then we are the ones investing the first check into those companies. Typically, we invest around 100 to 150,000 euros as first check. We've started doing that in Valencia in 2013. Then we've expanded across Spain 2018 to Madrid, Barcelona, and Malaga. And then since 2019, we also are investing in Southern and Eastern Europe countries, including Poland, Ukraine, Portugal, Czech Republic. So that's basically what we do.
That's very interesting. But you always start with the talent, right? You start with the individual.
So we always start with individuals. Also, we do some pre-seed investments in the early stages. But typically, we nurture those individuals. That's basically our model.
Okay. Michael, I have actually, I know that you have been also building startups and you're an engineer since 16, if I remember from
started at a young
conversation.
age. Yeah,
so you're the builder in the in
I
your
am the
genes.
builder. Yeah, I'm a bit of a geek, but to start off, I'm with Builders. Builders is a startup studio. For those of you who don't know, a startup studio is basically a company that creates new companies. And for us, that's building companies for the future of work and living. And they're software companies. And we basically started doing that because we saw 3 big issues. One of them was there is a talent gap. It's really hard to find your first, team members to work with. We saw a funding gap. As you know, it's really hard to get funding, maybe especially now. And there was also a timing issue, is when would you start a company? What's a good idea? Too early, too late, wrong market? And that's why we started Builders. We saw there was an opportunity to first do thorough validation before even starting a company. And we do that together with local entrepreneurs. In this case, we're based in the Netherlands. And we would validate their business opportunity. Later on, we would help them with the talent as well, to give them like a fractional core team of the talent you would need until you could attract those talents yourself. And that's basically how we make sure that everybody is happy.
That's a very good goal. Everybody's happy.
Yeah.
Making the impact. Stefan.
Yes, Agility, it's an innovation studio, so we help startups, entrepreneurs, and corporate to innovate. And mostly what we provide is talent, so that can be designer, developer, and other stuff. Why we try a new way, it's because when you raise funds as an entrepreneur or when you put money as a corporate, what you buy at the end, it's people, because you need talented people to build software and new businesses. So we decide to help them directly by providing talent, and we help them through programs like entrepreneurship or startup program to build new businesses, basically.
That's very interesting. So how, because I feel like all of you are starting with the problem, which is not the regular way how usually, I feel I'm from an accelerator, so we do it, let's say, in the traditional way. And we sometimes see a lot of startup founders, a lot of individuals, they start with the solution, but they're not focusing on the problem. So what you are doing, you're basically starting with the problem. Do you think it creates more impact? Let's say, I will just ask it directly, than the traditional way of creating startups?
Look, I could answer on that. So, sure, I don't think we all start at the problem. I think we start more or less, what are the challenges in the market? What's the data saying? Entrepreneurs all will start with the ID, right? This is what I want to do. And I think all of us help the entrepreneurs figure out if it's the right timing or is it the right solution to build. And with a studio or talent investment, you will help them figure that out and pivot before they even start. And I think that's the biggest difference. You could basically fail quietly before you go to the public, and then it's really hard to pivot.
So you're sort of minimizing the risk of failing publicly.
Well, look, I don't think it's a problem to fail, right? I think that's not a wrong thing to do. But yes, you'll try to help them iterate faster early, basically.
Yeah, I do agree with Michael in this case. I think we love the entrepreneurs that fall in love with the problem and not with their own solution. So I think if you get obsessed with trying to find any way of solving a problem in the market and you really fall in love with that problem and you get obsessed with it, I think probably you will find the product market fit much faster than if you're in love with your product. But in our case, even when we love those kind of founders that fall in love with the problem, the idea for us or even the business opportunity, the model, the market is not the most important in our case. We look for the right skill set from the founder. We try to find the complementary skills among the different founding team, and we really think that is what has more chances to succeed as an investment.
Stefan, a question. Maybe that question, I also know that you are working with also corporates, that it's a little bit different than you are doing. How that helps corporates, I guess, better?
Yeah, it's different on how you solve the problem and how you approach it, but in every case, what it's really important is to have a good problem to solve, because Sometimes you launch an ideas and that do not solve a big problem and that can become a great businesses. So for corporate, it's the same. You need to find the good problem to solve. And more your company is big, higher it's hard to find a good problem because you need to do not just find a 50 million problem to solve. You need to find a 1 billion problem to solve because if you are big, you need to add more revenues than just the startups to return to the VC. So, but the approach is the same, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Then a question, because everything is, again, about the talent. So how easy it is for you and where do you search for the talent?
I can start here. Dimium, since 2013 that we've started, we initially started with physical incubators. That was our initial model. Then we turned from incubator towards having our own VC. 2 years ago, we raised 50 million euros to invest into the companies through our own fund. So the thing is, we still keep this way of attracting talent through a hackathon event that is called All Startups, so where hundreds of entrepreneurs, even thousands of entrepreneurs in a year apply to the different programs, but a few thousand per city where we have operation. So that is the first approach to the talent, but then it's important to understand that the great entrepreneurs want to work with people, even with peers that they have been working previously with. So if we attract a great entrepreneur that wants to build their company in the Dimium ecosystem, then we always try to work together with them to attract more talent on their network in order to build the founding team. So I think it's quite important understanding how the network of the entrepreneur works and how you as a fund or as a venture studio or can approximate to them.
Right, I think we're pretty similar other than we try to focus early on. So we would do, for example, future of work and living is prop tech in the living space. And we would create like a community of founders around that, be in constant communication with them. And we'd like to work with second-time founders or people second in command, so commercial director, maybe a product manager as well. And we would have done our research and we would share that with them and ask them about their ideas and how do they see the future? And do they want to start something new and why? And basically that conversation gets us going into, creating something together and also very naturally basically partnering up. So we do have to do a lot of outreach, but it pays off because we're really focused on who to talk to.
Attracting talent is complicated, I think, for everyone, mostly in the tech. But what you have to do is to build a great culture, a great brand to attract people, to be engaged in community also, and it's to provide a great place to work. So I think it's just a daily thing you need to build with your team.
So that's also similar, let's say, to the startups. Question, also we're moving on the second part of the panel and I want to ask you about the future. So how do you see what you are doing in, let's say, collaboration with, I want to call it more traditional, let's say, investor funds? So for example, if a startup is created in the studios with you, how do you see it growing? Do you need external investors or this is something you can completely work on your own? Who wants to start?
Yeah, sure. So look, in general, I think we're building software companies and it's been a different market right now. So I think we're all raising them to be sustainable, right? To not have too much of funding. But look, we're looking for opportunities that are changing the world. So yes, they must be venture backable at some point in time. And I think that a lot of venture capital firms have also added a lot of talent skills, basically, right? Human capital. So we're not the only ones doing it. Later down the line, they're also giving you a team to help you grow. So with a studio, you're basically used to having that kind of support, and it should help you later on with a more active kind of VC. So we are only looking for those active, not passive VCs who help us out grow these companies further.
Yeah, I think now that we're in this downtown market, probably we are in the greatest moment to start a company in history, and I do really believe it.
I agree.
I think both for an entrepreneur and also for the early investor as well. I think is the greatest moment to start to invest in startups or continue investing in startups, to build your portfolio, because using a term from the VC, so this vintage is going to be probably the best vintage in the, so 2022 towards 2024, 2025 is going to be probably the greatest vintage of the last 15 years at least. So I think in our case, we plan to continue nurturing the best companies that we have invested in, and we plan to invest in the future. So we've started with this, as I mentioned, incubator approach. Then we turn it into a VC to start investing a few €100,000 in the companies. Now we invest up to €1 million per company, but our idea is to continue sourcing the best deals from talent investing towards the exit or the IPO, whatever is it. So I think for talent investors, for venture builders, for any player in the earliest stage, I think one way to tackle the future is to having the ability to continue nurturing the best deals that you have in your portfolio. So I think that is the best approach.
Yeah, I think ecosystems are more mature actually. So we need to focus on helping less startups, but putting more cash, more talent. In France, for example, Station F announced this week that they dropped down the startup program for 200 to 25 startups. So I think the all ecosystems go there. And at Agility, we do the same. Actually, we just acquire a company to develop more program, but not to help a lot of customers, but be very focused on growing each idea at the stage we can. So I think that it's the future of every studio, more or less, in Europe. It's to bet on less startups, but to put more effort and talent and money in it.
I was going to do, in this point, Stefan, I think also profitability of a fund, if you're thinking with a fund mindset, I think is demonstrated that the higher number of startups that you have in the portfolio, I think it can increase the chances of having a pretty decent return. But I agree that from a venture startup studio approach, probably having less companies and doing higher bets is a good approach as well.
Yeah, that's very interesting about the returns as well. And it's always, for investors, as you said, it's always the quantity is there, and then hopefully you get the returns. But here I feel like also what Stefan said and what you said, it's like the venture studios, the talent investors are mostly focused like consolidating actually the efforts. And they're focusing more on the, I kind of want to say quality over the quantity. But do you see any, let's say, challenges with that as well in the next years? So where the balance stand? I guess you need both.
Look, in terms of challenges for the studios, I think it's a great time to start, like we just said. So I think in terms of the investors going into this space, look, we're doing this selection basically for them. So the challenge there is they want to do their own picking, and we're offering them, you know, basically a balanced portfolio of companies that are already set up. So no, I think for the founders itself, there will be way more studios going into the future. 100 have been started only in this year. Over 800 already exist. And that's basically because we all need a bit more. We used to just do sales and start a company. Now we need all those skill sets, the growth mindset, you know, all the technical skills. So yeah, I think they'll be coming for studios a lot more.
Any final comments on the challenges?
Yeah, in our case, as I mentioned before, we do our bet in high diversification. So our current fund is 200 bets, 225 bets. That's the plan we've already done in the last 2 years, 120 investments. But always we believe in double down in the best companies. So challenges here is about managing a really large portfolio of companies. I think that is the biggest one.
Yeah, for us at Agis, that will be more focused on attracting more talent and open other country and stuff like that. Because what we provide is talent, so we need to be very good at attracting talent and also to be sustainable. I think that it's the other main challenge for everyone in this space.
Lovely. And the time is up, but I see there's a great future actually in this approach. I like it very much, again, focusing more on the problem. There always has to be balance, but I think we will have like a huge improvement in the talent, because I think that's needed for everyone as well, to nurture the talent, and then hopefully the talent will solve the problems. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, all. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Alex.
Gracias. One more. Okay, so question that I'm going to pose to you. This is going to be interesting. How many of you think corporations can innovate? Raise your hand. Okay, a couple of hands there. Okay. Who thinks they cannot innovate? Okay, well, at least no other hands raising. Or maybe the question is, how many of you think corporations can innovate fast enough? Oh, some people. Okay, good to know. Well, precisely to talk about that, we have our next panel, and I want to welcome some very good friends to talk about corporate innovation and how this is panning out in Europe, because obviously the way corporations do innovation in places like the US is very, very different to how the traditional corporation in Europe actually reacts to it. So to talk about that, I want to welcome our next speakers. Rock and roll. So please welcome Fran Esteban, co-founder and CEO of Insomnia. Big applause for Fran. He's a local. Come on, he's your local guy. And to you and Fran, I want to welcome Diego Fernandez, CEO of Jellify. Big applause for Diego, please. Come on. And to join them and run the show, the one and only, our wonderful friend. He's the man with a bunch of other people, don't get me wrong, but he's the hands behind a lot of what you're seeing here these days. So please welcome my good friend, Ben Constantini, CEO of Startup Sesame. Big applause for Ben.
Thank you, Alejandro. A pleasure to be back here on stage, my first time hosting a conversation. Just before, you were hearing amazing stories from people who are helping talent create, the future. And here we have kind of the opposite side of the story. They're still working in the same space of creating the future, but to help corporations do that, right? So I'm really happy to have this conversation today with our guest. Unfortunately, we had one of our speaker, Maria, who couldn't make it on last minute, but she's looking forward to come next year to the event. Quick intro, you have 30 seconds to pitch what you do. Let's start with you, Diego. What is it that you do?
Absolutely. Hello. It's okay? Sound?
Yes,
Perfect.
all good.
Okay, thank you. Hello to everyone. Nice to invite me. Thank you for inviting me, and thanks for the picture, because it's not mine, my picture.
Really?
But I think it's nicer than me, so you can keep it. Huh? You can use that one. But yeah, I had the beer, but no, I know that person.
I don't know who's that person then,
No, but that's okay.
My picture is from 10 years ago or something as well. So.
Yeah, maybe, yes. I have beer from the beginning. So I'm Diego Fernandez. I'm the CEO of Jellify. I don't know if you already know the group. Jellify is an Italian group, which is mostly, just to explain very quickly, we are a venture capital firm with more than 500 million euros invested, to invest, with 60 companies in our portfolio. So we are a pretty active venture capital, pan-European, but also we have invested in Y Combinator, TechStarts, and so on, but mainly we are managing the money. And in the other side, we have a service company, which are 260 people working in 3 geos, Middle East, Spain, or Iberia, and Italy, of course, which is our headquarters, which is in Bologna. What we do is help all the companies, let me say, in the transformation side, in the transformation path. I mean, talking about, working about cultural, so internal changes, digital transformation, helping them to navigate disruptive changes, and so on. So we are very wide.
I said 30-second pitch.
Sorry?
I said 30-second pitch.
30-second pitch.
That was like a minute, you know?
Yes, a minute, yeah, no, wow. Sorry, I'm Argentinian, so it's not my fault.
You
It's
can
my
see it. Fran.
DNA.
I'm Spanish, and we talk also a lot.
Let's see how you do it.
No, I will respect the 30 seconds. I'm the CEO of Insomnia. Insomnia is an accelerator based on B2B model to cooperate between companies and startups. The difference between our model and probably the rest of the accelerators with presence in Valencia and also in Spain is that we work on co-creation processes. We train the startups to create products and services for big corporations. So I think that we will have time to talk about the model in the next minutes. But just in summary, what we try is to digitalize big companies. At the same time, we propose to make growth for startups and scale-ups.
Thank you, Fran. So we started this panel with the idea that the traditional acceleration model was kind of dead. Even those that are still operating with batches and demo day rely heavily on corporate money. So I was wondering, like, what is your take on that transition and evolution? And Fran, can you tell us honestly, without the bullshit, what's going on?
Yes, very good point to start this discussion and this panel. In fact, we ran up the activities 6 years ago with this utopia. Okay, the utopia was very simple. We have access to the talent, we have access to the knowledge, let's move it to the corporations. But in fact, when we go to the data and when we try to determine how the KPIs work on the analysis we do with corporations, we have 90% of marketing innovation. So most of the companies, the big corporations, are focused on marketing activities, which are hackathons, meeting. That's good. I'm not saying that this is not necessary. This is a need also. But the fact is that when you look for results, banks, energy companies, industrial companies, infrastructure companies are big elephants, and it's very difficult to dance with gazelles. So the evolution, where are we putting our A's for the next 2-3 years? It's not enough with scouting. If you propose scouting to big corporations and you say, okay, let me scout for you and I will move the best startups for your company, they can do by themselves. They can do right good by themselves. So now, we are focusing on the co-creation methodology. What that means? It means that without an equity approach, we don't allow companies to invest in the startups. We keep the equity of the startup and we try to move all the portfolio of startups that we have in Insomnia, not for one company, for a lot of companies. So globalization, co-creation, and probably we will talk about venture building in the future, I guess. The next step for us is to create companies for big corporations. They are not so good on that because the compliance, timing, legal approaches. So what we are doing is inviting those with huge, awesome ideas on different topics like health, mobility, industrial sectors, to co-create companies with us, and we will be the responsibles to make growth of that companies in cooperation with the big corporations.
So you know that your answer covers a lot of things that we're supposed to talk about afterwards. I'm just saying. Diego, do you want to react to this? Do you agree with that? Other evolution that you see that are interesting?
I fully agree with Fran Vision. I have to say maybe on top of this that we are specializing mostly on venture building. And this is the topic we are seeing a lot of growth there.
So tell me, that's interesting because we can explain maybe to the audience what are those different models, right? Like you're dropping names like venture building, you know, like all these different sort of buzzwords. And we're talking about them at all different sessions, like corporate innovation is everywhere in this digital summit on all the different stages. Give us like, you know, a quick, you know,
absolutely.
breakdown.
Absolutely. I think I can assume that you know the typical graph that when we talk about less commitment, more commitment of companies or corporations. So mostly all the corporations started a long time ago to work and to start to see external capabilities and external talent between the startups. Okay. So they are working mostly with startups. Okay. The engagement models that the corporations are using to work with startups are several ones. Of course, less commitment means, as Fran said, very easy one to start to work, which is doing a hackathon, doing an open call, and so on. Then you have models like venture client, which is I have an internal structure on innovation which needs external capabilities from the startups to plug different models in my companies.
We had the venture client director of Siemens Mobility speaking about it yesterday.
Yeah,
exactly this.
Exactly. This is
perfect. I will add to this analysis, I agree. I will add that the difference between the European market and the Chinese or the American market move all the innovators to work on B2B or B2B2C approaches. It's very difficult to grow because the acquisition of clients in Europe is so high.
But this is happening because in the European corporations are and also investors want to see startups that are profitable faster here in Europe compared to the other markets?
Yeah, but the point for me, is, okay, the difference is not just the model, is that we have in the States, they have 100 different solutions for fintech. In Europe, we have 1,000 or 2,000.
Yeah, okay.
So we are really good on the creation of early stage startups. We are very good on that. Europe, for me, is the best lab on that in different sectors. But we need to find a way to make it growth for that companies.
Yeah, absolutely. Next stage.
No? Other example, other models?
Other examples are typical incubation or acceleration models, which are mainly conducted by the company from inside to outside. Maybe they can work, of course, with external figures like us to manage. And then you have, of course, all related to investment in startups, no? Corporate venture capital, CVCs, and different models which are most, let me say, high commitment from the companies, but of course, in some point, they will need it to do it, because you can work with the startup can integrate you on a specific technology, you can create a business model based on their technology, but they still are externals. In some point, you need to take a position on that startup, or you need to acquire them. So this is typical, let me say, the path. You start with less commitment kind of things, and then you will, or you can potentially end investing in that startups. This is our case.
Thank you. So we covered the different models. We're going to run out of time very quick, and I want to make sure we talk about talent at the end of this conversation. So let's try to merge one of the topics that we had to share with the audience today around what are the trends that you see, because you have this international reach from different perspectives. At Insomnia with Talent Fruit, for example, with Jellyfy with the presence of your organization in different countries. And you work with projects that are not public yet, because you are at the initial, at the starting phase. I'm wondering, what are the most promising trends that you see? How do you bring more corporations on board? And also, in your answer, if you want to explain maybe things that you are witnessing in specific industries that are worth sharing with the audience, please do so. We can start with you, Fan.
Yes, thanks. For me, one of the disruption in the next year is public sector.
Yeah.
So public sector, not just governments, but also regional governments, multilateral organizations like the United Nations, the World Bank. Most of these...
The United Nations, you said they are here. They're in Valencia.
Yes, they are based in Valencia a long time ago for the computing center, but now they are going to move up to do something related to open innovation. But in fact, in Spain, 80% of the market that companies could address is public, but public sector is not ready to invite that kind of companies to cooperate with. Yeah. So in Insomnia, we are just focusing on that. How can we facilitate that companies to cooperate with the public sector? And I announced that it's more difficult than to promote the cooperation with corporations. So public sector is so strong.
It's even harder.
Yes, it's hard because the regulation, because the bureaucracy, etc. But in fact, it's one of the main players in some techs like health in Spain, and I go to some verticals. Health, the European Union is going to invest 30,000 billion euros on digitalization of health. So, of course, there is a trend, not just a trend, it's a huge market to explore. Also, mobility and all the things that are related to energy saving, etc. What we call the Green Europe approach is also a trend. And in terms of models, that I go back to the models, is not enough with the co-creation, it's not enough with the open innovation processes. We will focus on venture building also. So why not to create new, let me say, e-health companies for the public sector directly? In some regions, in some countries, they are doing this. Also with the mobility, we have a challenge, a global challenge on that for energy savings, etc. So for me, public sector, health, mobility, and green. and the change of the model, not just open innovation, but also venture building.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Diego.
Fully agree with Fran.
We have your photo.
Yeah, I have the photo. Now you can take the good one, or not. I fully agree with Fran, and on top of that, I can add that industry in general. Let me say agro-food industry, for example. We are very focused on circular economy and sustainability, which is a discipline which is transversal with other companies, but this is a super high, super top in the agendas of the companies. Or mostly all the companies are, let me say, jumping in circular processes, circular design, and so on. So this implies that they need to change a lot of things internally, and this we can help these kind of things, embedding external capability from the startup, but also involving ecosystems where the administration, as Fran said, I think is is super important to be there. No?
So, sorry. Yeah. I wanted to react to this because this morning I heard the CTO from Mercadona who was having this talk around the technology behind the lettuce or something, and he was explaining that their core software is from 1994. And it has 4 million lines of code that they're still using it right now. So like struggling to attract the new talent to make that transition from this, huge block of technology that comes from 1994. I guess some of you here were not, born then, but that's, the core of the software. And so they are here to attract talent. Exactly. What about you guys? Like this is the big struggle, right? This is the cornerstone of everything. Absolutely. We have like, kind of a 1-minute thing to get that sorted. And if you have a call to action for those who are looking for a job, engineers who are in the room, that's your time.
Yeah, absolutely. We are talking about retain talent. We are about to attract talent that is, let me say, they are not naturals. So young people or tech people, they are not looking for big corporations. This is not a natural way. So they need to be sexist to attract this talent. But also they need to create specific mechanisms internally to engage with the people, to create specific spaces, to co-create, to give them ideas, to let them do things wrong, and so on. So this is a super high
change their own sort of culture, in a sense, to
absolutely.
accommodate this new talent.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, 7 years ago, when I meet the president of a big bank in Spain to convince him to invest in us.
He doesn't say the name, You're not dropping the name of the bank?
No, okay, yes, the name of the bank is also known. And we had this first discussion to talk about, okay, Fran, how can we do to create this accelerator for the bank sector? Which are the critical points? And critical points were just one. It was talent. Bank had money, had projects, had idea, we had a space, we had energy, we had a lot of things, knowledge, but talent was not enough. So what we did, and I finished, was to create the talent route. The talent route is the first network and the biggest one, network of independent accelerators in Europe. We moved talent across Europe, and now we are moving also to Latin America. So what that means? It means that when we have a challenge in Spain, we invite entrepreneurs and companies, innovators from the rest of the countries to solve this challenge with us in a co-creation process. So 50% of all my energy daily is focused on that. So it's critical and also a great talent for me.
Thank you. So we're wrapping up. If you want to meet with them, we're going to be at the Summit Pro Lounge afterwards. Get their business cards. Make sure to get your foot on the door. They're looking for talent. You're talented. Thank you for being with us today, and see you around. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. Go, go, go.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, Raf. Good to see you there. So, we're going to go into a space that I find it very, very fascinating, right? A lot of us have this idea that investors are some kind of mythical creatures, unicorn creatures, where money flows from like manna from the air, and then they spread it around the startups, right? But let me tell you something. They are also startups. They have to fundraise, and they have to compete for the best deals. And so precisely to talk about that, we have a stellar panel from very good friends that have been competing, hopefully in friendly terms, in the VC space in Spain for a very long time. And I want to welcome our next panel to talk about that, competition in the venture world. So please welcome our next speakers, Francisco Ferreira, partner at Venture Capital. Big applause for Fran. Come on. Our good friend and local, Javier Mejías, managing partner of the EMEA fund at Plug and Play. Come on, you all know Javi. And last but not least, one of the super venture capital unicorns fathers. So please welcome Aquilino Peña, founding partner at Kivo Ventures. And to run the show, please welcome our dear Maria Escartí, Director of Invest in Valencia. Maria, stage is yours. Enjoy, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Alex, for this great introduction. I'm so happy to be here at Valencia Digital Summit. It's a great event for Valencia, so I'm very happy that these kind of events are happening in our city. And today we're here to talk about, investment and to talk about competition in the venture capital world. So it's a very interesting topic. We have three amazing panelists. Thank you for being here. So Alex already, have also announced you, so we know, of course, your names, your funds. But I would like to start with a little bit of more information about what you do in your funds. What's your focus? Could you please share a bit more about, your funds, and then let's deep dive into the conversation.
So the beginning.
Aquilino.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm Aquilino Peña, and as Alex said, I started with my co-founders Kivo Ventures, actually 10 years ago. It's our 10th anniversary right now. And we invest in pre-A and Series A, so our tickets, initial tickets, which I think is the right question to say to an investor, what's your initial ticket? It's between 2 and 6 million euros, and then we follow on. We are now investing out of our third fund, which is 120 million, and we have 40% of that invested. In these 10 years, we've invested in 68 companies, including some very well-known successes, such as Job and Talent, Divo, or most importantly, Valencia's Flywire, which was the first NASDAQ IPO done by a company of Spanish origin. And we are very agnostic in the companies we look. So we do B2C, B2B, although with a heavier weight in B2B, and all kinds of technology, but we've been kind of specialized in mobility, SaaS, and artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Aquilino.
Well, I'm Javier Mejías. I'm the managing partner of the EMEA Fund for Plug and Play. At Plug and Play, we invest mostly on pre-seed and seed companies. We are doing like 250 investments each year across 19 verticals, most of them on the B2B side. And we have had some nice successes in the past with things like PayPal or Dropbox in the start, N26, Rappi or Honey, for example. And yeah, that's it. We are investing mostly on the seed stage, from tickets from 50K to 250, let's say. Industry agnostic completely. And yeah, the EMEA fund I'm managing right now, it's a fund that is going to be devoted to the next step. So the initial ticket will be like 2 to 3 million, and we'll take upwards from this point.
Yes, so I'm Francisco. First of all, thank you for having me. It's great to share the panel with references from the venture ecosystem. Well, I'm a partner at Bind Venture Capital. We are, at heart, an Iberian VC. We invest in companies that have a strong connection with Iberia, so Portugal and Spain. We invest in pre-seed and seed stage. For us, a strong connection with Iberia is having the founders from the region, from Portugal or Spain, of course having the headquarters in the region, or having a tech hub or a market priority here. So we are a generalist fund with 4 investment priorities. We invest in digital, so software, AI, etc., in consumer, marketplaces, e-commerce, also sustainability and blockchain. We have currently more than 30 companies in the portfolio. 16 of them are based in Spain, so we have been investing here for many years. My partner is also Spanish. I'm Portuguese. I live in Lisbon, and well, feel free to reach out, and glad to be here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Really interesting. I will talk just a few seconds about Invest in Valencia. We are not investors, but we attract investment to the city of Valencia. We help companies and investors, you know, the want to land in the city. And yes, with that said, let's deep dive into the conversation. So there's much talk about, you know, competition in the startup world, but of course there's competition also in the venture world, right? We also know, we all know probably if you are in the startup world, and of course as VCs, you know the famous competition slide, right? When you're a startup, you have, you know, this slide, and usually it's a comparison with competitors, and usually if you're a startup, you tick all the boxes, you're the best. So we want to see that slide. You know, your slide, you know. You tick all the boxes as a VC. But I would like you to explain, how do you differentiate yourself, you know, your VC fund from others? How do you stay, you know, on top of the game as a VC? And yeah, that's for an open question for everyone. So who wants to start?
I'll take it. Well, I believe the competition in our side of the table is huge. I mean, it's much more strong than the competition amongst startups, and because in our business it used to be a number of very well classified VCs for each stage and a limited number of investors in each stage. Now we have competitions of all sorts: family offices, corporate ventures, people that are in other VCs that are in other stages. They go now down to where we are, and we go down to the seed stage. Seed people are raising larger funds, so now they want to do seed and Series A. So I would say it's super competitive. And in that sense, I think it's a time where good companies pick the investors they want, rather than investors picking the companies they want. No? So I think the shift of power has changed, no? And we'll see in the coming year if that changes a little bit. But so far, I think the founder is still in control of. And I have to say that that's a very relevant question for founders on who do they want to get involved with as partners in their business, because usually people tend to think that startups are all different, but when they look at investors, they tend to look at investors like a single amorphous type of animal, that we are all very similar, and the fact is that we are all very different. We all have different styles, we all have different experiences, we've worked with different people in the past, and I think the founders should really do much more due diligence on our style, on not when things go well, but what happens when things go bad, what's our reaction, and the main point or the main way to understand that is to talk with the other founders of the portfolio. I mean, we all have 30, 100, 68 in my case, so you can pick up the phone or you ask us for the contact details and talk with them. No? But, I mean, that's as an intro. I mean, you can expand.
Yeah, I agree regarding competition right now. We normally say internally that if a deal is not competitive, that's normally a warning. So we like the deals that are competitive. It's like any other industry. Well, in our case, and picking in some of the topics, we try to differentiate by being a regional end stage specialist. So we are not trying to do a little bit that idea of going to a upper stage and invest in Series A. So no, we are focusing in pre-seed, seed, not being pan-European, focusing all our resources in Iberia, and therefore trying to build all the resources, all the tools to be able to help our portfolio in the region. We believe that Iberia is very complementary, even in terms, for example, of startups. Portugal has been historically B2B market, with the majority of unicorns there are in the B2B space. Spain, traditionally B2C, so there's a lot of complementarity there also in terms of portfolio building and investment thesis. So it's something that we value. And the second topic that I would highlight in our case is to also not be too dependent on inbound sourcing, which means inbound is typically building the brand, having the companies come to us because we are, of course, working on the brand and have a great team and network. What we have trying to be doing is to be also very strong in outbound and be very proactive, trying to find the different deal flow sources and also adding some technology to the process. Which it will tend to level the playing field for us. So those are two topics.
Well, I have co-invested with both of these guys, and they're amazing. One of the different things probably regarding competition in the VC scene is that we are both competitors and co-investors, which sometimes is weird because you have to try to push yourself and make yourself a place in the investment round, but also you are going to co-invest with them many times. So in the end, it's a weird, but I would say really funny relationship because
frenemies.
Yeah, it's great. So what we try to do regarding the competition is really to leverage our secret sauce. And the secret sauce is that Plug and Play is two things. We have a huge, really huge investment network with the 250 investments, 30-something unicorns, which give us really an edge on the part of helping the companies raise the next round, because we have really strong bonds with probably all the VCs in the world, of course, with all the Tier 1 VCs. But also, the second part of Plug and Play is we have a huge network of corporate partners that do business with us. So we put not only money on the companies, but also we help them do business with the corporate partners we have, and we have the Walmart, Coke, and many banks. So we have, as I said, 19 verticals with tens of partners on each of them. So and I'm a past founder, so I've been on the other side. And yeah, money from a VC, it's great, but the best money, the greener money for me is the money that comes from customers. So we try to provide both of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, interesting. I mean, you have mentioned really good points. I mean, you try to differentiate with portfolio design, right? I mean, the approach. Also, Francisco, you were mentioning the outbound, right? I mean, not only inbound, also more outbound. So, and what about also innovation, right? Innovation in your area, I mean, yourself, right? I mean, we see innovation, right, in startups, and that's your job, right, also to detect that innovation. But what about VCs? I mean, and this connects with the innovation, well, differentiation strategies, right? What is working and what is not? How are you innovating? And what is working, or which strategy for you is working, and maybe which not?
Well, in our case, we differentiate ourselves because of what we've done in the past with our companies, and we have several success stories on building companies in Iberia, similar to Francisco, and then growing them out mostly in the United States. So we have lots of examples. So if your company wants to grow in the United States, we've done it several times, no? Carto, Devo, Define Crowd, which we share, and many others. And we try to innovate, trying to package that experience into something that's relevant for the founders. So all our team understands who are the key contacts there, who are the key funds for which companies with whom we will need to engage. And that brings me to the second point, which is we've really understood that the most valuable resource that we have is not really our team, because we are too little and we have so many companies, but really the power of the community of founders. So we've have found that that's a very valuable resource for someone where we just invested, that they can tap into other 90 founders that we have, and some of them are good in products, some of them are good in go global, some of them are good in funding, some of them are good in talent acquisition. So we have that we found that our founders are always the most important things for us, and we are finding innovation through them, no?
Mm-hmm. Good point.
That's a really good point. What we try to do is to try to mix both a different organizational structure. As I said, we have both the corporate side and also the investment side. So that means that we have like tens of venture analysts that are really scouting the company. So usually most of the deal flow we have, it's not from companies reaching us, but we're reaching companies to try to understand what they do. And that mix with technology. So we have an application which is called Playbook, where there is, we are scouting like 15,000 companies each year. So what we try is to have a really good snapshot of the startup and corporate community across the world. So in Playbook we have all these companies really with a really grained, I would say, topology of the sectors, the technologies and so. So when a company is part of our family, get access to Playbook, so they have a really nice snapshot of what corporates are in the space, what kind of other competitors maybe in the space, who is working also on that technology. So we try to really, with such a huge network, is as I said, and I absolutely agree with Aquilino, the most important part that a VC can offer is the community of founders they have. So we try to leverage with both technology and resources.
Yeah, I think the innovation part is a difficult question because it's curious. Our sector, we are supposed to invest in the most innovative companies, well, in the world or in the region that we operate. But then internally, I think the VC industry has been a little bit more traditional for more than 20, 30 years. I think it's connected because one of our main investment criteria, and I would imagine you, from my colleagues also, will be people. And innovating in evaluating people, it's, well, you can add something to the process, but having really disruptive innovation is not that easy. Well, in our case, I believe that we have done some incremental innovation in these past few years. So, for example, we have changed from an approach of more one-to-one to the founders to more a platform approach to the founders. So when I would say one-to-one is a lot of individual meetings or even group meetings with each founder, etc. But now we are more looking at the founders as a network and building the platform, even with technology, to help them and for them to really benefit. For example, we have more than 400 connections available in our platform that we have discounts or contacts, etc. Investors, co-investors that we have done in the past. And that's something that we have worked. Also, I talked about the outbound. We now currently have automated part. We are doing it incrementally. Part of our deal flow sources. So we have more than 40 deal flow sources that have some sort of connection with Iberian deal flow. And what we have done is we built a proprietary tool internally that we are transferring those manual deal flow sources into that tool for automatizing those processes. And I think that the disruption might come with doing the evaluation automatically, but I think it will take a little bit more time to have confidence in that because of the people side.
Great, you know, great input. I mean, we're coming to an end. I mean, time flies. I don't know if you have anything else to say, but I will make just a short recap about what you said. Innovation. I mean, you had a playbook. You talked about the importance of the community of founders. You know, the stress is on the people, and I think that's the key, right? To have this innovative team, diversity, and the focus always on the people. And then, of course, platforms, maybe AI, automation, that's also a key, you know, to stay ahead of the game in the venture capital world. But with that said, I think we're coming to an end. If you want to add anything more, please do so. I don't know if you have any comments, but I would love to say that, you know, the conversation doesn't end here. Please connect, you know, with Aquilino, with Javier, and also with Francisco, you know, on LinkedIn to stay in touch. Aquilino, please.
Yeah, I can have just one final comment, which I think it's an innovation that also lacks in our sector, which is in the LP side. So the people that invest in our asset class, and I think it's relevant for all of us. We are always fundraising like a startup. And I think it's an asset class that is very today for qualified investors or very wealthy people. So it's not democratized at all. And I think there should be innovation in that side because there's no reason why. Hedge funds are today democratized. Everyone can go to the Giro, Robinhood, and the fund, well, it's a risk. It's because of traditional risk analysis of our funds. And I think if we show our track records and if the industry starts showing more track record, I think this can change, honestly.
No, very good point. Also democratizing, right? I mean, what a great word. Because also we have seen that also in fintech, right? Maybe with Revolut, with Robinhood, you know, we've seen what happened, right? Also, you know, also the last year. So really, really interesting aspect of that and VCs. And maybe we see more disruption in that sense, also in the VC world there, right? With this.
Yeah, in Spain, for example, you will be able to invest from 10,000K. So they want to downgrade the amount for qualified investors.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. So with that said, that doesn't, you know, the conversation doesn't stop here. Please connect on LinkedIn, you know, with our amazing panelists. Thank you everyone for being here, and thank you Valencia Digital Summit and Startup Valencia for organizing this and having today this great panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much all. It was a pleasure having you. Good having you. I hope you enjoyed. Good. So, we're going to keep rolling. We have 3 more until we finish for the lunch break, and we're going into it. And the next talk that we have is quite interesting because, you know, as the ecosystems keep maturing, it's getting to a point where we have more and more companies that are in need of scaling and in need of going international. However, when you start expanding, especially in a place like Europe where we have such a fragmentation of countries, it gets really complex. So I talk with a lot of companies and it's like, oh, so you're growing? And they say like, yeah, we're expanding to Europe. And it's like, we're in Europe. And they go like, to France. And it's like, why France? And they go like, because they have nice wine. Like, that's a really bad answer. Well, it's a good answer. Don't get me wrong. It's not a bad answer. But it's like, hey, I hope you have thought this through a little bit. And it's true that because we haven't done it before, it becomes like a challenge. Where do you go? How do you go? How do you scale that? How do you set up the business there? How do you get like new people? Should you open an office? Should you not open an office? So precisely to talk about all these things based on their experience, I want to welcome our next panel to talk about scaling internationally. So please welcome our first speaker, Maria Dramagliotti, General Partner at Beacon. Big applause to Maria. Buongiorno. To join Maria, we have Fran Villalba, CEO of Internext. Big applause to Fran. Come on. We're nearly there. Thank you, Fran. And to join them, I want to welcome Rory Alvarez, GM EMEA of Jeeves. Big applause to Rory, please. And to run the show, we have the man of the hour, Pepe Villatoro, co-founder of Fuck Up Nights Valencia. Big applause to Pepe. Stage is yours. Guys, enjoy.
All right. Hello, people. Hello, beautiful people. Hello, Valencia. We have an amazing panel here of experts in international expansion. So let's see first who here are startup founders or work at startups and are thinking about expansion, expanding to other countries. There we go. Who have already, hey Miguel, who have already expanded to other countries? Nice. Painful? Good? Bad? Good. Okay, great. Okay, so here we have experts from the VC world, from startup world, amazing manager, expansion, founder, etc. So let's start with some questions, go right into it. We have 25 minutes, so let's start with the most successful international expansion that you have seen or experienced yourselves. Maybe you have some good experiences, so let's hear from you, Rory.
Okay, so hello everyone. Thank you, Pepe. So the best experience that I had expanding a company, it was with Green Scooters probably. It was like my last company that I used to work for. I used to be the CEO and CEO of the company. And we expanded the company to 7 different countries in less than 1 year, 27 cities. It was a complex operation because it was like a micro-mobility operation in which we need to have a lot of employees, a lot of scooters, bikes, different vehicles on the street. But at the end, I think that we did a really good job expanding the company. Also with Jeeps, that is an international company in which we are already in LATAM, UK, Europe, Brazil, North America, Canada, US. I think that we did an amazing expansion. We are already profitable in one of the regions, and we are planning to make a profitable business around the world and continue expanding the operation. Myself, that I'm the general manager for EMEA, we are running the operation in UK and Europe, and we are planning to go to Middle East and Africa anytime soon.
Amazing. That's really, really, really exciting. Rory has worked with many unicorns, many different unicorns in his career, so that's amazing. And Maria, from the VC perspective and your portfolios, which are super successful both as an angel and as a GP, what are the most successful expansions that you have seen, and why?
I live in the UK, and we are based in the UK, but for the audience, I'm Greek, which means, I lose my phone quite often, which means that I understand the Southern cultures much more than the average person. And interestingly, one of my most successful angel investments was an Athens-based business. Actually, the most successful, 34x, something like that, was an Athens-based. And what made them super, super successful was that they went out of the borders of Greece almost from day one. I think they got the first or the second client in Greece, and then they expanded internationally. And it was hell. English is basic. You don't understand the Anglo-Saxon culture, and you're trying to get a client in the US or UK or Australia. That's a recipe for disaster. But here is what it was and why it was successful. In their case, it was a product-led growth. Low ACV, annual contract value, high velocity. They were pumping the absolute digital sales. Freemium model, getting the subscriptions, and then they were trying to convert. And that forced them at an incredible rate to try and make the conversion from premium to subscription automatic, digitized, and as good as possible. We were looking at the numbers from day one. Was it easy? Nope. It was bloody hard. Did it take us international? Absolutely yes. Today, this is a billion business.
Amazing. And Fran, what would you say are the key aspects for a successful expansion internationally?
Yeah, so here at Internext, we're basically creating privacy-first internet services for those who don't know, and we are kind of a digital native company. We are very international. From day one, we've been very international. We've got customers all over the world. So we're based here in Spain, in Valencia, but our main market is actually the United States. And for us, it's actually very straightforward to sell internationally because we are a SaaS. Everything comes from inbound. So we don't have to have an outbound sales team in each country, in each region. So we go for SMEs and B2C. So we're very volume-based. So that helped us a lot in gaining initial traction and now even helping us scale. So I would say kind of creating a digital company makes it very easy in terms of international expansion and also in terms of team. We've got a very international team. Some of our team is based here in Valencia, but we've got people virtually all over the world. From companies from the industry that are also very international. So kind of the mindset of the whole team, of the whole company is very kind of native towards internationalization. So it's been very kind of easy or straightforward for us to kind of get where we're at right now. But we haven't had to do anything special. Just we've been very kind of English first all the time, and we're very kind of product-led growth oriented as well. But yeah.
Very organic, natural for you guys. That's great. Yep. And that's a perfect segue for the next question that I would like to hear from all of you guys. The most common question that I hear from founders when talking about international expansion is, when should I start? I have success in my market, I have new funding, or I have competitors, important competitors in a different market, et cetera, and so on. So that's the very common question, when should I start expanding internationally?
To whom? To me?
You can start, Fran, please.
I mean, again, it really depends on the kind of business. So if you're a very resource-intensive business that needs, sales team in each country and business development team in each country, then you for sure need to, obviously start small and then kind of grow bigger when you raise funds, I guess. But again, for digital businesses that are, very, very, very native towards internationalization, I would say, it's kind of very straightforward. For us, it didn't really take any additional cost, any added cost to be international or to scale at that level of scale. We did do a €1 million round. Now we've closed a €4 million round. We've got very, very big investors, and that for sure helped us scale fast. But we're very cash efficient because of that, because of the fact that we don't have to have advanced sales teams in each country. So it helped us scale very, very efficiently. So for us, I guess it was very straightforward.
Maria, what do you tell your portfolio companies when they ask this?
If they are based in UK, I'm more relaxed. Take your time. Don't go too early to the US because it's the graveyard of talent, of UK and European talent. If they are European, and in particular if they are Southern Europe, I want them out of the front door that says borders as soon as possible. First, second client, you then need to start thinking internationally if the ambition is to build an international business. And I come from a family of entrepreneurs. Our business never left the boundaries of Greece. Absolutely cool if that's the ambition. But if you are planning to go global, the earlier the better. There are lots of risks. Let me put it in perspective. Typically, we invest in businesses between 1 and 10 million of annualized revenue. When we go in, I would like to see at least 20% of the revenue being from outside your domestic market. Otherwise, for all the talk, we don't do the walk. We can say whatever we want, but ultimately, before we fund global expansion, we want to see an indication that you're ready and you have done it and you went outside your domestic market.
That makes a lot of sense. And in your experience, Rory, you have led different expansions in different parts of the world. So when would you say is the best?
So, for example, in Gibbs, it was very easy to look for expansion because at the end we provide a expense management platform in which we have some customers in Mexico, Colombia, that they had operation in Europe and they were asking for this product. So I guess it's similar than Frank in this case. In other case, like for example, in green scooters, it was the plan since the day one that we wanted to be a Latin American startup. We wanted to grow out of Mexico. So the first thing that we did, we launched the company in Mexico. We adapted the product to the customers. So we try to understand what the customers expect about the product. And then with the first thing that we built green scooters in Mexico, we started the operation in Colombia, and then we roll over the different countries in Latin. So at the end, I think that it's very important to think since the first day to be a global company. And also you need to ask yourself if you are solving a problem in the country that you are looking to expand.
Mm-hmm. And I would say that it's for sure very, totally agree, very relative to your market, to your product. Because, for example, the scooter business is very resource intensive. So even if you want to be global, it's not that easy. It's like, Globo or Bird or these kind of companies that are very resource intensive. They can't just go everywhere from day zero. So, it's very relative to the kind of customer that you have. If it's B2B enterprise, you for sure need to be, it's totally different. So I would say there's no completely wrong or right answer with regards to when is it right to go international. But rather, what sort of business do you have? Is it B2B? Is it B2C? What sort of product do you have? Is it a capital efficient company? And what's your market? So if you're based out of, some kind of developing region, you probably want to get out of there fast. If you're based out of the US or the UK, you can probably, stay there a little bit longer and then go, So it's very kind of relative, I would say.
Speaking about all the characteristics and parameters that go into it, into the decision of an expansion, what's the role of regulations, laws, certifications, licenses, etc., that change country to country, especially in fintech, for example? How do you manage it?
So once again, if you think since the first day that you need to expand globally, the first thing that you need to do is to fix all these regulations to be ready to expand whenever you want to the countries that you are looking for. But in the case of fintech, you can partner with different partners that they can have the license to operate in different regions. So at the end, it's very important to build your own team, but it's also important to have great partners that you can operate with them in different regions until you get this regulation done.
Mm-hmm. In your experience, Maria, would you say it's the same?
Very, very much so, yes. Regulations are both a challenge and an opportunity, a great opportunity, especially for investors, because they raise barriers. And with barriers comes opportunity, because your startup, your investment, if it manages to break into the region, then you know that others will have difficulty. But going back to the point, partnerships and local knowledge are your friends. One thing with I'm not going to say this word, but going international, that's it.
Let's go global or whatever.
Yeah, go global, that's it. One thing, it is global, but for your customers is very much local. So think about, as consumer, would you buy from a firm that doesn't have local representation, local customer support? No. As an enterprise, you wouldn't either. So you want to feel, smell, look like a global, like a local provider. So it's global only to you, to them, to your customers. It's very much a local business.
I love to hear that. I've led the expansions in WeWork and Deal and Pocognites, my own company, in different regions in the world. And typically that's the difficulty, that you have certain resources from a global HQ, and then how do you allocate the resources, and the pull and push of localization is so difficult and interesting. Now, we have a bunch of startup founders here. And we founders, we like to know the how to the detail. Like we want to know tactics. So how would you describe your playbook for international expansion, getting into as much detail as possible? Like step 1, you need to do this. Step 2, you need to do that. I know it depends on industry by industry and so on.
You know, we invest, we don't do it, right? You do know the difference between the two. We just make money out of the guys with talent. Come on.
So I'm angel investor as well. So I'm investor and at the same time I'm entrepreneur. So again, depends on the project, depends on the industry, depends if it's a SaaS or if it's a operational business. But at the end, I think that you have to have a mindset to be a global company. The technology is something that they provide you the possibility to do it since day one. The second thing is that you have to be ready for the regulation, to build the different corporations in different countries and all the stuff. So this is something that you need to have already planned, because it's something that spend time. At the end, you need some people to work on it. The third thing is that first you need to focus to have a not profitable business, but established business in which you grow month over month in your home market, your HQ. Once you have this done and you have a team that already made it in this country, probably you can take like a small team, 3-4 persons to look for different markets. So with this small team, like launching team or expansion team, you can start looking to go to a new market, but without taking out the focus of your HQ, because at the end is the country that is going to bring you the revenue. So with this thing, what I used to do, for example, in Green Scooters, that it was a difficult expansion, I used to have this team from 4 people that we used to go to Colombia. We stayed there for 15 days. We hired a country manager, operational team, and we launched the operation. We had a metrics in which, first of all, we have a metrics in which we understand if Colombia is a good market. We have a metrics in which we understand if we do a good launching or not. And we have a metric if we had to continue in this country or not. With Gibbs, it was much easier, because at the end...
Sorry, but you said just 15 days. In 15 days you hired people and did everything?
Yeah. I mean, we used to have everything ready. We used to have all the candidates ready from HQ. It was to go to the local country and execute. We have a plan, and we used to execute. 15 days to launch one country in the micromobility ecosystem. At the end, as I told you, we launched 7 countries, 27 cities in 1 year.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You're crazy, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying.
And at Jeeves, it's much easier because at the end, it's a SaaS solution. What we try to do, we have a team in UK because at the end, we want to be closer to the customer. But from our HQ in Mexico, we can be launching the whole world with having partnerships, but without even having the regulation from Spain or different countries.
Mm-hmm. And for you, Fran?
Yeah, pretty similar. So since we're a SaaS, very digital company, you just have to have that kind of global mindset, a global team that has scaled companies in the past, similar companies, and then when we do customer acquisition for us via advertising or partnerships or whatever, we look into different regions, how the CAC behaves, how the lifetime value behaves. So should we target the United States more? Should we target India? Or because India, for example, in theory, it's cheaper to acquire users in India, but virtually none pay, so it's not that profitable. So if you analyze things well, you kind of see which regions to tackle or to focus on. But again, from our HQ here in Valencia, we try to do everything. We've got a very remote-friendly team, remote-first team. So we will, in many countries. So for us, it's kind of very straightforward. We just kind of analyze those markets a little bit when we go in terms of acquisition, how they behave. Yeah, other than that, for us, it's just people come from everywhere.
And in terms of customer success, support, and all the operations,
we do everything
from here.
I mean, we've got people that speak various languages in our team, so we can kind of tackle kind of the main kind of markets when they come to kind of ask us questions or problems or whatever. So that's not that big of an issue either. So and again, our first language is English in the team. We are very kind of we've got a website and our products in Spanish, in French, etc. But we're very kind of global in that regard. So we don't really, 99% of our support requests come in English because kind of that's what everyone speaks anyways. So, yeah.
I think that's a very powerful message for Spanish startups in general, to think globally from the start, to speak in English from scratch.
Yeah, but again, it's not so easy always because again, if you've got a company that's super B2B enterprise, super capital intensive, it's not that easy to go and say, yeah, I've got customers everywhere. For us, we're very volume based. We don't have that many kind of costs. We've got an 80% gross margin on our product. We're very profitable and we can scale very fast because of the kind of, and that also has drawbacks, I guess. It's not everything, it's not so positive, but yeah.
Just to add something, because I've seen both ends of the spectrum, your end, which I have successes, so I know what it feels like, and I think you're doing all the right things. And at the other end, also successful, but very different business, big contracts, multi-billion contracts. And the way we took it global was by pulling from the local regions. They are in life science, they are into biobanks. So what you're using there is you use the power of your ultimate client. Usually these will be RFPs, it's a big project, you have to submit a proposal, you have to go through the bidding and everything. But this is how you do global expansion. You go one by one and you conquer the markets using your technology and your innovation, but ultimately you do it with a client in each country, and then you use that as a boomerang, as a catalyst to grow locally.
That's very interesting. And Maria, since you have experience seeing different startups in different industries, another question that is very common is where to? I'm a Spanish company, should I go to Latin America because of language? Should I go to the UK? How do you analyze that?
Okay. Here's how we do it. We pick good teams who do it very well. And by the way, we invested in Spain as well. And there was a debate whether they should push the LATAM, obvious reasons, or they should try the US. I think every business is different, as we see here. But the important thing is for the team to look at the economics and the velocity of expansion. Ultimately, you're all fighting against time. You have a target of where you want the revenues to be in the next 12 to 18 months, maybe 24 in the current climate, if your runway can take you there. And you're looking for vectors, which region is going to give you the fastest expansion. That's number one. And number two, which region is going to give you ultimately the biggest potential to grow. And three, in certain cases, whether you will become the leader in that region or you're going there for pure acquisition. I want to be the biggest LATAM player and then I want to sell to number one or number two or whatever. So it's a slightly more complex problem than one sentence answers, I'm afraid. But it always comes down to, I have a target for 24 months, which region is likely to help me get there faster, and after this 24 months, which region is likely to give me the biggest expansion? And it's easy to say, US always tops the list, always tops the list. However, it's not always the right answer, because if you can get LATAM and own it, perhaps you should do that and leave US for much later, or for when you are acquired and leave it to the big guy to do it.
Pure wisdom right there. I hope you're taking notes, because I've seen so many startups, so many companies expand because I like the language, because I like the people, because I met someone, because of this and that, because we already have a certain customer or customers, and they never talk about margins. And we have seen very successful expansions in Latin America from people saying, yes, I can be the Thunder of Latin America with a way higher margin, and I can be the X or Y of Latin America. Depends on mainly on your main costs, which are salaries, typically, technology, and acquisition. So it's very interesting to do that analysis to make that decision. Okay, any closing remarks, your top 2 or 3 suggestions for international expansion for the takeaways of these beautiful people?
I mean, for me, just very quickly, you know, certainly if you want to build a big brand, a big company, irrespective of your sort of company or product, you know, I mean, you do have to go global. You do eventually have to, you know, in one way or another, go global and build a big company everywhere, because we're in a world where if you're not global, you don't exist really. So if you want to build a truly big company, truly big corporation, you have to eventually go global in one way or another. That's my view.
Amazing. Troy?
Yeah, completely agree. So first of all, I think that when you build something, you have to look for a recurrent business that you can scale globally, and you can have a solution, I mean, a problem solved in different countries. So if you have a huge market, hopefully you are going to have a big part of this market, and since the first day, think globally as well.
Beautiful.
Sell global, but think local, guys. To them, it's local, so you need to localize from marketing all the way to how the product, even if it is digital, how it's perceived at the other end. I think the rest will follow from there. And good luck.
As a co-founder and entrepreneur myself, I've expanded a company to 92 countries for Fuck Up Nights. And my recommendation is for you to look for mentors, advisors, and great investors. So please reach out to them. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Efkaristos. I caught you there. Okay, so 2 more until lunchtime, and this one is really interesting because it's a very serious problem that we have in the tech space, which is the big problem of diversity. And let me be very clear about this. We are not doing enough. The numbers say we're actually going backwards. Just so you have the stats, okay? So to talk precisely about how we try and fix this, how we push it, how we do and have and increase the diversity of the teams, we have an incredible panel by incredible speakers. So I hope you enjoy. So please welcome our first speaker, Pilar Prado, CEO and co-founder of Bouncel. Big applause for Pilar, please. Come on. Pilar, thank you very much for joining. And to join Pilar, we have Viroslava Novosilna, co-founder of WeTech. Big applause. Viroslava, thank you for joining. And last but not least, we have our great Lorena La Huerta, project manager at HP. Big applause for Lorena. And to run the show, just in case you get confused, she's not the J.K. Rowling, but she's our great Joanna Kirk, founder of J.K. PR. Big applause for Joey. Stage is yours. Enjoy,
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much for this warm introduction. Joining you here and saying, actually, yes, we do read the figures and we are actually going backwards. So we're going to try and discuss and have a fluid discussion on the different experiences from these great women entrepreneurs and in the tech ecosystem on this panel today, and hopefully be an inspiration, but also talk about the gritty bits, also the difficulties and why some of the challenges are tough to unknot. And we are also going to try and provide you with some very concrete ideas and actions that you can take from here, and so that every one of you can be the change. Because yes, we will get there one day. We all agree on that. So I'm firstly very interested and very curious, because we are in Spain and in Valencia, to hear some feedback on the diversity and inclusion scene in Valencia and in Spain. So maybe we can start with you, Pilar, if you could give us some feedback.
Sure, absolutely. Well, as I always say, I'm from Valencia. This is my hometown, but I have spent more than 12 years abroad. 6 between Madrid and Barcelona, and another 6 in New York and São Paulo in Brazil. When I decided to found, Bouncel, I came from São Paulo, and when I came back to my hometown with Valencia, I realized that it had changed, so much. It was completely different. The Valencia where I grew up, we didn't have, that many international people. Right now, it is the first, destiny of Erasmus. The University Polytechnic of Valencia is full of, European students, and right now we are attracting, not only people like me who come from, top universities. I did my LLM at Columbia Law School, and I came back here, to found my startup Bouncel. And right now we are able to attract, talent coming from other countries. For example, in my team, I have people from other nationalities, and this is something that I value a lot, when hiring and when building an A team.
Thank you very much. So in terms of diversity here, it's about gender diversity, but you're also highlighting the international change too, which is another important specific point. Would you like to add to this, Lorena?
Yes, well, we are in HP has just opened a new office in Valencia, and one of the main reasons to do it is that Valencia has become an ecosystem very dynamic, where a lot of people coming from different countries, where it's easy to find diversity, and that actually is a place very interesting to be as a tech company.
And even if there has been some progress, are there some things that you think and you see should move and change to make it more inclusive, more competitive?
Well, I see more or less the same challenge that we had some years ago, that is the difficulty to find a pool of diverse talent in the ecosystem. No? We have talked that in universities it's pretty difficult to find still women in tech and so on. But I think that if we create an environment where people can feel safe and comfortable working, in the end this will come. No? But one of the challenges that we still have is to have a pool of talent that is diverse and inclusive by their own, because you need to have the pool before having the challenge on incorporate new talent to your organization.
So we'll get back to that. Viroslava, so we're very lucky to have you on the panel today, because I think you can bring definitely a very different perspective, or maybe not that different. I'll let you react to that. With your PR agency hat, but also with WeTech. That also, maybe you want to add to the discussion and talk about the international experience, and also maybe your specific experience with Ukraine.
Sure. Thank you very much, and thank to everyone to be here and to listen to us. Thank you, Joanna, for this question. So from my perspective, WeTech was founded 4 years ago, and when I founded it like a community which supports women in technologies, that was like this situation. 20% of women were in the tech, and right now it's 24. So we gain 4% for the last years, and it's much more than in Europe. So I'm really proud of it. But if to speak about right now situation, context changed because of the war. What we have right now, for the last 8 months, all our men stayed in Ukraine, and all of them, like most of them, they are founders of the great startups, but they can move, they can go to the conference to sell the product, to meet the investor. So who will do it? Us. So right now the shift is just amazing, because when men support us in our country, we support our companies, our businesses right now here in Europe. So that's why I'm really proud that we can work all together. And right now there is no more about like conversation about the diversity. It's about to be connected with each other, to support each other, and just to gain the main thing what we need to do in our case is to win. Yes, because only like this we can do something really great.
Yeah. So to come back to make a link between what you just said and what you started to evoke, it's all about creating a safe and maybe transparent and inclusive atmosphere, workspace. Have you, in your experiences, in your different experiences, lived through some of the challenges where you definitely felt that there still needs to be change made, and what would be your ideas and very concrete maybe actions that you've seen that have already started and been part of the positive change? Maybe we start with you, Pilar.
Sure. Well, for example, I think it was before the summer that Nadia Calviño, which is the economy minister of Spain, she said, well, I'm not going to take any more pictures in a panel that I am the only woman, right? And this for me is a big, major step, because otherwise you are normalizing something that it should not be normal, right? So examples like this give us more visibility, give us the place that we are supposed, to be. And I think that by making, that type of movement from that high level, we are getting it, for the bottom of the society, so that other, younger generations, younger women can see and can see us as an example, and they can be there in 10 years from now.
And do you think that this will take more time? Because I feel that with the different models and different models of diversity, so female entrepreneurs, but also maybe different profiles, different backgrounds, we are trying to highlight, but it seems that we need to go a step further so that this maybe one day isn't even a question anymore. Do you think, have you seen examples of companies or teams who have managed this?
Well, actually, I have to say that in HP I have not seen many problems for minorities, because we have in our culture that the environment, we are trained to identify the bias that we have, because we are persons, and all of us have our own backgrounds and our bias, but we need to acknowledge that we don't feel comfortable working or talking with people that don't think like you or that have different experiences. But this is something that enriches the company and enriches you as a person. No? So we work in the culture of having networks where everybody can share their experiences. We have a women network, we have different networks for minorities, and we trying every day to let employees know that they can talk if they have any problem, and that they cannot permit any kind of discrimination. So I don't face many problems in our day-to-day.
When you were talking about connection, I think that's a very important point, and I think that probably there are some shortcuts, like cutting the bullshit, maybe, in terms of what's really important when you need to step up. And I think that probably for female entrepreneurs, there is often this situation where you say to yourself, well, I've got more important things to do than to work on my visibility, on my self-branding. What would you say that in what you're seeing at the moment with Ukrainian entrepreneurs would maybe be a good takeaway to keep, beyond this exceptional situation? What do you think that entrepreneurs and female entrepreneurs notably could take away from this in terms of connection?
Thank you, Joanna. So the first thing that I want to say, it's about VTech. Again, yes, we have right now 11 countries. When the war started, we started to expand our activity to another countries. So it's about the connection, because we need to have the connection with the Euro, with UK, with USA, with all the world, and to create our communities in all the countries to support each other, and to also to share our perspective with the other countries, and to take from them also their knowledge, so to share the things, because it's the most important things right now to be able to share. And if to speak about the female perspective and about the female founders, we know that it's not about the gender, yes? It's about the leadership at all. We need to be leaders. It's men, women, all of us. And the thing is that we need to be the role models for other women. So we need to be mentored, we need to mentor others. And I think there is the main thing right now is to invest ourselves to others and also to be taught by others. And I think it's the most powerful thing right now. And it's in there, like the main thing for our community right now.
For someone in the room who's here today and maybe thinking of building a team, or who has begun to build a team as an entrepreneur in the tech ecosystem, what advice would you give if, for example, they said, because I hear this quite a lot, I'm looking for a profile, I'm looking for talent, but I have not had a single woman respond to the announcement. What would you give as advice to try and broaden and try and really build a diverse team in a company?
I think that, at least from my experience, the most powerful thing when building teams is, to look for missionaries. For me, that's the key. You need to conquer them. I mean, by sharing what you want to do, what you want to do together. I mean, that's for me the key. And the second thing that I would say is just try to explore. I mean, try not to hire everyone coming from the same school or having the same career profile or from the same background. That is just doing that. You are not going to build an A team. No. The more diverse, the merrier. The outcome is going to be amazing.
I think right now it's not a question anymore. The team might be diverse. It might be. It's not only about the diversity. It's about inclusivity. The more a team is diverse in all the ways, the more a team can gain. Because if we are speaking about the tech product, yes, we need to have everyone on the board if we want to be successful. And I think it's the main thing that founder needs to understand and just to work with it. If you want to be successful. If not, you can do what you want.
Yeah, I agree. And part of for someone that says I don't get any women to this position or something like that, I think what we need to know, and we know that when you make an offer or something like that, there are words or expressions that make them men applies more than women. We need to be careful with that and look for the talent that we are wanting to hire. So I think that as companies, we have a lot of things to do to make our offers attractive for everybody.
Yeah, I agree with all you were saying. I was wondering also if, for the founders and entrepreneurs in the room, if you had one or two initiatives for diversity that you have heard of or been involved with that you think are really worth getting informed and connecting with to help move forward with diversity. If you could share which initiatives these are, because I think it could be interesting to, in certain cases, look for guidance or look for advice or connect with people who've been through the same challenges concerning diversity. So I always think it's very, very important to not stay in your own challenge, by yourself, but maybe look out for the real interesting initiatives who've been really doing hard work on this.
Sure, I can share my experience. Being a founder is super hard. Being a female founder is even harder. Being a mother founder is top, right? So for example, communities. I mean, we were briefly discussing about connections and the ecosystem. I'm part of Google for Startups community. I was involved in the recent Women Founders program, and there I found kind of my home, right? I mean, I'm able to ask just for advice, I just send, a WhatsApp to some of my colleagues, hey, how are you doing this? I mean, how did you manage to solve this issue? And this is so valuable, so precious for me. So those type of programs, those type of connections really give us the room, the space to find, the advice that we need and the support that we need.
Thank you, Pilar. It was great to hear this because now I understand even more that we are doing the good thing for everyone. So we are such community. So we have a lot of mentorship programs inside. We have ambassadors in the community who are the girls from our community who help others to build their career. We have the mentors who are like the main person in the industry who can help them and to answer all the questions. Also, we work with the tech companies and just navigate them what they can do. Before the war, we have a huge portfolio of our, we call them friends, not even partners, with whom we worked, who helped us, whom we help with the diversity as well. And I think in this case it will be great when companies can work together with communities because we can share experience with each other.
Yeah, apart from being part of communities and networks, we try to focus as well in girls and young people, and we try to go to schools, to high schools, university, to offer different activities. In schools we do code trainings, and we try that women go, engineers go to these trainings because it's important that children observe that there are women in tech and they can do the same. And at university, we try to work with girls to mentor them and give a bit of support because they need to feel that they can do it more than any kind of tech advice or so on. What they need to know is that they can achieve what they want to do.
Yeah, so community, mentoring, education are very important points, definitely. We're close to the end, but I'm really happy to see that there are, I think, as many women as men in the room. I want to ask you, for a friend, a colleague, a fellow entrepreneur, male entrepreneur, who would like to know better how to act or how to be part of the change, what advice would you give as a female entrepreneur to a man?
Try to hire more women. And baby steps, I mean, try to improve, on a daily basis, be better day by day.
Maybe it would be great just to try to come to some women events and to speak with other women and to be once one man in the group, just to understand how it could be felt. And another thing, just to create your little community, maybe with some hire a mentor, as a woman mentor, for example, just to have another perspective. And not to think about gender, as I said before, just to try to expand your little world, I can say, to little bit to the universe.
Well, I'd say both for men and women that we need to change our mindset. And now more than even years ago with social networks, we are used to listen the same ideas that we have. I think we need to go out of this place and look for people different than we are. That's all.
And if we go further than gender diversity, I think there are also several issues with a more general inclusive tech ecosystem. So you were saying maybe not recruit in the same schools, maybe not the same type of profile. There's a kind of a bubble that can rapidly create when you don't pay attention. Would you have the same advice for, as you were saying, for female entrepreneurs as, for example, somebody who's senior? Because I think that's the number 2 issue with diversity in the tech ecosystem, and maybe international. So have you experienced different ways of making it easier to welcome somebody from a diverse background into a team?
Joanna, I just would like to share some of my experiences because I talk to a lot of VCs. I have received a lot of public financing, and one of the things that really pissed me off is that investors do not really take into account the right KPIs, right? So for me, it doesn't make a lot of sense if we all agree that we want, a diverse society, if we want a more inclusive society, if we want women, on top of society, right? For me, it doesn't make sense that the investors still, are mainly only looking for, financial KPIs. So if you keep doing that, you are not taking into account where a woman, for example, in my case, like me, at Bouncel, I have been doing during these, years. I have raised my 2 kids, the oldest, Jose, he's just 3 years old. The youngest, Marcos, he's 1 year old, right? And during these 3 years, I have been running Bouncel and doing, everything at the same time without, giving up, to have a family, to have kids is something that I guess that everyone should, support. So this is my time to just invite, investors to change.
Yeah, that's a very, very important point. I'll let you add on.
Yeah, just starting to reflect about what you, Pilar, said, and I understood that, if we're speaking about the last months of our life, so the most women who fled up from Ukraine are right now creating their own community around the world. First of all, they are women. Second thing, the most of them restart their business, their companies, so they have the challenges of starting their career again or to relaunch their business, or even if you just come from Ukraine to France, you need your new connection. So you feel like you're a teenager again. And some of them younger, some of them older, so it could be even ageism, everything. Right now we are living all of this stuff. But the thing is that I think that if you speak about us, we are strong enough to just to be okay with everything and to show with our examples that we can be the part of everything and we can build our career from scratch again. But the amazing thing is that if you to speak about Europe, that Europe is very welcome to us. So it's become more easier right now to, with this, all this support, to restart, to expand our companies, and to be really in the economic front of our country, and to just reinvest again to us. So maybe in this point I just want to say thank you to all the world, to the Europe, because really without you we will never do it. So.
Thank you for the input, because that's really, yeah, it's good to hear that there are also some strengths that we can be inspired by and hopefully keep on beyond. Lorena, I'll let you add on.
Yeah, well, I think that they have expressed the most important things, no? When you are abroad, what you need is to feel support and to feel that you are part of a community, no? And yes, I think that what we need to do is to give people the opportunity to contact with other people that are having the same problems and challenges, and feel that they are understood, and from my manager perspective, try to help in everything I can do.
And on a last point, because you mentioned, Pilar, something very interesting about VC and capital. So the recent figures are also extremely low. So for Europe, 2-3% of capital goes to female-founded entrepreneurs. How do you think that we can move the bias? Because there's definitely something to do with bias here on the VC side of things. I think that's an important point too.
We need more women, I mean, taking the decisions. For me, that's the key point. We need more women.
You know, it's very strange still to live with the fact that we don't have enough investment, because according to all the surveys, we earn more. The startups earn more when we are in the board, or if it is a female startup. If I remember correctly, it's like for each 30 cents that male founder earn with a startup, a woman will do like more like than 70 cents. So, I mean, just the facts, if we will speak just with the figure, with the facts, it's also about the income, it's about the business, it's about how we are building our companies. And the other thing, of course, we need to create more VC for female founders, just to focus more, to say that it's important. So it will be the next step for us. As well, we will. So the next step, we will build the VC for female founders.
Yeah, I agree with Pilar that we need that people that take decision are women, but figures shows that women have less knowledge about finance than men, even in educate people. Maybe it's not our profile, but it's something that figure shows that occurs in society. So I think that we need to empower ourselves as well, to be part in these conversations, to know what we are talking about, and think that we can't ask for financial, and that we can talk this language as well.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to keep 3 main ideas here, with more women at decision-making levels, different models, because we can create companies in very rich and diverse ways. And what were you? You said something that it just left my mind. The connections. No, you said something. Anyway.
It was about mentorship, if I remember correctly, and about that we can build the mentorship inside the companies.
Yeah, we try to, within the company and out of the company, we try to connect with girls since very young age to people that is starting their careers, to help them to achieve what they want to do.
Yeah, so education. Very well. Well, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for all your input.
Thank you.
And let's continue.
Thank you.
Good. Big applause, please. Thank you, Joey. Thank you, ladies. Pleasure having you. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy it. And let me tell you a little story. You all know who Ferran Adrià is? Really, right? We all know who Ferran Adrià. Who doesn't know who Ferran Adrià is, please? Get out. Well, Ferran Adrià, I was once presenting something like this in another event, and I bumped into the speaker room, and Ferran was there. And he said, hey, sit down, have a coffee with me. So we spent the next 10 minutes, well, he spent the next 10 minutes talking and explaining his vision, what he was doing. And as I was listening to him, I was thinking, you know, there's certain human beings that think very, very differently from the rest of us. And they're just in a completely different level, in a completely different league. And Ferran is one of those people where I was like, whoa, I mean, your brain works in a completely different way. And our next panel and final conversation, I would say, of the morning is exactly that. Between probably, I would say, two of the largest minds and tech titans that this country has produced. And I'm really, really honored to have them because I rarely bump into such minds. I know they're going to hate me for saying this because they say, no, we're normal people. They're not normal people. They think completely different, and they build completely different things. And they're going to be here with you to share how they do that. So please welcome our next two speakers, Iker Markaide, founder and executive chairman at Subi Group. Big applause, Iker. And to join him in the conversation, another tech titan, please welcome Iñaki Berenguer, managing partner of Life Extension Ventures. Big applause, Iñaki. And now you need to live up to the hype.
So this is pretty dangerous, like putting us, before lunch, giving us the scenario to do whatever you want. So thanks for taking the risk. Thanks for, we, as entrepreneurs, you never know how it's going to come out. So you'll kind of judge if you like it or you don't. So Iñaki and I, friends, we actually met even before we started our first respective companies. Iñaki had like super clear he wanted to set up one. I was kind of figuring out what I wanted to do with my life at MIT, entrepreneurs, investors. And now it's a great, we have fantastic audience to do our pitch. Like entrepreneurs, we always dream of like making our pitch and having a chance to pitch as many people as we can. So let's give them a pitch. Like where are we up to? Iñaki, where are you coming from? Where are you going? Where are you up to?
No, thank you, and thank you for the invitation to this event. And it is always glad to share a panel or a fireside chat with Iker. We are very good friends. We met 13 years ago, like 15 years ago almost, at MIT in Boston. But I'm from here, from a small town, from Alicante. I always say that I'm a scientist reinvented into a tech entrepreneur and now a tech investor. I went to the technical university here in Valencia. I studied telecom engineering. I did very well in school, so I got a scholarship to do my master and PhD at Cambridge in the UK, and then I moved to the US, where I spent a couple of years at Columbia University, 1 year almost at Princeton, and then I went to MIT, that is where we met. And then I moved to New York, and I started 3 technology companies. All of them were venture-backed. The first one was Pixable, in social networks and photos, that got acquired in 2012 by Singapore Telecom. Then I did another company, a big data platform, that got acquired in 2015. And then in 2015, I started Cover Wallet. That was a technology company simplifying how small businesses buy and manage insurance over the internet. And that company grew exponentially, very, very quickly. Right now, there are about 600 employees, over 100 million in revenue. And in 2020, we got acquired by Aon, one of the largest insurance companies in the world. And I have spent like 2 more years with that company. And on January 1st this year, I left, and now I became an investor. I'm a managing partner at a fund called Life Extension Ventures that maybe we talk a little bit more about it. So, and then the other thing is that I was also an angel investor in Flywire, that, as you know, is probably the most successful technology company coming out from Spain or from a Spanish entrepreneur. Like it went public last year. It peaked at $5 billion in market cap. And well, maybe you want to talk a little bit about your background as well. So.
Yeah, it's a good pitch. It's like very articulated. It's like TED style. Iñaki, he's in the high leagues. So I'm far less articulated. So you'll bear with me. And actually, Iñaki invited me to invest in his companies. I always said no because I didn't have enough money. I had to fund my things. He was lucky to invest in this one and a few others, which are doing well. So it's not only about being an entrepreneur, also sometimes making small tickets which have kind of high returns. So in my case, I started, I've never actually publicly said, but like maybe impartially inspired by Iñaki, which had like super clear he wanted to be like entrepreneur, and I started like thinking through a few ideas while I was at MIT. And then, maybe I'm not as visionary as he is, and I have to kind of suffer the problems firsthand, and there was the issue of paying tuition. That's how, at that time, peer transfer started, Flywire. I think big success, especially for Spanish talent, that has made it possible. And then when I moved back to Valencia in 2014, and because my first child was born, I kind of had that moment of reflection of what do I want to do with my life. Maybe it was like my, what midlife crisis instead of when I was 40, when I was 30, saying it was really the first time I was like, what do I want to do with my life, right? So I was looking kind of at my baby and saying, so in some sense, I want to have this little thing, right? I want to help this guy be more happy. And I realized that like the well-being of people, or like what I had in front of me of my child, was going to be directly related to the well-being of the rest of the people, and in some sense the well-being of the planet, because the air we breathe is the same, independently of who we are. So I decided that I want to kind of focus my efforts on creating companies and using those companies as a tool to solve some of the social and environmental issues that we're living, whether it's climate change, creating a more circular economy, social inclusion, etc. And that's kind of how Subi was born. And I decided that I wanted to kind of co-create or co-found companies with other entrepreneurs. Started a school, Imagine Montessori School. Then from there we jumped into like creating a district, which is Barrio La Pinada, which maybe some of you know or even enjoy today. And then we kind of, as a good entrepreneur, you start creating a bit of chaos, and you say, okay, we're like launching stuff, and let's articulate this a bit more. And we kind of gave shape to the venture builder, which is Zubi Labs, and decided that everything was going to be Zubi Group. And we had and we would have a few business units, whether it's creating companies, as well as investing companies. And out of COVID, we created Zubi Capital, where we actually invest in companies. So not just creating companies, but investing in companies. And we say that our mission is to solve challenges for a better future. And essentially, we bring in talent, we bring co-investors in our funds, in our ventures, et cetera, et cetera. So it's interesting kind of over time, how our worlds have evolved, You've done a few companies. I was a bit less dumb, so I only did one. And then I kind of launched into this venture thinking, venture building, and over time we have been entrepreneurs, we're entrepreneurs, we feel as entrepreneurs, but we're also investing, right? Mm-hmm. And so I'm just kind of curious also, like your take on now, life extension, well-being, climate, like, why, and what are the trends that maybe kind of have brought us mm-hmm. to this point in which this is relevant, like for someone like you to take your life?
Yeah, no, this is interesting, right? And one thing that they have done quite well is picked categories that are being reinvented with software and data or engineering tools. And the next two big categories that are going to be reinvented and create a lot of value along the way and big impact is climate and health. And that's why we say that we have life extension for people and planet. People is health and biology, planet is climate. The part of climate is very clear, right? Like, unless that we do something about the planet is going to disappear. So governments and companies are waiting for solutions that can help them decarbonize the planet. So when there is like a demand, a very clear demand of customers that are willing to to adopt new solutions, this is a good market to be in. And many of those solutions are going to be engineering-driven more than changing habits. So that is one area that we invest in. The second area we invest in is longevity of humans. And that is also becoming an engineering discipline. If you think about biology and health, historically it was a biology or medicine discipline. Now it's more like data, software, engineering tools, and internet. And a good analogy that I like to talk about is looking at your body as if it was a car. And when you have a car, you have KPIs in real time, a dashboard, like the speed, like the temperature and everything, and you know like whether you should do something about it. The second thing is when something breaks, you can fix it. And then if something breaks it and cannot be fixed, you replace it, right? So how is it possible that we take care of cars in that way, but we don't do the same with humans? But now there is a new trend happening in longevity, and that is going to make us live 10, 20, 30 years more with better quality of life. So we're going to have better dashboards about our body that is like real-time monitoring. It could be DNA sequencing. It could be like blood tests for liquid biopsies. And in real time, you can diagnose what is going on, identify trends when things are getting worse or things are getting better. When you detect that something, and by the way, that is going to be a data-driven approach. When something breaks, how you fix it, those are therapies like cardiovascular diseases like cholesterol, like cancer treatments, Alzheimer or Parkinson. So many of those therapies, now the way you discover new therapies is not trying new things with mice or with dogs before trying that with humans. What you do is like modeling with software and with data like a mouse, right? So when you have like a lot of computer power, you can create models on your computer that replicate what happens in a mouse, and you can do that at the speed of software. So instead of trying 100,000 different therapies in 100,000 different mice, you can run experiments in parallel to discover things faster. And the final thing is, if something cannot be cured, like it could be like your heart is not working properly or your kidney is not working properly, whether you can replace that. And now there are people like modifying genetically pigs or dogs or horses so they can grow organs that can be transplanted to humans or are compatible with humans. So all these things, it seems that some of them are like long-term future, but many of them are in a 4 to 7 year horizon. But those are about longevity of people. And I would like to learn more about what you are doing with impact on climate, because you are involved in way too many initiatives related to circular economy, climate change, and so on. So,
I think for us, it was like interesting as we embarked on the Barrio La Pinada district. I think it was like, maybe it was the first time of like taking back a perspective, thinking about cities, how like, you know, the issues around cities, where people live, typically like, you know, you live here and, you know, you have your school there and like you work somewhere and like you're spending the whole time in the car. So it's like a lot of the issues around like pollution and congestion and inequality even like with the infrastructure that is created are derived on how cities are built, but also like on like a district level, then you start thinking about like what are the materials that are being used, not the biomaterials. For example, we created this Woodea, this wood construction company, to kind of replace more carbon-intensive materials. You start thinking about mobility, how you move around. You start thinking about biodiversity and the role, and even like the health side around social interaction between people and how that's managed, that's triggered. You know, we sometimes, you know, loneliness is called kind of sometimes it's called one of our issues, right, or our diseases of these modern times. And another one is interesting, kind of the circular economy and the models around that. And for example, we're creating, just to put you an example, we're creating this fantastic school, Imagine Montessori School. I don't know if some of you have like walked. It's in Valterna, and it's like this, you know, beautiful wooden building, like, you know, with like a green roof, and like the water that from the rain is being reused, and you know, we reduce greatly like half carbon footprint and all those things. And as we're building it, we start looking at the waste and say, what's going on? What's going to happen with the waste? And we realized like it was going to end up in a landfill. And we say, we said, doesn't make a lot of sense. So we started thinking of like, how do you apply kind of these, to the waste that is coming from construction processes? How do you apply kind of more circular economy mindset? And that's when we created this company, Cocircular, which actually today the leading company is like avoided 1 million tons end up in landfills just this current year. And it's like, how do you leverage technology in a way that it's, okay, when you're doing a project, I'm going to help you identify the waste you're going to generate, how that gets linked up to waste management companies in a way that it potentially gets reinserted into like new production flows. And of course, that only not reduces the material consumption, right? And raw materials, but also reduces the carbon footprint, et cetera, et cetera. And typically, like in the industry, maybe like 30% of the stuff, of the waste doesn't end up in landfills. And this company, which is an amazing team, has achieved that more than like 88% of the materials they manage doesn't end up in the landfill. And it's interesting, I think all these, the world we're in, if we think about impact, if we think about health, if we think about climate and all these different angles, circular economy, things being fueled by more and more strict regulations, and probably like negative and positive externalities are being more and more captured into the price and the economics of the respective products and businesses. So that's kind of a very tangible example. Paula, who is the CEO, was actually yesterday here in a panel. What is, Iñaki, what is like company that maybe excites you, that you're looking at, that you're you have invested, or you're about to invest? Please, no one pick up the deal. So, what is something that's exciting?
For me, it's technology companies that democratize access to new solutions, right? Like, I think that the internet has been a good equalizer around the world, like access to information with Google, access to education with Coursera, access to even like personal drivers with Uber, or beautiful houses with Airbnb. So anything that you can do with the power of the internet, data and engineering, for the average Spaniard or American to have access to the best therapies. And there are new business models, new marketplaces that are going to create that. But one thing that I would like to ask you as well.
Come on, show a deal. Come on, show a deal. Come on to the audience. Something that you're looking at, a company that you invested or you're about to invest.
So like one company
putting you there on the
could
spot.
be like DeepCell. DeepCell is a company in San Francisco that we invested. And CAR-T therapies that are like the new wave of therapies to treat cancer, how to make them significantly cheaper. Today, one doses for one patient can be $300,000. So how can you make that therapy cost $20,000 or $1,000? And they use a lot of AI for that production and quality assurance and quality control process. But one thing to ask you also, like very quickly, is why did you decide to become an investor and help others be more successful instead of starting another company? You were very effective doing that. Like you built the most successful technology companies out of Spain, Flywire. Why not to do that again instead of now investing in multiple companies?
It's by chance, It's like I made it once. It's hard to replicate. No, it's it's an interesting question, and that it's something we internally we say our equation is very simple: is maximize our impact on absolute terms. So everything we do has a cost of opportunity, right? Whether it's our time, our money, etc. So we think about like what's the best use of our time, our resources, our capital, and I quickly realized that like being CEO, you can be CEO of one company, and in some sense, I kind of wanted to enable others to be the CEOs and me being a co-founder, and that's kind of how we started venture building. And then you realize it's a very complex thing to do. And when we got hit by COVID, initially, up to that point, it was about creating companies, right, for a better future. And then we quickly realized that companies were having a really hard time, and especially those that were like not very well bank financed, and were not getting ecos and so on. And it kind of seemed, great companies were having a great time, companies that we admired, that were, we believe on their impact. So we decided that we had to kind of amplify our definition, not just create companies, but also invest in companies. And that's why now we say solve challenges, right? So for us, about finding the right challenges that we want to solve, find the right ways to solve them. And any of these can be creating companies, it could be investing in companies, it could be investing, say, in funds, right, from our multifamily office, investing in funds that are doing a fantastic job. So it's not so much kind of what we do ourselves, but more of like, how do we use our resources also in a very catalytic way. What about yourself? I mean, I remember we had this discussion, you started first company, you sold it, and I think we're in a hotel in Barcelona, and you were telling me about your second thing, about Cover Wallet.
Yeah.
Third, Cover Wallet, and you were debated, whether it was the time or not to start a company. You started that, yeah. And now you've actually proven that you can be a great CEO, and now off to investing, which is also a long-term commitment, right?
Yeah.
When you start creating funds and creating track record.
I guess there is a multiplier effect, like what you were saying. Instead of doing one company with all the learnings that you have had, whether you can help multiple entrepreneurs to be successful, and also as an investor, it's the best job in the world. You are learning about the future, talking to very passionate and very driven entrepreneurs, and that is contagious, that optimism that these entrepreneurs bring. So to wrap up, one piece of advice to...
We're going to be kicked out.
Okay.
They're going to shut down our mics, lights off, everyone off to lunch. So,
okay, so enjoy the rest of the evening, and thank you so much.
No, sorry. No, before, we're going to wrap up, sorry. So we're going to wrap up, before they kick us, we have to, we always, entrepreneurs, you always stretch, they offer you the hand, you take the whole arm, and if you can, the whole body. So...
one piece of advice to entrepreneurs.
Great. So I would say, whatever you do, I think it has to follow your kind of purpose, right? I think starting companies, investing, doing whatever in life, I think there are many times that you fall. It's a roller coaster, right? You enjoy when it goes up. There are many times that it goes down. And I think what kind of lifts you from the floor sometimes is, why am I doing this, right? Why is my personal kind of purpose linked to the purpose of what I'm doing professionally? So I think that's kind of my piece of advice, kind of self-reflection on what's your purpose and how you kind of orient your work there. Iñaki, recommendations?
Very similar, right? It's something that you are excited about, because you are going to be doing this for many years, and you have to be excited about the mission, the purpose, the vision that you are building, and that is going to help you attract more talent, more capital, and more customers. So be passionate about, or pick something that you are passionate about.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, you two. It was an immense pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us. Still remember when I met Iker the first time. And he stumbled a lot, and now he's here, like a titan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're at the end of the morning block, and it's lunchtime. So we will reconvene at 4 p.m. So please do enjoy the beers, do enjoy the food trucks, and I'll see you in a jiffy. Enjoy. See you later.
we needed just 2 minutes. It's good? Okay. Tell me something, Teresa. What did you experience in this startup 2022 in Valencia?
We, as a public administration support of Digital Summit, are very proud about how it's been going on all the 2 days and all the meeting. And we think ecosystem in Valencian region is a young ecosystem. There are a lot of startups that are small and they need to have the support to grow. So we, as Generalitat Valenciana, as Ministry of Sustainable Economy and from the Directorate of Entrepreneurship, we think we have to be here giving support to all our young startups, but not just the public support. We need investors. We have a strong ecosystem that can provide a startup that works in Valencian region to grow. But finally, a startup needs investment. So that's what an event like this has also the objective. Show that the Valencian region is a good place to grow, or to make bigger startups and to attract investment to our territory.
It's more interesting, Teresa. The last question. Tell me, inspired by the future. Tell me something about this.
This event is inspiring the good future.
Sure.
And almost I think, more than 60% of the startups in the Valencian region, when born, think that are aligned with some sustainable goal or think have a 3 impact axis. So if our ecosystem that has a lot of startups, all the startups or most of the startups are thinking that they are sustainable, it's a good way to change, to face the problems we are going to have, and to change our society in a better society, to care our planet and to make also Valencian region a sustainable territory.
Good. Appreciate your assistance. Teresa Garcia will be here. Bye bye. Bye bye. It's a good pleasure. Okay. Goodbye. Bye bye. Okay. Follow me. Follow me. And now we present the personal crew of the Banco Sabadell. Come on. Oh, it's here. Oh my God, it's here. What's her name? Ana. Hello. Nice to meet you. Ana, Banco Sabadell, cuéntanos tu experiencia en este 2022 Valencia Digital Summit. Cuéntanos, ¿cómo está siendo tu experiencia como startup?
Pues como startup, Banco Sabadell apuesta siempre desde sus inicios en 2013 por las startups, por las empresas, y por supuesto en Valencia en este gran evento que ya lleva varios años por la innovación en las empresas. Y bueno, pues como os decía, Banco Sabadell, una parte de inversión muy importante que apuesta por las startups.
Ana, danos un consejo inspirador del futuro. ¿Cómo ves el desarrollo y qué auguras para que Valencia siga creciendo a nivel empresarial? Un consejo inspirador para el futuro.
Pues que sigamos en la línea que estamos haciendo, que creo que Valencia lo está haciendo muy bien, y con esta clase de eventos por supuesto que vamos a dar grandes pasos en todo el territorio y el ecosistema de la startup.
Muy bien, pues muchísimas gracias. Hemos estado con Ana, startup de Banco Sabadell. Muchas gracias, buenas tardes y mucho éxito. Continuamos, veniros por aquí, chicos. Veniros. Vamos a seguir entrevistando, a ver qué nos encontramos por aquí esta tarde. Y aquí tenemos a los chicos del Legal Pioneer on the Tech World. Hello, good afternoon. What's the name?
I'm Luis.
Luis, we'll be here with Luis. And now we have 2 questions for you, Mr. Luis. You are the owner about this startup. Okay, we're talking about with the owner and this startup. Okay? And now we have 2 questions. The first question for you. Tell me, what is your experience here in 22 years in Valencia? What is your experience?
For me, I would say, can I hold this? For me, I've been traveling around the world. I've seen like most of the big events in the world. I would tell this is like a world-class event. I mean, you're really managing to make like something that's going to be like an experience for everyone who's coming to Valencia. When Valencia is becoming like one huge hub for startups, and this is the place to be. Totally amazing.
Good. And now we have the last question. Inspiring by the future. Huh? By the good future and the startup and the development in Valencia. But now we have a group about the startup, the little and the middle companies. Tell me something about this, inspired by the future.
Well, I would say my inspiration is that of the last, I would say 6-8 months, everyone's been like very concerned about what's going to happen. I would say, okay, don't worry about the future because the future is quite bright here in Valencia. I think that there's a lot of space for companies like the ones who are like building up the companies here in the business here in Valencia. Sure. I think that there are a lot of reasons to be optimistic and to keep going. If you keep going, you will arrive. Yeah, I think so.
Thanks, Mr. Lewis. That's a good pleasure. We'll be here with Mr. Lewis. And now we go. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Have a good day. Come on, come on. And now we're talking about for other personnel or the other startup. And now we have a crew, Italian group, that we make it the future. Search on a media group. Buonasera per tutti. Sono Michele, come ti chiama? Giulia. Nino. Tommy. Adesso vuoi parlare con qualcuno di noi. Ok? Parlo con te. Vieni qua, vieni qua. Giulia. Okay, Giulia. We need 2 questions for you. I have 2 questions for you. Now, tell me, what is your experience in this 2022 in Valencia Digital Summit was a startup?
Oh, I don't know where to look, but I think it was amazing. It was our first time in this kind of environment, and I think it was amazing, so lively, like so young. It was very, very good. And also we met investors, we met other startups from Valencia, from the rest of Europe. We had a great time. We listened to some talks, and I think it was the heart of the digital transformation of Europe right now. Sure. It was amazing. We also were able to talk about our technologies in the pitch competition. No, well, not really competition, but our pitch. And we would like to come back next year and also explore more all the transformation agencies that are in Spain. Because we already work in Italy in the transformation industry, but with our company. But here, it's very bubbling. It's very alive.
I have a last question. Tell me now, one thing, inspiration by the future about this, the growth, the startup, the middle and little companies in Valencia or around the world. Now, what is your thing you think about the experience?
Okay. What we would like as a company in the future is to give our technology, our expertise to bigger companies, bigger corporations, and come together to change the future, to digitize, to improve. My company does augmented reality and artificial intelligence, which is part of the technologies of the future with, of course, crypto, NFTs, the metaverse. We do augmented reality, but we also work with the metaverse in a small part. So all these things together are able to change the future. But small startups by themselves, only by themselves can change the future. But I think this is a great opportunity to come together between startups, between scale-ups, with investors and big companies and also institutions to all together create a new future. That's what I think.
Okay. Thanks, Julia. It's a pleasure to talk with you. Okay. You have a good day. You have a good afternoon. Okay. Bye-bye. 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 Goodbye. Come on, come on. And now we're talking about for all the crew about the robots and technology by the future. Come on. Come on, come on. Come on here. It's a very interesting. Now we're talking about for the robotic and technology here. Come on, come on. And we're talking about this afternoon again with Mr. Sergio. Okay? He have a little company, but it's more interesting. Come on here. Hello, Mr. Sergio.
Hello.
How are you? Fine? Everything okay? You have a good day here? It's wonderful, huh? Talking in English or in Spanish? Spanish. Bueno, estamos aquí con Sergio. Tiene una maravillosa startup dedicada a la robótica independiente. Y bueno, estamos ahora en todos los sectores. ¿A que sí? Estáis abarcando todos los sectores. Cuéntame, en el día de hoy, ¿cómo está siendo tu experiencia? ¿Muchos visitantes? ¿Muchos interesados? ¿Habéis conseguido algún que otro inversor? Cuéntanos, Sergio.
Al final nosotros, por ejemplo, esta feria no es una feria que nosotros, por ejemplo, podamos sacar muchos leads, pero la verdad que nos está sorprendiendo porque hay mucha empresa interesada, no solo en tema software, sino al final también en el tema hardware, que es lo que nosotros comercializamos, aunque también hacemos parte de software, y la verdad que sí que está viniendo mucha empresa interesada. Ya tenemos leads, visitas para la semana que viene, buena señal, y al final sí conseguimos, y nos está pareciendo una feria muy interesante. Eso es.
Muy bien, una última pregunta, Sergio. Algo inspirador para el futuro de las startups. Estamos viendo que hay un crecimiento muy importante en Valencia a nivel, pues eso, empresarial, a nivel de pequeñas y medianas empresas, ¿correcto? Tú que estás dedicado en cuerpo y alma al futuro, las nuevas tecnologías, cuéntanos un poco, danos un consejo inspirador para el futuro de las startups.
Pues que al final pienso y espero que Valencia sea la capital de startups del mundo. Al final pienso que aquí hay mucho potencial, buen clima, que al final a la gente eso también le interesa, y veo un futuro muy bueno. Al final nosotros en robótica que venimos de la nada y la verdad que estamos viendo que exponencialmente está la gente muy más receptiva, también el tema software, que es lo que están aquí la mayoría de nuestros compañeros aquí presentando, y vemos que hay un crecimiento muy exponencial de aquí a muchos años.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Sergio. Que tengas buen día. Nos vemos. Hasta luego, nos vemos. Continuamos por aquí. Hello, good afternoon. We'll be here in Actana, Ali Saraya. We're back. Okay, Actana is coming. It's coming. Virtual reality is more interesting. And we'll be here with Mr. Rafael. Speaking English? Speak English? Okay, Rafael, let me something. What is your experience today? For example, this afternoon, you have more visit, you have investment, you have many people here talking about for your project.
The objective in this here is the people know our platform, Ukitena. We find for visualization we want to make us know for the people.
Okay, tell me the last question for you. Inspiring by the future. Tell me something about this.
Well, the future, the things change very, very fast. Ukitena will change the future very, very fast too. We are belong of our time, so this is.
Okay, Rafael, thank you for your time. and see you. Bye-bye. Come on, let's talk about for Mr. Ali Sariev. Drum season. Oh my God, this is the last technology of the world. Wow, it's incredible, it's amazing. We have a video here on the TV, on the stream. Oh wow, it's incredible. Wow. Tell me something, Ali. What is your experience today? For example, this afternoon, you have a more visit, you have investment people, you have interest for your company, for your startup. Yes. What is your experience? Tell me something.
The experience has been excellent. Thank you very much for the invitation here to Valencia. We're coming from Oslo and we're working in Spain. We've developed this drone in Spain and we're here to present it to the public and the visitors here in Valencia Digital Summit.
Okay, tell me the last question. Tell me something about you things inspiring by the future, for the new startup, for your company, for the grow up for your company.
The idea is to involve Valencia, Comunidad de Valencia, and find the investors and also the community here, which Startup Valencia is doing an excellent job.
Sure.
Very proud to see 13,000 people registered.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
So thank you very much. It's been excellent.
Thank you very much for you. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure talking for you. Ali Hazard, the drums, the last technology around the world. See you later. Bye-bye.
Madre mía. Okay. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Here we go. Energy. So, how was lunch? It was like the war. It felt like the war. It's like, there's food, there's rice there. Go, attack, eat them all. We had our coffees. Ooh, we're lacking coffees here. Anyhow, so welcome all back. It's a pleasure finalizing this final segment of the conference. And we're going to be talking about this first talk after lunch. It's a very interesting talk. Who here, you guys have been experiencing remote work? Who has done remote work? Okay. Do you find it easy or hard to do remote work? Easy, some people over here, so. Well, it's some people find it very easy. Those of us, for example, have done it for many years, and it's kind of easy for me nowadays. But for those that is the first time, it kind of becomes really hard. So how do we ground ourselves when we're doing this remote work? How do we make ourselves connected to our peers, to our friends, and not feel completely disassociated from what we have around us? We've gone through a pandemic, right? So that kind of been a very large issue of what has been going. So to talk about that, I want to welcome our first speakers of the afternoon. So please welcome Ignacio Cuadrado, Expansion Director at City Hub. Big applause. Thank you, Nacho. And to join him, I want to welcome also Hans Scheffer, CEO and founder at HelloPrint. There we go. And to run the show, the beautiful, the great Sunny Bates. Please, big applause, founder and CEO of Sunny Bates Associates. Thank you, Sunny.
We're going to get nice and close here. First of all, I would love for these two gentlemen to introduce themselves, and you've already been introduced, but talk about the size of the company. Are you fully remote? Are you hybrid? How many people are working with you? What does that look like? So, Ignacio, why don't you start here?
Okay, nice to meet you all first.
And close to the mic, really close. You have to kiss the mic. Yeah.
Okay. Now, in CityHub, we help companies to implement flexibility and hybrid models, making their companies, their office more efficient, and also giving them a possibility to go to another coworkings at the network where they can find the best workplaces to work. And
how many people are you?
We are 18. We are pretty short, like not like HelloPrint, because I already heard that you are too much. And that's it. We are 18. For sure, there are a lot of programmers and developers because we are in an early stage of the company. And we promote the fully flexibility, 100% flexible. We can work wherever they want at any time. Like we can work from home, we can go for the corporate office, and also in the network of the coworkings related with CityHub.
And you mentioned that you've got about 6 or 7 people in the Madrid area, and then most of the other people are remote in
yes,
the developers' technology.
Yes, that's it.
All right, how about you?
Hello.
Hello.
Nice, thanks for being here. It was quite difficult to get a ticket. So it's almost
amazing.
Sold out here.
Especially the first row.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so beautiful people over here. Yeah.
I love that you can really pack the house with your people, right?
Yeah, hired them, right? So,
know, right? Yes.
No, Hans, founder and CEO of HelloPrint. We are a marketplace for customized print products. Located here in Valencia, where we now have our second home, headquartered in Rotterdam. We are with approximately 300 people right now, active in 13 countries, doing that for 9 years right now. We have quite a free culture of freedom and responsibility, where we define a lot of the culture we want to apply to the company back in the hands of the people. Not for all teams that's completely possible, but also remote work and working in the office is always a tangible topic where we have our firm opinion about.
And so how often are people in the office?
Well, now they're not in the office,
I know,
see, so
well, they're here with you.
They're all working remotely here.
Doesn't count.
No, I mean, so we have quite a big expat community. So, for example, in the Netherlands, in Rotterdam, we have approximately 65% of the people are expats, and they're choosing deliberately to come to another city to learn, educate, meet each other, be surrounded by different cultures and backgrounds. And by essence, they want to be at a place where they can meet people. So even if we give the opportunity to people to work from home or remotely, we see by nature that they are choosing an environment to meet each other. So that means that they are the majority of the time in the office.
Nice. Ignacio, you get together once a week, is that right?
Yes, once a week, twice, depends on the week. Depends
Okay.
on us. If we decide to go to the office, yes, I let my teammates know that I will go up there, and sometimes they come, sometimes they stay at home.
Do you think that's efficient?
It's really efficient. It's really efficient. Yes, because what we think in CityHub is that we have to give the employees the choice to decide where to work and where are better performers. That's it, yes.
Nice. I'm wondering if each one of you has a story that you want to share about something gained or something lost. I know when you talk a moment there, you were talking specifically before about this very explicit contract that people make, or contract may not be quite the right word, but clear rules in terms of what you're looking for and expectations.
Yeah, I mean, so when we incepted the company back in 2013, we started the company with the philosophy that people are well educated, they're professional people, and it's quite I think a dumb principle that you step into a relationship and then define what everyone can do and can't do in a contract of like 20 pages, because that's what the majority of the contracts entails. So we came up with a very easy, simple contract which says that we're happy to work together, what your role is, what we expect from each other, but not how many hours you should make or where you should work or how many holidays you can take. And back then that was quite a big thing in the Netherlands. We got a lot of press attention there, while for us it was quite normal because we want to work with entrepreneurial people and give them the freedom. And it's kind of funny that years later, when there was a severe pandemic and governments came with measurements that we needed to work from home to survive the pandemic and to avoid death, and that suddenly evolved into a sort of existential right for employees to work from wherever they want, whenever they want. And that's kind of a strange or funny thing, at least for me, because we started with this philosophy when there was no pandemic at all, but just because of the fact we believe in freedom and responsibility.
Ignacio, how about you? Do you have explicit principles that that people
No, I think
engage with?
as a business perspective, we gain a new market, and we are happy to that. I'm just kidding. I think the real benefit is that let the employees decide, and also give the employers, give them confidence and flexibility to make them better performance and loyal to their companies. I think one of the things and the keys for the companies has to keep their talent with them. And if you give them confidence, I think they will work better and be better out there. That's it.
I'm thinking about, last week I was in San Francisco and a CEO was saying, not only do I have all the work that I have to do, but I have to become an event planner now as well, because people spend all their time on Zoom doing the meetings, and when we meet in person, we have to create some sort of an experience that helps people to come together. To your point about the social life of work, and to this, that is important to be able to do. Have you found anything like that? Have you found any particular strategies or some ways in which you can bring people and strengthen the ties or the bonds between them?
Well, I think it's just crazingly inefficient to work remotely, and especially when you work hybridly. So I think that's the most inefficient form.
Hybrid, the most inefficient form?
Because the half is in the office, half is working from home. Not many of the people are well prepared, so management is totally unprepared of working together in a certain strict way and drill. It's totally different than working completely remotely. I gave you the example beforehand. Yes. So companies like remote.com, which are the fastest growing company, one of the fastest growing companies in the world, their full methodology and culture is based on working completely remotely. So they have very efficient meetings. They have a super standardized structure of how to process, how to make notes, how to have an online environment where you can find information, etc. So their whole culture and their whole philosophy and way of working is totally based on the fact that they are not having offices at all. That's something completely different than working from wherever you want, sitting in your pajama, behind a screen, lying on the beach, etc., and having a shitload of meetings, because that's what it is. So if we sit with an innovative team in one room next to each other, then we don't need meetings, because by essence we discuss and debate with each other what needs to happen. And I think that's just a much more efficient way of organizing your company.
Are you losing people who want to work fully remotely?
Yeah, luckily we do, because so I'm very serious about that, because we live in a world where there is plenty of work everywhere. So everyone can define where they want to work, with who they want to work, and how they want to work. But the same counts the other way around for entrepreneurs, I think. So we also want to work with people who are sharing the same culture and philosophy. So we're all free to choose how we want to work and where we want to work. So if people really want to work 100% remotely, or they prefer working from home when they live close to the office, for example, then we are just not the right place to do so. Gotcha. And that doesn't mean that there's no flexibility. It's the other way around. So I'm not against flexible work, because that's what we did from the very early start of the company. I'm against taking only the advantages for personal preferences without taking into account what is the most efficient thing for company.
Ignacio, you want to comment on that?
What you said is like,
I love working for your company, I think.
Yes, for sure. Yeah. No, my company said that it's not has to be fully remote or fully at the office. It's just to decide where you are better performance, as I said before. Maybe depends on the company, because it depends on the department you work. Maybe you need to be with your teammates every time, or maybe you just need to see them once a week, twice a week. Maybe at the sales department, you don't need to stay with your coworker every single day.
Some of them you don't want to see, right? So that's the thing.
That's it. And is that the main reason? It's like we say that for sure offices are not going to disappear, because they are needed. They are needed to collaborate, innovate, and be with your partners. And maybe we miss a little bit the bonds between employees when you are fully remote. It's like, who is this guy? It's not.
Well, you're in the office business, essentially, yes.
Yes.
Yes, so
Yes.
of course they're not going to disappear.
Yeah, you don't piss on your own
betting
party,
the
right?
farm
So,
on
yeah.
that, aren't you? Yeah, absolutely. Another question here, which is that we talked a little bit about how you create this connective tissue. So if you're going in the office every day, you've got all kinds of ways to connect the connective tissue. Yeah. One of the things I think about when I get off a Zoom call, and there have been 10 people. One example I have is that there were people, I was on a call every single week with this group, and it took me 6 months to find out that 2 of the people in in the squares were married. I had no idea. They were in different places in the different rooms in the house, so to speak.
But it's a poor existence, right?
Well, it is. And I think, you know, as soon as the phone, as soon as you end the call, you don't know if someone goes like, ah, or like, ah, or, you know, what response, you miss all of that texture. So I'm wondering how are you trying to capture that? Can you capture that? Do you have ways that you're helping people to understand when we live in a 2-dimensional world to bring some of the 3-dimension to it?
Well, I think we're massively devaluating work to a very task-based, fact-based thing. And I think work is so much more than that. So work is also a very big part of your social life. And if you don't want that to be a very big part of your social life, choosing a remote company is a perfect pick. But I think it makes your social life less rich or more poor. And I think the example that you just gave says it all, right? If you're not aware anymore of how someone's personal life has evolved over time, or etc., I think it's a poor living.
Well, although in some ways we see people's personal life writ large behind them, or the cat on their lap, or the children running around, right? No, it's like, so what do you think, Ignacio?
I kind of agree with him. Yes, I don't have much more to add in this topic.
Yeah, then how do we bring the social life of work back into work if we're remote or if we're in distributed ways, which will continue?
Well, I think the answer is not.
Oh, so you're just saying
and I think, so I'm also a firm believer of the fact that for sure, for certain roles, this will work for a sustained amount of time and maybe forever, and it's totally fine. But I think if we all return a little bit more to normal, when the overfunding in the market is gone, when the economy is in a big recession, we all need to become a little bit more efficient again as companies. And then we will soon find out that this might not be the most efficient way of working together. Mm-hmm. And then slowly but steady, we will return back to what we are always used to. And will it return to what it was? No, for sure not. But will it return close to what it was? Yes, I think so.
Interesting in that case, because so then what you're saying is we're going to return back to the office, and in that case, you're saying no, and you're also you're betting that people are not going to return to a single location, that they're going to be in distributed locations, so not just remote but distributed. So talk about
I think it's going to evolve. It's like we are not going to come back to the 3 years ago. I think the workplace are going to be more flexible. There's going to be the new office is going to be liquid and distribute, and so flexible. It's like you don't need to have your corporate office over there every time, every day. It's like it's distribute, and you can go wherever. It's like you don't need to be at the office every single time, as you said, but it depends. As I told you before, it depends on the department. Maybe a programmer don't need to go anytime at the office, because for him it's missing of time that he can use to improve another thing or whatever.
No, but I agree with that. So whatever works, right? So for every company, it is different. So every company defines its own culture, its own preferred way of working, and if for you it's working, that's absolutely great. So I don't have an opinion about how other companies are doing it. The only thing that I'm saying, for me as an entrepreneur, it doesn't work. And there's one other reason, it's maybe a selfish reason as well, I just don't want it. I just don't
you
like
wanna go,
it.
You want to go to an
And it has
to
nothing
an
to do with
office.
control, because we have that flexible work environment. But I just don't like building companies on a distance, remotely. It's not why I have become an entrepreneur.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about different stages of a company, because I feel like when people are just starting up, that the kind of intensity and connection that has to happen is hard to get that in a remote first or totally distributed.
I think so, yeah.
And I'm wondering, because you are an early stage company that you've got, but
Yes,
you do
it
have
is.
you've got your all hands and your sales meetings on Mondays, and so you do have people coming together. And do they tend to spend the entire day there, or do they just come for a meeting and leave?
We spend the entire day. Yes.
Okay, so you have. Does a lot happen on those days also?
Excuse me.
Does a lot happen in that
yes,
that
because
Monday?
when you see your teammates like once or twice a week,
Mhm.
you just use the time to know everything and try to understand how about the weight of the other teammate, if he has a problem or if he's not, and try to solve it, collaborate with them. But we go to the office to stay for all the day and to get with them, because I think it's really, really important to be with them, to know how is life going for them, if he has a problem, maybe personal one.
So it's a day out, basically, right?
No, it's not a day out, because you have to work. And it's the CEO, the COO, and that's it. Yes.
I was telling you before, I think it's looking at different tools and tactics. A friend of mine who leads a large organization with about 600 lawyers, legal organization, advocacy group in the US, and he can't get people to come back to work.
And he can't fire them as well, right? All these lawyers
No,
now.
he can't. He's got 2 separate unions, and he doesn't want to fire them. I mean, they're very, very talented. It's a very effective organization. And so he said, I'm going straight to the capitalist mode, which will be giving quarterly 10% bonuses for people who come to the office at least 3 days a week, and they will do it on the honor system to show up. But he said it's worth it to him to get that amount of time in, because he feels like they've lost so much.
I think it's completely ridiculous to do it like that, yeah. So
And
because
but how would you do it if you couldn't get people?
If he firmly believes that that's not his preferred way of building the company as a CEO or founder or whatever, just ask the people to leave, right? And just offer them, hey, maybe this is not a good fit. We're not in any trouble with regards to jobs anywhere in the world. So there are plenty of jobs. So pick your own battles and hire the team that fits your culture, and offer your team a gentle way out, right? Normal people, most of the people are just rational, and they will just find something else as long as you give them the time to do so.
I love it. Someone was clapping when he said most of the people are rational. Was that a clap?
I think it was a slip of the tongue there somewhere.
So wondering about that. Yeah, it's interesting when you don't have the flexibility, when you've got a stable organization and it's 100 years old and extremely effective, and you don't have the flexibility that the two of you do with a high growth situation, or many of the companies that are represented here that are high growth, that are moving quickly, that do have flexibility, and those workers are not. I mean, they're highly skilled in some ways, but not in this particular ways. That what happens and how you get people to do something they don't want to do. It's a really interesting challenge. Let's shift now to think about the power of place and the power of cities. And so if you're talking about, you were talking specifically about Rotterdam, and you're talking Madrid, and you're also talking Valencia. So talk to me about cities and their importance in this remote first or in hybrid world that we are moving towards, if that's what we're moving towards.
I think in general, it's important that a city offers a decent way of living, right? That's the most important thing. So it starts with the basics. Can I get an affordable house? Is it a lively city? Is it healthy? Is it safe? And I think those are the fundamentals of where a good city should be built on. And if you have those characteristics in place, and you add on top of that some other perks, like having a beach, having weather that is 5 degrees warmer than Barcelona, having a really good cost of living, then a city becomes more interesting. And that's also the reason that we chose Valencia as our new home of growth. And it's on the shirts, but this is the place where we build our new companies. This is the place where we spike entrepreneurship and give people the opportunity to develop themselves. And just because of the fact that people want to live here, it's a fantastic environment to live by essence. And regardless if you work in an office or you work remotely, that doesn't matter. but you live here, right? And that's the most important thing. And it's also the reason that we are still in Rotterdam, and of course our heritage is there. I'm from Rotterdam, the founding team is from Rotterdam. But yeah, choosing Valencia as our new home of growth has everything to do with the quality of life.
Yes, I totally agree. It will
Yes.
be the quality of life, because the talent decide where to work. And Valencia, Malaga are the most best places and are trying so hard to keep the talent in their cities, and also the quality of life, weather, food, everything.
I forgot the food, yeah.
The food, right. Oh, yeah, the food thing. It's a good one. Well, so how about some predictions about what's... Give us a short term, like 2025, so the next...
Short term,
2.5 years.
2025, come on.
Yeah, well, 2.5 years, and then give me, then give me 2030. So give me 7 years, give me 2.5 years, and give me 7 years.
So world problems.
What's it going to look like? Well, I don't want to go there. But I want to
Company-wise, you mean?
from work-wise, from remote, from the power of place and city, from hybrid versus not. Just do you have some predictions about what you think the workspace will look like?
I mean, so I think, like I said before, I think things will slightly return back to office, I think. Not completely.
But you're betting on it.
I'm not betting at all, I would say. So we're just creating work environments that fits a particular need. And I think there are plenty of people who just want to work somewhere in a place, in an office, and don't care about remote work at all. I'm coming from a little village near to a big city, and everyone wants to work in an office there, and they don't care about remote working, and they definitely don't want to work from another country, etc. Crossing a bridge is already one bridge too far, by essence. So I think not much will change. Maybe that's a little bit of a boring view on the foreseeable future, but I think we as human beings are quite used to the things we did, and this is now a spark based on things that rationally changed due to a pandemic. But I think we were slowly getting back to where it was, and we will never return completely back to where it was, but at least for a sustained part.
So 2030 will look a lot like it does now, only more so.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. People wanting to go to work, people liking the social life around work, people wanting
I
to
think
live in
we all need
cities
to
with
work a little
hubs.
bit harder. So in 2025, I think the need of working a little bit harder and more efficient will be there. I think we are facing a severe recession and some bubble bursting in certain industries. So I think, I mean, we're also used to the wealth that we have, and I think a lot of the things we're now discussing also have a lot to do with the wealth we have and the ability to discuss those kind of things. And if economies are slowing down more, then we also need to a little bit go back to the drawing table, maybe.
Okay. Ignacio, how about you?
I think it will change a little bit. In terms of spaces, I think the 30% of available spaces will be flexibles. And in terms of economic terms, I think companies as City Hub will make some savings for sure in real estate, around 40% for the companies. And also the office, as I said before, will not disappear, it will evolve. And I think that's what's going to happen. Yes.
You're still bullish on cities and on the people wanting to live in a place that's somewhat near where they have an office and go to it, at least in a hybrid way?
Yes, surely.
Okay, interesting. Any tools? Are you using any particular tools that you like? So Zoom, Slack, what are you using?
I use an office.
I love that.
Works really
That's
well.
your tool.
Yeah.
That's a tool, of course.
I use all the startup, yes. Slack, Zoom, Google Meet, everything.
Any collaborative tools that you found particularly effective that you adopted since the pandemic?
Yes, it's really effective to be in communication with your teammates. Also, if you are at the office.
Yeah, talking.
I love it. Okay, talking the phone. So no asynchronous communication for you? No.
Not for me.
All right.
No.
Anything else round up that you want to?
Is the bar already open?
Yeah, I think the bar's been open for a couple of hours. Where have you been? Where
Let's
have you
go.
been?
Let's go.
They stopped serving coffee a couple of hours ago, and the beer came out and the wine came out.
For sure, he was drinking 2 beers.
Exactly.
Yes. Anything else? Well, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. It's been fantastic talking with
pleasure.
you. Thanks to all of you. And we've got 55 seconds left. So if you've got any questions, go ahead and mob these guys. Thank you.
No Q&A was on the slide.
I know, no Q&A. But when we get off, I can grab you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you
Great.
very much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Pleasure having you. Come on, fans, big applause.
That applause is for me, right?
Let's call a strong force there. Well, so we're moving on to the final panel before we start the closing ceremony and the startup awards. And we're going to be talking about how can we inspire, how can we make more people care about the sustainability aspect. We were at the dinner yesterday and we were precisely talking about this. It's like how unencouraging is sometimes when you're seeing all these really bad things happening, but then most people say, yeah, we will do something, but then it never really comes up. It never really translates into something. So we have three very different profiles that we're going to be talking and chatting around this. So please welcome our first panelist, Marina Garcia Aedo, Sustainability Manager at Iberia. Big applause for Marina, please. Thank you, Mir. Wherever you want. And to join us, please give a warm applause to Jan-Jaap Verhoeven, COO of Plan A. Big applause. JJ, thank you for joining. And last but not least, our good friend, already well-known, Mr. Ton van Noordende, investor at Quantum Delta NL Infinity. Big applause for Ton. And myself. There we go. Welcome all. Ton, welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be back.
So, there's a lot to unpack here when it comes to sustainability. But maybe I will start with a basic question. You all have slightly different experiences on how you interact with sustainability. Some are more of a, I would say, Ton, in your case, more of a nearly very personal, deeply personal approach sometimes to sustainability. Obviously, all three of you have a personal approach, but JJ, you've been working hands-on, helping other companies do that, and Marina, you are the company. so kind of three different approaches. So the first question I would ask you is, where do you see, when we open the big can of sustainability, where do you see companies really struggling with that? Because there are many things that they touch, but what's the one thing that you see them kind of like tripping all the time and having a real hard time with?
Well, I mean, for me, if I go back to history, we made one of my first investments in 2015 with nothing related to deep tech at all, but an amazing company was delivering end of fashion sample sale as a platform. And so we were actually sitting in a room for the entire week to present our pitch towards the new investors coming on board. And the angle was around sustainability. And no one could give less about that back then. So we pitched the deal to 50 investors. They all said no. So we kind of decided to change it and put it a little bit more on the water. And so that was actually my first experience realizing that this whole topic, although it's already, you could say sometimes it's already too late, was not a point back then to raise financing. And financing is one of the kick points. So if we don't start that early with educating the founders, or not even the founders, but the early investors to join, and have that as a metric, it's going to be incredibly tough. Of course, a lot has changed, but that was my first real experience that I thought, okay, we should see if we can do it differently.
Wow. I'm going to go back to that. Keep in mind this idea of the metric, because I'm going to go back to that. JJ.
Yes, I think I would start with like a few periods of time. And 2016, the company, I know the company, Plan A started in 2017. The beginning was actually 2016. Sustainability was not there. There was no Greta Thunberg. There was no Fridays for Future. The awareness was not there. However, in 2020, we all know what happened. But what happened is that awareness came. And for companies, a lot of awareness came. And if I go to 2021, actually what happened is it entered the boardrooms. And it was like, okay, this is really something we need to look into. And 2022 now, this year, was a year of like taking action. We need to take action now. And then the question that's being asked by every single one of our customers, every single one of them, but also prospects, is where do I start? It's such an overwhelming topic. It impacts so many aspects of your business. Where do I start? And that's the question that comes first. And then you have done one step, and then the question is, what do I need to do next? And that is the question that's repeating itself over and over and over. And I would say that is what stands out for me. And this process has been going really, really fast, but still, it's till this day, where do I start?
It's fascinating. That's why I say it's like really, there's so many things that you can do, and it's so interwoven with what you do in a company. That's like, where should we start? What is the most critical? We can only do one thing at a time, right? So it's like, where exactly should we start working on this? Well, hopefully we should be able to do more than one thing at a time, but that's a different story. Marina?
Well, I think that our experience summarizes the points that you mentioned before, because where we start. So the aviation sector, I worked in Iberia, which is the main Spanish airline, and we are in a hard-to-abate sector. So how do we decarbonize the aviation sector, which is a huge challenge, because there are other sectors that they may have like low-carbon alternative closer to the time, because we all know that we have this huge target to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, but each sector has different tools to achieve that goal, no? So where will we start? So that's what we did, try to understand the different tools that we have available, or we will have available in the future to decarbonize our activity. So the main challenge that when we start to talk about sustainability is to see what I can do in the short-term time, how can I invest in technologies, or how can I collaborate with different stakeholders to start moving forward, and then have also a plan, a long-term plan, where you are starting to invest or to work with different stakeholders to really find these big solutions that, or in our case, our sector relies a lot on innovation. So how we try to move forward this innovation to really decarbonize our activity, no? For sure, we also need the financial part, no? So all these alternatives are out there. There are other tech alternatives that we really need to invest or give them an opportunity to escalate the technology and really to decarbonize our activity. In our case, we rely a lot on sustainable aviation fuels, what we call in the industry SAF, but pretty sure you are also seeing hydrogen aircraft, electric aircraft, but for those to become an alternative in the near future, we need to invest on them. So to start, we really need to see the different alternatives that we have in place and see identify those collaboration or financial mechanisms that we need to start moving to make possible our plan.
I wonder if the first conversation was like, where should we start? And then the immediate question is like, yeah, we can't change the aircraft right now, so there's no alternative to that. So I'm guessing that it kind of trickled down from there. It's like, okay, what is the next big thing that we can actually do here? You got me thinking, what was the impact of the pandemic from a sustainability point of view for each one of you? How did you saw that? Did it, because I've seen some industries where it kind of stopped any push towards sustainability. It's like, oh, we need to digitalize first, right? Digitalization is more important than this, and they would stop doing. For other industries like yours, it actually probably gave you a little bit more space of, hey, let's push these things, now we have time to do that. So how do you see the impact of the pandemic?
Well, in our case, and I'm talking from our experience, we at Iberia, we belong to the IAG group. In 2019 is when we set our climate strategy, setting the target of becoming climate neutrality by 2050. And with that strategy, we also set some medium-term targets. So from a sustainability point of view, we were prepared before the COVID. So actually, although we were an industry very impacted by COVID, no passengers flying, so no. Imagine that the financial impact that could have. But actually, our group decided that we still needed to push the sustainability strategy forward. So for example, in Iberia, it's when we got rid of all 4-engine aircraft, the Airbus 340, which actually we are replacing by Airbus 350, which are even around 35% more efficient than the other aircraft. So although we were not in the best situation from an economic point of view, we still committed with our targets. So in our case, the COVID, what it did is actually reinforce our strategy. So we were in a good position before COVID, but actually right now we are in a better position to deliver a sustainability strategy. So in our case, it was a positive, besides everything.
Yeah, no,
it was a positive thing.
Give you some air to breathe and do those changes that sometimes it's hard when you're in the middle of an operation. It's like, well, we just cannot switch that right now. We really need that. JJ?
I would say that the pandemic was one of the best things that could happen for sustainability.
Really? Interesting.
Pandemic has been very bad in many, many ways, but this is one of the few things that is positive, actually. If you take a bit more of a meta-level approach and you think about like which stakeholders are involved in climate change, you have like society, the economy, you have like governments, and all kinds of levels, the awareness was suddenly raised, and also the people could actually imagine that there, in this day and age, events can occur on this planet that impact everyone. And that seemed to resonate with so many different stakeholders. So what we have seen is that sustainability in general matters much more to the employees. So we see employees actually going to their boards or management saying something needs to happen. It's better for your hiring, it's better for retention of your employees. That's just one part. But actually also the risk that's affiliated to an unknown, and this is more towards the board level. Climate change becomes such a big unknown, and anything that is an unknown is a risk automatically. And if you can't quantify it, it's the biggest risk you have.
Yeah.
So you need to do something, but then the question comes again, where to start? And for governments, they want to actually have a better grip on what's going on. And there's so many reporting standards out there. There's no unification. You can't really compare one another with them. So what we've seen is a bit more unifying standards that are coming out. The European Green Deal, CSRD, Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, is something that's going to be implemented over the coming years, but it's going to impact 75% of the European Union's economy with one single reporting standard. And all these things kind of got accelerated, because some of them were already, the seeds were already there, but got accelerated due to the pandemic.
That's very cool. Thank you. Ton?
I mean, on a micro scale, obviously, deal making was done online, via Zoom, so that was like a positive impact. And I actually had hoped to see more impact also on the type of investments being made by investors in general. I think one thing that did accelerate because of the lockdown was the focus on climate change-related funds. World Fund being 350 million euro fund coming up in like almost out of nowhere, and several others. And so there's actually been a kind of like a rise on that front, I would say, just because of that happened. On the other side, I'm also very worried about the fact that we're just going back to business as usual, which is also seemingly, becoming the case. And even I took the liberty to extract some PitchBook data, the other day, and I was like looking at the deals being made since 2020. If you just qualify them on clean tech, impact investment, and several other criteria, you get 26,589 deals being done since 2020, equaling hundreds of billions of euros invested. If you actually scroll to a list of companies, I am actually wondering which company actually has either A, a sustainable impact for our future, and otherwise B, has even created a ESG framework implement in the company. And so I'm also very worried by the fact that we're just using this as more or less of a greenwashing approach than anything else, to be really honest. And unfortunately, I think in this day and age, we still need to realize that financial incentivization is still a key driver for any type of innovation, including, unfortunately, something that we haven't under our control.
Well, I was actually thinking as you were talking about this, like to what extent this is really impacting employees in the company, right? Are you starting to see, as you were pointing out, like this effect from the bottom up, where people are saying like, look, we're done with SDG bullshit, and either you really, really demonstrate that you're deploying this and you're implementing this, or we're not going to go and work for you. So I wonder if you've seen some of that effect happening. Because I know personally I've seen that, but I don't know if it's just anecdotal or it's actually a growing trend within larger businesses.
Maybe just on a small business, right? I mean, I operate in the seed stage, right? So we're talking about teams up to 100 people. Next to the fund and focus on quantum, I've worked with a couple of hundred impact companies over the last couple of years, and just trying to assist and help out wherever we can. And so the identifier between those companies back then and today is that these companies are struggling still much more to raise any capital than any other companies because the incentive is not only financially driven, and then so the other incentives that are impact related need to be measured. And how do you measure these things? So you create this, so impact investing in itself is kind of like a paradigm. That's one. On the other side, from the bottom up, employees, of course, are kind of like more aware, but they still need to have this incentive. And if the company founder, let's say a team of 10, and there's a CEO who's also the CTO, who's also the CPO, and also the CEO, has to do his financial administration in the weekends, and is struggling to get the company up and running, and to sell the business, and to create a sales pipeline, how much focus does he or she actually have on these things up until the point that someone tells them that it is important? Luckily, from an investment perspective, if it's a company going for a rapid growth and they will encounter a professional investor with a professional fund, they will be forced and mandated to fill in, let's say, this ESG compliancy report.
I was going to tell you, I mean, the same way we do due diligence, and there's this boxes you need to check. There's this boxes like show me the data that demonstrates that, and it's just part of the process of doing startups.
But it's still just a check mark. And when it's done, what happens next?
Good point.
There was earlier this year, there was a report from McKinsey about the main reason for like the high, the super talented people in the valley actually to move jobs or to change jobs, and the main reason was actually climate change, but not climate change because they care so much, but because actually their children care so much, and they are literally telling to their mother and to their dad,
the greeters of the world,
I don't want you to work at that particular company anymore. I've seen these reports, or we have been protesting, or anything like that. You should go there, or found a company to solve X or Y. And that's in the valley, which is quite extraordinary. In a different way, like, do I see to answer your question, like the bottom up, we see that in every single organization, or like every single size organization happening. In smaller organizations, we generally see it actually driven by the founders themselves. A lot of founders are intrinsically motivated because it's not a question anymore whether you need to do it, but it hurts me in the long run. Actually, it gives you a competitive edge, and you can actually make more business out of it often by having a very sustainable mindset from the beginning. In larger organizations, you see so-called green champions or green teams, and they're led by green champions. And green champions are people in an organization that do not have a sustainability title, but are actually there. They care so much about the topic for whatever reason. They form a group and they go to management or to their manager and they say, hey, something needs to happen. And sometimes in organizations, these groups turn out to be growing from 5 to 50 to, I know an instance, for one client we have, grew to a group of 300 people in a company of 1,000. You can't neglect that.
Wow.
You can't ignore that. And then suddenly that hits the management and says, okay, we need to shift gears and we really need to do something, because actually out of those 300, 30 of them already left the company because they couldn't identify with the values of the company anymore. So that is how it's impacting businesses today, and we see that everywhere.
Do you have your green champions?
Yes, we do, and actually a lot. No, I think in our case, we are seeing this compromise from two different sides. So first one, we are a very operating company. At the end, we are 16,000 employees, and each of us have kind of like an operating profile, no matter what you do. No? For example, if we talk about the cabin crew, we need their compromise and their commitment to, for example, it's easy things like recycling on board. It's not the same, okay, we have this procedure, we segregate in our flights, but we need their commitment to do a good job. So we are seeing that every time the staff is more committed with our targets, and in their daily operations, it's something that we need to work, and we are working on it. It's just make them realize how they can contribute to the company's strategy in every single operation. The small things you do, you can contribute to the sustainable future of your company. But also, I think we are seeing it in the other side, that is to attract talent. Everyone wants to work in a company that has a good impact on the society, no? So I guess the purpose of a company is really driving this attractiveness for the talent. So we also, as a company, it's not just to in our daily operations to be more sustainable and have the staff committed to do it, but also to attract talent, or also to attract customers, because we are committed and we are trying to share this commitment with the rest of the people to feel them that we are all one, because at the end we are talking about sustainability, that behind that is climate change. And it's an international challenge that we all need to work together, no, to tackle. So at the end it's something that we really need to motivate. And I think we are now seeing, no matter the sector, no matter the company, you are seeing more commitment from the staff, from the customer, from the providers, everything, no? So for sure, we're in champions for sure.
No, it's quite interesting, because I was just thinking that I think your industry is so clear that that's happening, that everyone wants to help to make it change, right? And I also know a lot of people that are extremely passionate about flights, about flying, about airlines, and they also want to help. So it seems like there's a good alignment there to a certain degree. So now let's bring technology into this. So how does technology fit into helping inspire, helping accelerate this sustainable part? Where do you see technology fitting, at least right now, best when it comes to sustainability?
Well, in our case, technology is the basis for decarbonization. We are a long-haul carrier. This means that we use big aircraft to fly most of our operations. And right now, with the information we have, we'll see in hundreds of years, but right now we rely on the development of sustainable aviation fuels. This is a new technology. There are different pathways and feedstock that you can use to produce this type of fuel, but right now they are very expensive, around even 5 times that the regular kerosene that we currently use, no? So technology is for us key, because we really need to develop and find these low-carbon alternatives to make sure that we provide this sustainable future, no? But for that, we need also financial support from private, but also government institutions. So we rely on technology, but completely. Also, new aircraft. As I said before, we are a renewable fleet, and to have this new aircraft and the future aircraft, we also need technology development, no? To really find more efficient aircraft and operations, daily operations, space management. It also relies on technology improvements and how the air traffic controllers, they can implement different softwares or different whatever, no? To make the airspace more efficient. And together with technology goes collaboration. So all the examples that I said before, is at the end a collaborative environment with every different stakeholder having a responsibility on how to decarbonize and deliver to us a low carbon product, no? So we also have, together with this, accelerator program that is called Hangar 51, where we test these different technology solutions, not only from a sustainability point of view, but also from a safety point of view. So technology, I think, as I said before, is the basis.
Essential.
Yeah.
JJ, how do you see technology fitting into the picture?
I mean, technology is indeed the basis, but technology is part of the solution. And what technology does is, and technology always does it, like it enables scale. And because a lot of the solutions are already out there, but it needs to be developed to reach a certain scale. For example, what we do at Plan A, we enable businesses to report, measure, and decarbonize their activities. That's been done for decades by consultants, to a certain extent. But you need a lot of consultants to actually do that work. What we do is we make it scalable, but also we ingest more data, so we can actually have a very clever way to see, okay, what are your decarbonization pathways, et cetera, et cetera. That's Plan A, but there's many different solutions out there where it's kind of a similar case, where technology, what it does, it enables the scale. I set up an organization that has over 2,000 members. These are founders of green tech companies all across the globe. What they all try to achieve is to enable scale. But what is missing is, well, we can talk about finance, we can talk about all kinds of those aspects, but still what is missing is collaboration. Because what we do is one part of the puzzle, but it's a very complicated puzzle. It's a very big puzzle, and we need a lot of puzzle pieces, and they all need to fit neatly into each other. And even just on a scale of, if I think about startups, we do not collaborate enough yet to enable really a proper solution that can help, for example, Iberia not on sustainable fuel immediately, because that's not something that most do, but there's a lot of different activities that are all still going on in Iberia that probably can benefit from a lot of the technologies that are being developed.
Okay, but here we're talking, it seems to me that there's like two layers, right? One is the innovation part, like how we deploy innovation to be more sustainable, more efficient in many ways. You're also touching on the part of how we use technology, as you say, to scale up and to, in most cases, be able to at least measure where we are right now at scale. As you say, this was already happening, but now we need it at a much larger scale. I wonder if the point that you're making about the collaboration also touches on that. Like, is it that hard to track the carbon footprint, especially when we spread up and down the value chain?
Well, I can jump on that from a company perspective.
I'll make it easier on you. JJ works a lot on that, so go ahead.
I mean, if I see what businesses go through, yes, it's quite complicated. It depends on what kind of industry you are. Because for a service-oriented business, it's relatively straightforward to really keep track of all your emissions. However, imagine if you are a manufacturer, or let's say a fashion company. As a fashion company, you can track your own emissions, but then you go into your supply chain, and then you go into all the materials that you procure, and you go all the way in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers, and all across the world. Oftentimes, well, almost always, at the very first steps, there's no data. Simply no data. You're stuck already. Like, I have no data. I first need to actually gather the data. We don't have emission factors in this particular country for this particular topic. We need to develop emission factors actually to start.
That's what I was saying, like collaboration goes all the way to, you go to a new country that you need to help you to be able to track those things.
So, indeed, and that makes it incredibly complicated for a fashion company. Now, it's not to say that they should not do it. They should do it, absolutely. I mean, just fashion in itself is 10% of the global emissions. But it's incredibly complicated for them. And what you need is data accuracy, and you need transparency all across the entire supply and value chain. We're not there yet, and we need a lot of solutions, but also just governments to enable that, and society to have that understanding that you need these kind of aspects to make that happen.
How do you see it from your side? How is the investment? Is investment, because I've seen a lot of investment happening in that space, trying to help map and track and push the digitalization in certain parts of the supply chain.
Well, a lot of that was blockchain related, and that's kind of like a story we don't really want to talk about anymore, I think.
No, I'm going to bring it up because there's a lot of people that think that with blockchain you're going to solve the problem of you don't have data in the middle of a mine in the middle of Congo. Right. It's like, yeah, how exactly is blockchain going to help you get that?
No, exactly. But you know, in the case of the fashion example, this company that I just mentioned is now, for 3 years in a row, the fast-growing company in the country, potentially even Europe. They raised 200 million, and now they're kind of like collectively mapping out these parts of the process. But it's quite tough to do it now. It would have been better to start, at the beginning. Then again, let's say in my space, a company in the semicon world that is well known, ASML, for example. They deliver the world's most complicated machine, but they only have 1 or 2 suppliers per specific part. In fact, sometimes they have like they're the only buyer of that product, so they can kind of like have and exert extreme control on those conditions. But that, of course, is an ideal scenario. And so I think, what is also missing in this discussion is that we should maybe feel a little bit more proud and supportive of the public domain and the public R&D factor that comes into play. I mean, quantum, for example, nothing can be more direct in terms of impact than talking about quantum technology today. There is absolutely nothing that I can say that would make sense looking at the state of technology, but I can promise you 30 years from now, or 40 years from now, we're going to create new chemical design, new material design. In the case of Iberia, for example, there's a really good initiative that I collaborate with that has got funded for, 1.2 billion right now to build a hydrogen propulsion system to repurpose, in the beginning, smaller aircraft, but then we're talking about 1,500 aircraft to be electrified in 2035. This is just not moving the needle. So I think the special factor here is the creativity, and that needs to be done by maybe even putting people in a room without an assignment, just letting them think about the complexity of the issue, but those people need to be funded, and they will probably not get funded by, well, they get funded by the billionaires, so Musk and Silicon Valley, but they typically don't get funded by the smaller organizations. So that is something I think I would definitely, those initiatives we should support on a really small scale. One really interesting experiment, and I'm less enthusiastic or less optimistic than JJ, unfortunately, about startup companies and their perspective on sustainability. We did in a query, a questionnaire for 400 companies that are across the space in the last 2 years, or between 2018 and 2020. And we actually put in questions related to ESG as a surprise part. We didn't tell them we're going to be in there. And the result was quite heartbreaking. 80% had never thought about that. Topics that around diversity were even an unknown thing on the management team, right? So
I think
this
JJ
is what we're talking about.
But JJ had a point, is as long as it's aligned with them making more money with that. That's maybe the key point there that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have 5 more minutes. So if you had a magic wand and you just discovered a lamp and a genie, and there's only 3 wishes, right? And it's only 3 people here. So what would you ask the genie? Ton. You only have 1. They need the extra 2, right?
What would I ask the genie?
The one thing that comes to mind is like, if we had this, things would move faster.
Well, I think it ends and starts with an exclamation mark, or maybe even before a question. But what can we do to turn back time?
Turn back time. Going back in time. You agree? Going back in time? So? Imagine that stupid thing you made, huh? 5 years ago? Yeah, you remember? We could fix that. That's a good one. JJ?
It's a tough one. I don't know. Turn back time, then we still need to have a system change. Is it system change? Maybe. It's a tough one.
It's a tough one, right? Well, let's skip Marina.
Well, although I work in an airline, but also travel is my passion. I'm sorry, but I always go to my place now, but I think I wish we had e-fuels, that is the sustainable fuels that are made of absorbing CO2 from the atmosphere, and also getting green hydrogen, and you put these 2 things together and you get a new fuel that is completely sustainable, and also it can be even carbon negative.
It reduces CO2 from the atmosphere.
So I'm sorry, but I'm a sustainable freak.
But
I also studied that, no? So
hey,
it's
you
just
have machines flying at atmosphere level that could be turned into sucking machines. That would actually be very cool.
My background is environmental engineering, so I'm always thinking of what can be developed or what we can do to,
I knew the genie question
deliver
was
sustainability. So if I can still travel with an even negative carbon footprint, it would be just amazing. So I will give that.
Anyone wants to invent that here? No? We have some. You have money, Raf. Come on, you need to fund this. We need to fund these things. JJ, you got an idea now?
Yes, ultimate alignment of all stakeholders, because it's the only way to be fast enough.
Oh man, you're trying to fix humanity. You're getting everyone in the same room to agree to the same stuff. Oof, I'm not sure if even the genie could do that. That is complicated.
There was a movie about that, wasn't there, a long time ago? But everyone got their own wishes. Was it Yes Man or something? I don't think that turned out really well for society.
Well, I mean, Aladdin comes to mind, but okay. Well, I think because my colleagues are going to kill me if we are not ready, because they're getting all the award things ready. So very quick, we have 2 minutes, so I'm going to throw a last call. Do you think a lot of the technology that we need to change the needle, as we were mentioning, is it ready? Because, as you said, there's a lot of investment in climate tech, but we're still really far away from some of these solutions that you were mentioning. Like, do we really have right now technology that we can deploy and that really makes a difference? Or we are, as you said, we should have go back in time and started way, way earlier? Very quickly.
Maybe real quick, like, I think from my side, I think it's imperative that this thing, this item, this point, becomes a standard in the tech stack of any starting company. And so instead of having a tech stack that starts with Pipedrive for your sales management and your investor reporting and VC visible, you have something integrated that is being taught up from the beginning. So, and I don't think that solution, although it's out there obviously, but it's not visible enough for society to take hold of. So I think that should be like an integral part that hopefully will be created. And if it's created, it's probably also, you know, $1 trillion idea.
No, that's a very good point. JJ?
No, I don't think it's, I mean, maybe define ready, but it's not ready yet for scale. And there's still a lack of significant investments in this space. And on the software side, we're doing quite a good job, but actually what is often overlooked, and also there's a lot of climate tech investors now popping up, but not all, but some of them completely neglect hardware. We need hardware. We need a lot of hardware, actually, technologies that are ready for scale, and we're not there yet.
Well,
very quickly, I think I agree with JJ. I think we know the tools and we kind of have them, but we really need to invest on them to scale them up. It's just a matter of cooperation between governments and the private sector to make things happen, and we really need this commitment to make it happen. Otherwise, it's just going to take longer and longer.
It's actually interesting because, you know, a lot of the solutions, the theoretical aspect, we've known for decades. We've known the mathematics, the physics are there. It's just like we never got to, why would we need to build it? So people, make hardware. And with this, thank you so much to all three of you. Big applause for them, please. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you. And, okay, rock and roll. Are we ready for the award ceremony? Yes? Are we ready over there at the back? Whoa. That side, I think it's brighter right now. Are we ready there? There we go. Now back to you guys. Are you now ready? Okay, now we're talking. So we're going to have a stream of coming and going, so I hope you enjoy it. And I want to invite our first speaker for the award ceremony, the one and only president of the Startup Association in Valencia. So please welcome the big, the one, the only, Juan Luis Hortelano.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. So we finally managed to I think, create a great event. After 2 really hectic days here, I hope you all enjoy the event. I just want to say thank you to everyone that came from Valencia, from Spain, and from especially the people that came from all over the world. Lots of people from Argentina, from the US, from France, the UK, up to 35 countries. This is the event that most of the ecosystem dreamt about maybe 10 years ago, and the event that we started to build 5 years ago, when we started in 2018 with just 300 people, and finally we managed to do it. Again, it's been really hectic. I want to say, first of all, thank you to all the team working here that really made everything work fine. Please, a big applause to all the team. Thank you, guys. It's been fantastic. And I also want to thank especially all the people that are here, all the people that came here the 2 days, all the people that really made this event what we have seen, and all the feedback that we have received these days. So really, thank you everyone for making this big. I hope to see you next year. Next year we will make it hopefully better and also bigger. And again, thank you. I just want to continue. I will just now switch to Spanish to continue with the ceremony, the final ceremony. And please let me introduce you to Francisco Polo, Alto Comisionado para España Nación Emprendedora. Paco, por favor. Thank you.
Vamos.
Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Juan Luis, y muchísimas felicidades por este eventazo que es el Valencia Digital Summit. Y también lo que quería era darte las gracias, aunque estás ahí detrás, por invitarme y permitirme hablaros unos minutos antes de los premios. Mirad, antes de contaros nada, quería hablaros de alguien que probablemente conozcáis. No sé si conocéis quién fue Francisco Martí. ¿A alguien en esta sala le suena? Que levante la mano. A nadie. Francisco Martí nació en Xàtiva y en 1803 inventó la pluma estilográfica recargable, lo que hacía que no tuvieras que estar mojando todo el rato la tinta y por lo tanto era un invento revolucionario. Os lo cuento porque al final de mi intervención quiero acabar de contaros su historia. Antes, lo que me gustaría es poner de manifiesto cómo vosotros, como vosotras, como Valencia, como este Summit, es una inspiración para el trabajo que vengo haciendo en los últimos años. Desde el Alto Comisionado para España Nación Emprendedora, sabéis que estamos impulsando ese concepto de la España Nación Emprendedora. Si no lo habéis escuchado, os preguntaréis, bueno, ¿qué es esto de la España Nación Emprendedora? Os lo cuento muy rápidamente. Imaginad España en el año 2030. E imaginad que hemos conseguido que España sea un lugar donde conseguimos atraer grandes inversiones para el sector del emprendimiento innovador y que encontrar fondos ya no es un problema. Que conseguimos que España ya no sea solamente un país de sol y playa, sino que tengamos todos los instrumentos para atraer a todo el talento que necesitamos para nuestras startups y para nuestras scale-ups y que lo podamos fichar con facilidad. Pensad en una España en el año 2030 en la que ya no hablamos tanto de quiero fundar una startup, sino quién va a ser la siguiente scale-up y que hayamos conseguido un país con grandes empresas que generan miles de puestos de trabajo para la gente y que este sector tiene un impacto social sin igual. Y en cuarto lugar, imaginad que todo esto lo hemos conseguido transformando una de esas cosas que parece imposible, que es el gobierno, y hemos hecho que se convierta en lo que se llama un sector público emprendedor, que remueve las barreras que tenemos, que genera marcos jurídicos que nos ayudan y que realiza inversiones que ni el más arriesgado de fondos de capital riesgo puede llevar a cabo. Eso es la España Nación Emprendedora. Queremos construir la nación emprendedora con mayor impacto social de la historia. Ese es el trabajo que estamos haciendo un grupito de personas en este comisionado en la presidencia del Gobierno. ¿Y cómo lo estamos haciendo? Bueno, pues hace unos años publicamos una cosa que también era tremendamente reclamada, que tuviéramos una hoja de ruta, una estrategia. Y esa estrategia es la Estrategia España Nación Emprendedora. Tiene 50 medidas que hemos consensuado con todos los ecosistemas y lo que me alegra hoy poder hacer aquí es que ya no tengo que hablar de medidas, ni de promesas, ni de cosas que van a ocurrir en el futuro. Como si estuviera haciendo un vídeo de TikTok, os voy a contar 3 cosas que no sabías que se acaban de aprobar y que te afectan directamente. En primer lugar, una de las cosas que necesitamos para construir todo esto es talento, ¿sí o no? Bueno, pues España necesita poner en marcha un programa de atracción del talento internacional. Esto ya no es una de las medidas de la estrategia, ya es una realidad. Este programa se llama The Break y hasta finales del año 2023 va a atraer a 833 emprendedoras de todos los rincones del mundo y las va a llevar a trabajar a todos los rincones del país para poner en marcha sus proyectos. Justo esto ha empezado ya y la primera remesa de emprendedoras, 140, acaban de terminar el programa de estancia en España y en tan solo unos días recibimos a las siguientes. Otra de las cosas que ocurre en otros países y que siempre hemos mirado con mucha envidia es cómo, por ejemplo, las cosas funcionan bien para el sector del emprendimiento innovador y, en concreto, los fondos de pensiones. En Estados Unidos, en Reino Unido, en Suecia, en Australia, los fondos de pensiones tienen la capacidad de invertir a través de fondos de capital riesgo en las startups y en las scale-ups. Eso lo que les permite es generar mayores retornos y que los pensionistas tengan mejores pensiones y genera más liquidez en el ecosistema del emprendimiento innovador. Bueno, pues os anuncio que desde hace tan solo unas semanas en España los fondos de pensiones ya tienen más facilidades para invertir en el sector del emprendimiento innovador. Y la tercera de las cosas que os quería contar y que probablemente no sepáis es la siguiente. Mirad, una de las cosas que más he escuchado en esta cortísima vida política que llevo es que hay que poder hacer una empresa con tan solo €1. Bueno, pues desde hace 3 semanas en España se puede constituir una empresa con tan solo 1 euro. Yo creo que eso es una buena noticia. Espero que lo sea para vosotros. Bueno, y ya quiero terminar diciendo que esto es parte de lo que ya hemos puesto en marcha, pero sobre todo queda algo que es lo más interesante. Creo que muchos aquí habréis oído hablar de la futura ley de startups. ¿Habéis oído hablar de ella, sí o no? Sí, ¿no? No os oigo, bueno. Creo que no gritáis suficientemente fuerte. La ley de startups va a ser una auténtica revolución para el sector del emprendimiento innovador. Una revolución en la atracción de inversiones y en la atracción del talento. Y esto no lo digo por decir, porque la ley de startups va a incluir stock options. ¿Queremos stock options o no queremos stock options? ¿Sí? Bien. Ok. Va a tener visados y visados para nómadas digitales, que creo que es algo que queremos. Va a tener un régimen mejorado para los impatriados, para conseguir que ese talento que necesitamos se pueda quedar a vivir en España porque le ofrecemos un régimen fiscal mucho más ventajoso. Va a introducir la figura del carried interest, que para quien no lo entienda es facilitar a los fondos de capital riesgo nacionales e internacionales el crecer y el implantarse en España para que tengamos más fondos disponibles para nuestras startups y para nuestras scale-ups. Vamos a eliminar el requisito del NIE y que para quien haya trabajado con un inversor internacional sabe que era una enorme barrera para hacer inversiones en España. Vamos también a establecer nuevos incentivos para Business Angels. El mejor sistema del mundo es el sistema británico, que da un 50% de deducción sobre las primeras 100.000 libras. En España, desde la aprobación de la ley de startups, vamos a dar un 50% de deducción sobre los primeros 100.000 euros. Pero es que además el propio fundador o fundadora de la empresa se va a poder dar esa deducción, con lo cual vamos a tener uno de los mejores regímenes del mundo para Business Angels. Y sobre todo, diréis, bueno, muy bien. ¿Y esto cuándo? Bueno, pues quiero anunciaros que la ley de startups se va a aprobar el próximo jueves 3 de noviembre en el Congreso de los Diputados. Y mirad, no os cuento esto para venderos la acción de gobierno, que también, que es mi trabajo ahora, pero también, de verdad, os lo cuento porque quiero que no nos vuelva a ocurrir lo que le pasó a Francisco Martí. Francisco Martí, que es el inventor de la pluma estilográfica, nunca ha sido reconocido como el inventor de este pequeño invento revolucionario. Los que fueron reconocidos como creadores de la pluma estilográfica fueron 2 ingleses 30 años más tarde. ¿Por qué no fue él reconocido, a pesar de que escribió y recogió sus innovaciones? Porque nunca encontró un entorno que lo apoyara y porque nunca comercializó su idea. No podemos permitirnos tener a más Franciscos Martí en España. Necesitamos que vosotros, que vosotras tengáis el éxito que jamás hemos visto en la historia de nuestro país. Por eso os cuento todo esto, no para que yo pueda contar cuáles han sido los éxitos de este comisionado o del gobierno, sino para que vosotros no regocijéis en esas ideas o en lo que ya tenemos para vosotros o para vuestras empresas, sino que lo llevéis a todos los rincones del mundo, porque sois vosotros y seréis vosotros y vosotras las que hagáis la España nación emprendedora. Y sobre todo, me refiero a aquellos que vais a venir a continuación, aquellos que vais a ganar los premios del Valencia Digital Summit. Vosotros vais a ser la cara de España, llevad vuestras empresas lo más lejos posible, pero sobre todo dejad el pabellón de Valencia y de España en lo más alto. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Paco. Muchas gracias por tu apoyo. Siempre has estado ahí y la verdad es que es una noticia muy esperada por todo el sector. Llevábamos más de 2 años trabajando en la ley de startups y bueno, también una noticia que se presenta hoy aquí, la primicia de agradecer. A continuación voy a invitar a subir al escenario a otra persona que también nos ayudaba mucho desde el Ayuntamiento de Valencia y ahora es la delegada del Gobierno. Por favor, un aplauso para Pilar Bernabé. Gracias, Pilar.
Gracias, Juan Luis, muchas gracias por invitarme. Querido Francisco Polo, Alto Comisionado de España, Nación Emprendedora, queridos amigos y amigas, queridas amigas y amigos de Startup Valencia, es verdad que, como bien decía Juan Luis, yo en mi anterior responsabilidad es verdad que trabajé mucho con Startup Valencia y he visto crecer este evento. Hoy cumplimos 5 años desde que se puso en marcha el Valencia Digital Summit y os quiero decir que en realidad este crecimiento que podemos comprobar los que ya hemos estado en anteriores ediciones responde claramente también al crecimiento de la comunidad valenciana, al crecimiento del ecosistema innovador, emprendedor valenciano. Y fijaos, sabéis y seguro que todas las administraciones que han estado aquí, que vinieron ayer a la inauguración, desde el Ayuntamiento de Valencia, la Diputación, la Generalitat, que está aquí la secretaria autonómica, a la que quiero también saludar desde aquí y dar una muestra del apoyo de las administraciones valencianas a este evento. Pero os voy a decir una cosa que el alto comisionado no ha dicho, pero porque es muy modesto, pero esta es una realidad y yo lo quiero decir y lo quiero poner en valor. Francisco Polo me decía, Valencia tiene todos los ingredientes para triunfar en el mundo. Valencia tiene un ecosistema que es absolutamente ejemplar, tiene unas condiciones como ciudad que son absolutamente estratégicas y tiene la capacidad de montar un evento como es el Digital Summit, que en 5 años ha experimentado un crecimiento que lo ha posicionado como uno de los mayores eventos de Europa de ámbito internacional, donde pone en valor el ecosistema innovador y la innovación, la tecnología y el conocimiento por encima de todo. Por lo tanto, es verdad, querido Francisco Polo, querido Paco Polo, tenías toda la razón. Y gracias a que esos condicionantes que tiene la ciudad de Valencia podían brillar, han brillado gracias a todas y cada una de las personas que han sacado adelante este proyecto y el ecosistema valenciano. Es verdad que el ecosistema de la Comunidad Valenciana es el que más ha crecido porcentualmente y eso es sin duda alguna por el esfuerzo, por el trabajo de todas las personas que de una manera u otra estáis trabajando primero para posicionarnos, para promocionar nuestro talento, pero también para atraer otro talento que sabe que esta ciudad, que esta región, como es Valencia o, por ejemplo, Alicante, son las mejores ciudades del mundo para vivir. Y a mí siempre me gusta añadir para trabajar y para invertir. Por eso creo que en estos 5 años de vida del Digital Summit, creo que hemos demostrado precisamente que el ecosistema crece igual que crece la región. Somos una región que puede aportar el talento, el conocimiento. Tenemos las mejores universidades, tenemos una de las mejores universidades politécnicas de Europa, que es la Universidad Politécnica de Valencia, de la que salen muchísimas de las personas que hoy están exportando tecnología, innovación a todo el mundo. También tenemos la Universidad de Valencia, campus de excelencia para poder atraer también al talento y poder exportar talento, que no lo queremos exportar porque se tiene que quedar en esta tierra. Pero también tenemos, como bien decía y como bien me recordaba el alto comisionado, tenemos unas condiciones estratégicas, tanto geográficas como de comunicaciones, que nos hacen absolutamente competitivos como región. Esta es una región que crece, es una región próspera y lo es gracias a vosotros. Tenemos grandes empresas tecnológicas, innovadoras, tenemos institutos tecnológicos que apoyan y siguen innovando y siguen apostando por el I+D+I y por la innovación y el conocimiento. Pero también, y esto es muy importante, hay un diálogo abierto, un abierto diálogo entre las administraciones y el sector privado. Mirad, en mis años de experiencia en la gestión municipal, donde he podido trabajar con Startup Valencia y he podido ver crecer este ecosistema valenciano, he sido una ferviente convencida de la colaboración público-privada como una muestra clara de éxito. Y eso es así. Este es quizá el mejor ejemplo. El Digital Summit o el ecosistema valenciano en sí es el claro ejemplo de que la colaboración público-privada es la mejor fórmula y la garantía del éxito. Que seamos capaces de trabajar todas las administraciones. Hoy estoy como delegada del Gobierno de España, que ha venido además el Alto Comisionado para Nación Emprendedora, que es una muestra más del apoyo del Gobierno de España a este evento, al ecosistema valenciano, porque este evento recoge a todo el ecosistema valenciano y yo me siento tremendamente orgullosa de ver cómo la generosidad de todo el ecosistema valenciano ha derivado en conseguir este evento competitivo, este evento puntero, este evento que ha atraído a casi 450 expertos y expertas de todo el mundo que han puesto en valor esta tierra, este territorio, como un territorio próspero e innovador. Me vais a permitir que, aparte de poder disfrutar, como he podido disfrutar cuando he llegado y he visto en qué se ha convertido el Valencia Digital Summit, me vais a permitir que diga que esto es lo que se merece el ecosistema valenciano. Este evento, este futuro que nos viene por delante, es el que se merece el ecosistema valenciano. Ese ecosistema que crece, pero ese ecosistema que también crece con una parte muy importante de la población, que son las mujeres. Y me vais a permitir que yo aquí ponga en valor y diga, como mujer feminista y convencida, de que sois el ejemplo de que el futuro también se escribe con los ojos de las mujeres. Porque efectivamente, si hay en el mundo de la empresa, en el mundo económico, un ejemplo de que sí, las mujeres tenemos que estar al mismo nivel y en igualdad que los hombres, es precisamente en el ecosistema innovador emprendedor. Es donde más mujeres forman parte o son CEO o cofundadoras de empresas y de startups. Por lo tanto, vamos por el buen camino. Tenemos que seguir, Sobre todo, esto es un llamamiento a las mujeres que podéis ser, sin duda alguna, referentes para otras mujeres que también tienen que liderar proyectos innovadores, empresas innovadoras y que posicionen a esta comunidad. Porque hoy, en este mundo en el que vivimos, de polarización, de enfrentamientos, necesitamos la mirada de las mujeres, la empatía y la capacidad del consenso y el diálogo para poder triunfar. Y sé que lo vais a conseguir. Yo ya no quiero extenderme más, solo quiero reiterar mi agradecimiento a Startup Valencia por conseguir que una vez más Valencia brille con el talento valenciano. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Pilar. Quédate aquí un momento conmigo. Tenemos una sorpresa para terminar. En una persona que además muchos os veréis reflejados, es un gran emprendedor. Es además un valenciano, casi más valenciano que la paella, de adopción. Y bueno, habíamos pensado darle un regalo honorífico, pero no tenemos estrellas suficientes y tenemos una sorpresa para él. Por favor, recibimos a Quique da Costa, chef top del mundo, no sé cuántas estrellas Michelin. Creo que no se lo esperaba. Gracias, Quique. Y además tenemos un invitado especial también que nos va a traer el premio para ti. Pero bueno, mientras el invitado llega, Quique, de nuevo agradecerte que estés aquí. Creo que, como te decía, eres un ejemplo para todos y que estés en un evento de emprendedores, siendo un emprendedor, aunque no del sector tecnológico, pues creo que también es muy inspirador para todos. Además, seguro que todos conocen tu historia, ¿no? Han estado viéndote en el evento y nada, de nuevo agradecerte que estés aquí. Queríamos darte un pequeño detalle. Como decía, no tenemos estrellas. ¿Cuántas estrellas tienes ahora mismo en total?
Yo tengo, buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Tengo 3 estrellas en Quique da Costa Restaurante, pero es verdad que en Madrid, en el Mandarin Oriental Rist, tengo un restaurante con 1, de momento. Y aquí en Valencia, en la calle Correos, el Poblet con 2. Pero yo me atribuyo las 3 que están en Quique da Costa Restaurante, las otras obviamente se las gana Luis Valls con su equipo aquí en Valencia y mi equipo en Madrid pues se gana las suyas, porque uno se tiene que poner las medallas justas. ¿No?
Ha dicho que todos que nos veremos reflejados en él, ya nos gustaría vernos reflejados en él, que es toda una inspiración, eso ya, sin duda, una inspiración es vernos reflejados, ya nos gustaría vernos, aunque fuera mínimamente reflejados.
Y yo no sé si el cacharrito este trae comida suya o trae otra cosa.
¿Te imaginas?
Es un delivery, ¿no?
Lo vamos a ver. Sí, es un robot de delivery de restaurantes, justamente. O sea, que igual
bueno, Quique,
en
pues
un
ya
tiempo
sabes.
lo estás usando en, no sé,
seguro,
en Lisa o
seguro,
en
seguro.
Vuelve Carolina. Así que nada, si te parece, vamos a acercarnos a ver.
Me puedo acercar sin miedo a que explote, ¿no?
Sí, sí, sí.
Anda, mira. Pues gambas no son, ya os digo, ¿vale?
No, no. Se lo entregas tú.
Bueno.
Qué bien.
Pues nada, es un pequeño detalle honorífico.
Gracias.
No son las 3 estrellas Michelin, pero espero que lo guardes.
Pero cariño lo tiene como si fueran las
El cariño lo
estrellas.
tienes de todos nosotros y de nuevo gracias por estar aquí.
Pues muchísimas gracias. Creerme que mi sector, que es el de la gastronomía, el de la alimentación, una industria en beneficio de todos, que aporta tanto valor y tanto valor añadido a nuestro país, tanto dentro como fuera de nuestras fronteras, se apoya obviamente en la innovación y en la tecnología, como no puede ser de otra manera, no solamente para construir nuestro relato del presente, sino también proyectarnos al futuro. Así que muchísimas gracias por este reconocimiento. Un placer. Gracias.
They just told me that we're going to do a very large photo. Vamos a hacer una foto de familia grande. Okay. Entonces, they're asking me if you can wait on that side. So we're going to keep adding people to the picture. So they said, wait for us there as we keep bringing people. Okay. A medida que vamos subiendo a gente, si no os importa. Bien? Okay, so let me introduce our next awards. So there was a hackathon a week ago that was an organization between the students of the UPV, of the Politécnica de Valencia, and so we have the awards. And to give the awards, I want to welcome our next 2 award givers. So please, big applause to Roberto Sarasa, R&D Director and Manager of the Software Hub at Valencia at HP. Big applause for Roberto. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
And another very large applause to José Monserrat, the Vice Dean of Internationalization and Communication at UPV. Big applause for José.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Valencia.
Stage is yours. Please come over here, and there you go.
Hello, everybody. Well, nice to meet all of you. That's amazing. Well, now is a great moment in this ceremony. We are going to recognize talent, because everything starts by talent. We are going to recognize the people, the winners that has been participating on the challenge, and we are going to recognize 3 teams. Let's start. The third prize goes to Green Cam. Green Cam. Come on, guys, don't be shy.
Brass up, brass up. Okay, come on stage, please. Green Camp. Congratulations.
Big clap, big applause for those guys. Me faltan manos.
Enhorabuena. Enhorabuena.
Enhorabuena. Enhorabuena.
I think this is for you.
Tenéis que coger esto también. Sí.
¿Tenéis que decir algo? ¿Alguien que se anime a hablar? Pero sobre el premio, gracias a la academia, lo que le quiera. Explica un poco.
Bueno, no tenía nada preparado, así que voy a ser breve. Simplemente agradecer a la UPV, a Startup Valencia y bueno, a todas las empresas involucradas en el hackathon por esta oportunidad. Sobre todo agradecer a mi equipo, sin ellos no habría sido posible. Y bueno, a todos vosotros por venir hoy aquí. Muchas gracias.
Now let's move to the second prize.
The second prize goes to the team. Drums, please. Blue Chains. Congratulations. Come on the stage.
Another big applause, please, for those guys. Enhorabuena.
¿Quién quiere hablar? ¿Quién se anima?
Nada, bueno, un poco lo mismo que mi compañero, no teníamos nada preparado, pero lo primero agradecer a todo el equipo porque lo mismo, sin ellos creo que no hubiera sido posible estar hoy aquí. Y nada, que estamos creo que todos muy emocionados y que muchas gracias por todo, que es todo un orgullo para nosotros poder participar en un evento que dé visibilidad tanto a jóvenes emprendedores como a cualquier otra persona y nada, que muchísimas gracias.
Congratulations. Os tenéis que quedar aquí, poneros aquí detrás.
Good job, guys. And now let's go to the winner. Now all the teams that are in the room are very nervous, okay? Let's go to the winner, and the winner is Viejos Amigos. Where are you guys? Come on stage.
Come on stage, please. The old friends, please. Congrats.
Very good. ¿Unas palabras?
Bueno, lo que empezó como un proyecto de 12 horas ha acabado como el primer premio. Estamos súper sorprendidos y yo creo que esto solo es el principio de un gran proyecto por desarrollar y por hacer. Así es que muchas gracias por la oportunidad que nos habéis dado, Startup Valencia, UPV y a todos. Muchísimas gracias.
Enhorabuena.
Okay, thank you very much. You'll get room there. We're going to pack a lot more people, so please get some room. Thank you. Congratulations, by the way. Congrats. This is the beginning of something big, right? You're going to keep doing this, right? They're going to keep doing this. There we go. So now we're going to give the Best Health and Wellbeing Award that has been hosted by GVA Innovation. And to give the award, I want to welcome our next two award givers. So please, warm applause for Sonia Tirado, Directora General de Innovación de la Generalitat. Big applause for Sonia, please. Go, Sonia, ven aquí conmigo. And to join her, I want to welcome Karina Birrueta, Head of Ecosystem Development at Startup Valencia. Stage is yours.
So, we are very excited to announce the best startup in health and well-being. And the winner is...
Repo Drugs, Belén Moya.
Congrats.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sonia. Okay. From Repo Drugs. Okay, thank you. My partner Björk, who is cannot be here because he's in Germany. We want to thank you to the organizers for this opportunity to share our newborn project as a startup, and Innova as well. And of course, to the Translational Genomic Group, who is led by Rubén Artero, Dr. Rubén Artero, who is supporting as a co-founder all this project. So thank you so much.
And we are gearing towards the end. Now we're going to be giving the Best Startup Award of the conference. But before we do that, Juan Luis actually mentioned it a moment ago, but I want to ask for another very, very large applause to all the people that make this happen. Normally, most of you know the guy with the hat that comes here, make you laugh, all these beautiful people that talk and share the knowledge, but there's a lot of other people. Our photographers here, over here, our people in production over there, please. All our volunteers. And there's one person that has had a massive load pulling all this stuff together. Most of you have seen her for sure, but he's been like a shadow running around the place. And she's the one person that deserves the largest applause. So please welcome the Valencia Digital Summit Director, Alejandra Menendez.
Thank you, Alex. Hello, everybody. We're back here. 5th edition. 5 years have gone by, and we've made it. We've made it. We have 2 winners from the VDS pitch competition that are going to join us on stage. We've received over 500 applications this year, more than 35 countries represented. And I'm going to ask Francisco Polo, High Commissioner of Spain Startup Nation, to join me on stage, please.
Let's go.
So we can announce the winner.
I'm ready.
The best startup from the seed category. By the way, one last thing before we actually give this.
Okay.
These 2 startups will have free exhibition space at VDS 2023.
Wow.
So they will be joining us next year. And they will also be having free exhibition space at the Next Web Valencia. So.
Wow, congrats.
That's
great.
Best seed startup.
Oh, do you want me to say it?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Okay, so the best seed startup goes to... Diego Ferreiro, CEO of Traveler.
Diego, please join us. Where are you?
Where is Diego? Ahí está.
Diego. Enhorabuena.
I did it.
Well, that was quite unexpected. Thanks a lot, Alejandra, for bringing me here. It was quite a flight from San Francisco. Thank you, Francisco, for all what you do. And as an expat, living abroad, it's amazing to see an event like this. It just really brings a lot of memories back when I was a student. Thanks for all the help on the government side. Eventually, we'll hopefully all come back. And thanks to Kike for an amazing restaurant. You have to go and open one in San Francisco because they're not as quality as that you do. So thanks to everybody, and really, really amazing and proud to be here, and hopefully we'll be here next year. I guess we'll be here next year, so thank everybody.
I am going to ask you both to stay on stage. And now, I'm going to ask Juan Luis. Juan Luis, please. President, step forward. And Natoma, CEO of Startup Valencia, please join us on stage to give the last prize that we're giving out today to the best growth startup. So, the winner is?
So the winner is Delivers AI.
Please, Ali Kutai, join us on stage, CEO and founder of Deliver.
From UK, no?
Yeah, from UK. Yeah. Unfortunately, the founders are not here. For unexpected circumstances, they had to go to Turkey. Yeah, so it's been 2 years since we've started this company, and we started at a coffee shop. And now being here, it's wonderful, and it's really crazy, to be honest. Yeah.
We were speaking with Kike. He has a restaurant in London, but he says paellas don't fix there, don't get there. So
we can deliver the
can you make a
paellas.
bigger one?
We can make a bigger one, and we can deliver the paellas
So
with
you
the
have
robot.
to speak with Kike and make a bigger one for paella,
For sure,
right?
for sure, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, my friend.
I was just thinking, he said, like, we started this in a coffee shop. Let me tell you something. You need to try horchata. Have you ever tried horchata? No. People, can you believe that? He needs to try horchata, right? There you go, man. You need to check it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end.
Wait. I mean, we would not
You're right.
have been able to do this fantastic event without a bunch of people who are not on stage, and I'm going to ask them to come on stage
Wait.
and join us.
Okay.
Go. Say, do your thing.
No, I
do
was
your
going to
thing.
say that this is the end, but it's not until, it's until next year. You're all going to come next year? Yes? Yes, Ben, you better come next year. And so this is the end of 2 wonderful and amazing days. Just for your information, this doesn't stop here. We now have a party. There's a live karaoke band. Who likes karaoke? Raise your hands. Oh, come on, I know a lot more like karaoke. There you go. Well, you better go and try it out. And now, please, big applause to everyone, and let's bring the whole team here on stage so we can get the photo.
Our fantastic group of volunteers, please, all of you, come on stage.
And
the Startup Valencia team, I mean, we've grown so much that I don't know if I'm able to say everybody's names.
Come on, Valencia
Sara,
team.
Ángela,
Come on,
Roberto,
Ben.
Marta, Emily,
Amanda,
Diana,
come on, people.
Marika, Pierre. Did I miss anyone?
Should we bring Mini Pierre?
Mini Pierre? Do you want Mini Pierre on stage too? Maybe the robot can deliver Mini Pierre. And of course, Ben, Amanda, no os escapéis, Startup Sesame, who once again have been collaborating with us, Isma, Hugo. Todos aquí, por favor.